A grubby-faced boy held out his hand with a hopeful grin. "Spare a penny for the guy, mister?" Chief Inspector Japp fixed him with a stern look. "Absolutely not," he declared firmly, then launched into a brief lecture. The startled child retreated hastily, muttering to his companions, "Crikey, it's a copper in plain clothes." The group of boys scattered, their voices rising in the traditional chant about the 5th of November. Japp's companion, a diminutive elderly gentleman with a large egg-shaped head and an impressive military moustache, smiled quietly. "Very good, Japp," Hercule Poirot remarked. "You deliver the moral lesson quite effectively." "It's just a dressed-up excuse for begging, this whole Guy Fawkes business," Japp grumbled. Poirot considered the scene thoughtfully. A fascinating tradition. The rockets still burst in the sky long after the man and his conspiracy have faded from memory. Japp agreed. "I doubt half those children know who Guy Fawkes was anymore. And soon the meaning is entirely blurred," Poirot mused. "When the fireworks light up the night, is it in celebration or condemnation? Was trying to blow up Parliament a villainous act or a heroic one?" Japp gave a short laugh. "Plenty of folks today might argue for the latter." They turned from the bustling main road into the relative quiet of a cobbled mews, taking a shortcut back to Poirot's apartment after their dinner. The sporadic pop and crackle of fireworks still punctuated the air, and occasionally a shower of golden sparks would briefly illuminate the rooftops. "A perfect night for a murder, if you think about it," Japp observed with professional detachment. "With all this noise, a gunshot wouldn't even be noticed." "It has always struck me as curious that more lawbreakers do not exploit such opportunities," Poirot replied. "You know, Poirot," Japp said, a playful glint in his eye, "sometimes I almost wish you'd commit a murder yourself." "My dear fellow, I'm serious. I'd love to see your methods firsthand." Poirot's eyes twinkled. "If I were to commit a murder, my friend, you would have not the slightest chance of observing my methods. In fact, you would likely remain entirely unaware that a crime had even occurred." Japp laughed, a sound of genuine fondness. "You're a cocky little devil and no mistake," he said indulgently. The following morning at 11:30, the telephone in Poirot's flat rang sharply. "Allo, Poirot, is that you?" "It is indeed. Japp here. Remember our walk last night through Bardsley Gardens Mews?" "Certainly. And our conversation about how easy it would be to shoot someone with all that fireworks racket going on." "The thought is vividly recalled. Well, there's been a suicide at number 14. A young widow, a Mrs. Allen. I'm heading over now. Care to join me?" Poirot's tone was gently probing. "Forgive my asking, but does a man of your seniority at Scotland Yard typically attend a mere suicide?" Sharp as ever. "No, he does not. Truth is, our police surgeon has a few questions about this one. Feel like you should be in on it. Will you come?" "But of course, number 14, you said." "That's the one." Hercule Poirot arrived at the entrance to know. 14 Bardsley Gardens Mews just as an official car pulled up carrying Japp and 3 other men. The small house was unmistakably the focus of intense activity, its doorway a silent summons. A sizable crowd had gathered outside the building, a mix of drivers, their spouses, delivery boys, idlers, smartly dressed pedestrians, and a swarm of children, all fixated on the entrance of number 14 with wide-eyed fascination. A uniformed officer stood on the stoop, doing his best to hold back the tide of onlookers. Eager photographers with cameras jostled for position, surging forward as Inspector Japp stepped from his car. "Nothing for you here," Japp declared, pushing past them. He gave a nod to Poirot. "You made it. Let's head inside." They slipped in quickly, the door closing behind them, and found themselves pressed together at the bottom of a narrow, steep staircase. A man appeared at the top, recognized Japp, and called down, "Up here, sir." Japp and Poirot ascended. The man at the landing opened a door to the left, revealing a modest bedroom. "Thought you'd want a briefing on the main details, sir." "Good thinking, Jameson," Japp replied. "What have we got?" Divisional Inspector Jameson began his report. "The deceased is a Mrs. Allen, sir. She shared this flat with a friend, a Miss Plenderleith." Miss Plenderleith had been away visiting the countryside and returned just this morning. She used her key to enter, surprised to find the place silent. A daily woman usually arrives at 9 to clean. She went upstairs first to her own room, this one, then crossed to her friend's door. It was locked from the inside. She rattled the knob, knocked, called out, but got no response. Eventually, growing alarmed, she telephoned the station. That was at 10:45. We responded immediately and forced the door. Mrs. Allen was on the floor, shot through the head. There was an automatic pistol in her hand, a Webley .25, and it looked like a straightforward suicide. Where is Miss Plenderleith now? She's downstairs in the sitting room, sir. A very composed, capable young woman, I'd say, keeps her wits about her. I'll speak with her shortly. I'd better see Brett first, with Poirot in tow. He crossed the landing and entered the opposite room. A tall, older man glanced up and nodded. "Hello, Jap. Glad you're here. Odd situation, this?" Jap moved toward him. Hercule Poirot, meanwhile, let his gaze sweep the room. It was considerably more spacious than the one they had just left, featuring a bay window. While the other was plainly a bedroom, this one was unmistakably a bedroom masquerading as a lounge. The walls were a pale silver, the ceiling a bold emerald modernistic curtains in silver and green hung at the windows. A divan was draped with a shimmering emerald silk cover, piled with gold and silver cushions. There was an antique walnut desk, a tall walnut chest, and several sleek chromium chairs. On a low glass table sat a large ashtray overflowing with cigarette ends. Delicately, Poirot sampled the air. Then he joined Jap, who was looking down at the body. In a heap on the floor, having slipped from one of the chromium chairs, lay a young woman of perhaps 27. She had fair hair and delicate features with very little makeup. It was a pretty, somewhat wistful and perhaps not overly clever face. The left side of her head was matted with dried blood. The fingers of her right hand were curled around a small pistol. She was dressed in a simple, high-necked, dark green dress. "Well, Brett, what's the problem?" Jap asked, still looking at the crumpled form. "The positioning is consistent," the doctor stated. "If she shot herself, she'd likely have slumped from the chair into precisely that posture. The door was locked and the window was fastened from the inside." "That all seems in order, you say. So what's bothering you?" "Take a look at the weapon. I haven't touched it, waiting for the fingerprint team, but you can see well enough what I mean." Together, Poirot and Jap knelt for a closer inspection of the pistol. "I see what you mean," said Jap, standing up. "It's resting in the curve of her hand, but the angle seems off for a self-inflicted wound. It's as if the scene is a little too perfectly arranged. She appeared to be gripping the weapon, yet in reality she wasn't holding it at all. Anything more to note?" "Quite a bit. The pistol is in her right hand now. Examine the wound. The shot was fired with the barrel pressed against the side of her head, just above the left ear. The left ear, mind you." Jap gave a low hum. "That seems to settle it. She couldn't possibly have held the gun in her right hand and fired it at that angle, could she?" "Absolutely impossible, I'd say. You might contort your arm around, but actually pulling the trigger. No chance. So it's clear then, someone else shot her and tried to stage it as a suicide. But what about the locked door and window? Inspector Jameson stepped in. The window was shut and bolted, sir. As for the door, it was locked, but we haven't located the key." Jap nodded. "Right. That was a clumsy mistake. Whoever did this locked the door on the way out, hoping no one would notice the missing key." Poirot murmured softly, "How foolish." "Now, Poirot, old friend, you can't judge everyone by your own brilliant standards. Honestly, that's exactly the sort of small detail people often miss. The door is locked. Someone forces it open. They find a woman dead, a gun in her hand. It looks like a straightforward suicide. The assumption is she locked herself in to do it. They don't go searching for keys. In fact, Miss Plenderleith's decision to call the police was fortunate. She might have just asked a couple of drivers to break the door down. and then the key issue would have been completely overlooked. Yes, I suppose that is how many would react, Hercule Poirot agreed. The police are often the last resort, are they not? His gaze remained fixed on the body. Notice anything? Japp asked casually, though his eyes were sharp and watchful. Poirot shook his head slowly. I was observing her wristwatch. He leaned in, gently touching it with a fingertip. It was an elegant, jewelled piece on a black moiré strap, worn on the same wrist that held the pistol. Quite a fancy item, Japp remarked. Must have been expensive. He tilted his head, studying Poirot. Think there's something to that? It is possible, yes. Poirot drifted over to the writing desk. It was the sort with a drop-down front tastefully arranged to complement the room's colour scheme. A rather substantial silver inkstand sat in the centre, with a handsome green lacquer blotter in front of it. To the left of the blotter was an emerald glass pen tray holding a silver penholder, a stick of green sealing wax, a pencil and 2 stamps. On the right stood a movable calendar showing the day, date and month. There was also a small glass jar filled with shot, and standing in it a rather flamboyant green quill pen. Poirot seemed intrigued by the quill. He picked it up and examined it. But the nib was clean, clearly just for decoration. The ink-stained silver penholder was the one actually in use. His eyes then drifted to the calendar. Tuesday, November 5th, Japp read. Yesterday, that checks out. He turned to Brett. How long has she been dead? She was killed at 11:33 yesterday evening. Brett replied promptly, then grinned at Japp's surprised expression. Sorry, old chap, he said. Just playing the part of the fictional super doctor. Truth is, 11 o'clock is as close as I can estimate, give or take an hour either way. Oh, I thought perhaps the wristwatch had stopped or something similar. It has stopped all right, but it reads 4:15, and I suppose she couldn't have been killed at 4:15. You can rule that out entirely. Poirot had lifted the cover of the blotter. Good thought, said Japp, but no luck there. The blotter revealed a pristine white sheet of blotting paper. Poirot flipped through the leaves, but they were all blank. He then turned his attention to the wastepaper basket, which contained a few torn-up letters and circulars. The envelopes had been opened just once and were simple to piece back together. There was a fundraising request from a veteran support organisation, an invitation to a cocktail gathering set for November 3rd, and a fitting reminder from a tailor. The promotional mail consisted of a notice about a furrier's seasonal discount and a retail catalogue from a large store. Nothing useful there, remarked Japp. It is strange, though, Poirot murmured. Are you thinking that suicides typically leave a note behind precisely? Which only strengthens the case against suicide. Japp turned to leave. I'll have the team start their work here. We should go speak with Miss Plenderleith now. Are you joining us, Poirot? Poirot remained captivated by the writing desk and its contents. He finally followed, but paused at the doorway, his gaze lingering once more on that bold emerald-green fountain pen. Down a narrow staircase, a door opened into a spacious living area, a converted stable. The walls, finished in a textured plaster, displayed several etchings and woodcut prints. 2 women were inside. One, seated in a chair near the fireplace with her hands extended toward the warmth, was a dark-haired, capable-looking woman in her late 20s. The other, a stout older woman clutching a string bag, was breathlessly talking as the men entered. And like I told you, miss, it gave me such a fright I nearly fainted right on the spot. And of all mornings for this to happen, the younger woman cut her off smoothly. That's enough, Mrs. Pearce. I believe these gentlemen are from the police. Miss Plenderleith? Japp stepped forward. The girl confirmed with a nod. Yes, that's me. This is Mrs. Pearce, who comes in daily to help us. The unstoppable Mrs. Pearce launched in again. And as I was just saying to Miss Plenderleith, to think that this very morning my sister's girl, Louisa Maud, should have such a terrible spell, and me being the only one nearby, and you know how family is, you have to help. And I never like to let my ladies down, though I didn't think Mrs. Allen would mind. Japp skillfully interrupted. Quite all right, Mrs. Pearce. Perhaps you could go with Inspector Jameson to the kitchen and give him your account. Once the talkative Mrs. Pierce had departed, still chattering non-stop beside Jameson. Japp focused on the girl. "I'm Chief Inspector Japp now, Miss Plenderleith. I need you to tell me everything you can about this situation." "Of course. Where would you like me to begin?" Her composure was impressive. She showed no visible grief or shock, only a certain steely formality. "What time did you arrive this morning?" "I believe it was just before 10:30. I found that old storyteller, Mrs. Pierce, wasn't here." "Does that happen often?" Jane Plenderleith gave a slight shrug. "About twice a week she rolls in around noon, or doesn't show at all. She's supposed to be here at 9. Honestly, a couple of times each week, she either feels faint or some relative has a sudden ailment. They're all like that, unreliable now and then. She's not the worst of the bunch." "How long has she worked for you?" "Just over a month. The last one helped herself to our things." "Please continue, Miss Plenderleith." "I paid the taxi, brought in my suitcase, looked around for Mrs. P, didn't see her, and went up to my room to freshen up. After that, I went across to Barbara's, Mrs. Allen's room, and found the door locked. I jiggled the handle and knocked, but got no answer, so I came back down and telephoned the police station." "Pardon?" Poirot interjected swiftly. "Did it not occur to you to try forcing the door perhaps with the help of one of the drivers from the garage?" Her eyes, a cool grey-green, turned to him. Her glance swept over him, quick and assessing. "No, I don't believe that idea crossed my mind. If something was amiss, I believed the police were the ones to call. So you felt, forgive me, that something was indeed wrong?" "Obviously. Simply because there was no answer to your knocking? But perhaps your friend had taken a sleeping pill or something similar." "She didn't take sleeping pills," the reply was curt, "or she might have stepped out and locked her door behind her." "Why would she lock it? She would have left me a note regardless." "And she left no note for you, you're absolutely certain?" "Of course I'm certain. I would have seen it immediately." Her tone grew even sharper. Japp asked, "You didn't try to peek through the keyhole, Miss Plenderleith?" "No," Jane Plenderleith replied after a moment's thought. "It never occurred to me. But I wouldn't have seen anything anyway, would I? The key would have been in the lock." Her wide-eyed, innocent look met Japp's. Poirot allowed himself a faint, private smile. "You acted correctly, naturally," said Japp. "I assume you had no reason to think your friend might take her own life." "Oh, no. She hadn't seemed troubled or upset lately." There was a noticeable pause before the girl answered. "No. Were you aware she owned a pistol?" Jane Plenderleith nodded. "Yes, she brought it back from India. She always kept it in a drawer in her bedroom." "I see. Did she have a license for it?" "I assume so. I don't know for sure. Now, Miss Plenderleith, please tell me everything you can about Mrs. Allen. How long you've known her, where her family is." "Everything." Jane Plenderleith nodded again. "I've known Barbara for about 5 years. We met travelling in Egypt, to be precise. She was returning from India. I had been studying at the British School in Athens and was touring Egypt before heading home. We were on the same Nile cruise. We became friends and decided we got along. I was looking for someone to share a flat or a small house at the time. Barbara was alone in the world. We thought we'd suit each other." "And you did suit each other?" Poirot inquired. "Very well. We had our own separate circles. Barbara preferred more social engagements, while my friends tended to be more artistic. It probably worked better that way." Poirot gave a nod of understanding. Japp continued, "What can you tell me about Mrs. Allen's family and her life before you met?" Jane Plenderleith gave a slight shrug. "Not a great deal, honestly. Her maiden name was Armitage, I believe. Her husband. I don't think he was much to speak of. He drank, from what I gathered. I understand he died a year or 2 after they married. They had one child, a little girl who died at age 3. Barbara rarely spoke about her husband. I believe she married him in India when she was about 17. Then they went off to some remote place like Borneo, one of those postings for difficult cases. But since it was clearly a painful subject, I never brought it up." "Was Mrs. Allen facing any financial difficulties, to your knowledge?" No, I'm sure she wasn't. Not in debt or anything of that sort. Oh, no, I'm certain she wasn't in any kind of trouble like that. Now, I must ask another question, and I hope you won't be offended. Did Mrs. Allen have any particular gentleman friend or friends? Jane Plenderleith answered coolly. Well, she was engaged to be married, if that answers your question. What is the name of her fiancé? Charles Laverton West. He's a member of Parliament for a constituency in Hampshire. Had she known him long? A little over a year. And how long had they been engaged? 2, no, closer to 3 months. As far as you know, there was no quarrel between them. Miss Plenderleith shook her head. No, I would have been surprised if there had been. Barbara wasn't the quarrelling type. When did you last see Mrs. Allen? This past Friday, just before I left for the weekend. Allen stayed in the city then? Yes. I believe she had plans to go out with her fiancé on Sunday. And your own weekend, where did you spend it? At Laydell's Hall in Essex. Who were your hosts there, Mr. and Mrs. Bentinck? You only left them this morning? That's correct. You must have departed quite early. Mr. Bentinck drove me. He likes to get an early start to reach the city by 10. I understand. Japp gave a nod of acknowledgement. Miss Plenderleith's answers were sharp and assured. Poirot then posed a question of his own. What is your personal view of Mr. Laverton West? She gave a slight shrug. Is that relevant? Perhaps not strictly, but I would value your impression. I haven't given it much thought. He's young, around 30 or so, clearly ambitious, a capable speaker, someone determined to advance. Those are favourable points, and the drawbacks. Well, she paused briefly to consider. To me, he seems rather ordinary. His ideas aren't particularly fresh, and he has a touch of self-importance. Those are not grave flaws, mademoiselle, Poirot remarked with a smile. Aren't they? Her tone held a hint of irony. They might be to you, he observed her, noting a flicker of unease. He pressed on. But to Mrs. Allen, no, she would not have minded them. You're absolutely right, Barbara thought he was marvellous, took him entirely at face value. Poirot said softly, You were fond of your friend? He saw her hand tighten on her knee, her jawline firm, yet her reply came in a steady, unemotional voice. Yes, I was, Japp interjected. Just one more thing, Miss Plenderleith. There was no quarrel between you? No disagreement? None at all. Not concerning her engagement? Certainly not. I was pleased she was so happy about it. After a brief pause, Japp continued, To your knowledge, did Mrs. Allen have any enemies? This time Jane Plenderleith hesitated slightly before responding, her tone shifting almost imperceptibly. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by enemies. Anyone, for instance, who stood to gain from her death. Oh no, that's absurd. She had only a modest income. And who inherits that income? Jane Plenderleith sounded mildly surprised. You know, I actually don't. I wouldn't be shocked if I did, assuming she ever made a will, and no enemies in any other sense. Japp shifted tack smoothly. Anyone holding a grudge? I can't imagine anyone did. She was a gentle person, always wanting to please. She had a genuinely sweet, kind nature. For the first time that brisk, factual voice wavered slightly. Poirot gave a gentle nod. Japp said, So, to summarize, Mrs. Allen was in good spirits lately. She faced no money troubles. She was engaged and content. There was nothing to drive her to take her own life. Is that accurate? A momentary silence hung in the air before Jane replied, Yes. Japp stood. If you'll excuse me, I need a word with Inspector Jameson. He left the room. Hercule Poirot remained alone with Jane Plenderleith. For several minutes, neither spoke. Jane shot a quick assessing look at the little man, but then fixed her gaze ahead, silent. Yet a nervous tension in her posture betrayed an awareness of his presence. Her body was still, but not at ease. When Poirot finally broke the silence, the very sound of his voice seemed to offer her some relief. In a conversational tone, he asked, When did you light the fire, mademoiselle? The fire! Her voice sounded distant, almost distracted. Oh, shortly after I arrived this morning. Before you went upstairs or after? Before, of course, naturally, and it was already set, or did you need to set it yourself? It was ready. I just had to light it. A faint edge of irritation coloured her tone. She clearly thought he was just making small talk. Maybe he was still. He continued in that same calm, conversational manner. But your friend? I saw she only had a gas heater in her room. Jane Plenderleith answered automatically. This is the only coal fireplace we have? All the others are gas? And you use gas for cooking as well? Doesn't everyone these days? True enough, it saves a great deal of work. The brief exchange faded. Jane tapped her shoe lightly against the floor. Then she said suddenly, that man, Chief Inspector Japp, he considered sharp. He's very thorough, yes, he has a good reputation. He's diligent and meticulous, and very little gets past him. I wonder, the girl murmured. Poirot studied her. In the firelight, his eyes took on a distinct green cast. He asked softly, Your friend's death must have been a terrible shock for you. It was awful. She spoke with blunt sincerity. You didn't anticipate it, no. Of course not. So initially perhaps it seemed to you impossible, that it simply couldn't have happened. The quiet understanding in his voice seemed to soften Jane Plenderleith's defences. She replied eagerly and naturally, without her earlier stiffness. That's exactly it. Even if Barbara took her own life, I can't picture her doing it that way. And yet she owned a pistol. Jane made a frustrated gesture. Yes, but that gun was a leftover. She'd spent time in remote areas. She kept it out of habit, not for any other reason. I'm certain of that. Ah, and what makes you so sure? Oh, because of things she said. Such as, his voice remained gentle and encouraging, subtly drawing her out. Well, once we were talking about suicide, and she said the simplest method would be to turn on the gas, seal the room, and just go to bed. I told her I thought that would be impossible, just lying there waiting. I said I'd much rather use a gun, and she said no, she could never shoot herself. She'd be too afraid it wouldn't work. And besides, she said she'd hate the noise. I see, said Poirot, as you say, it is peculiar, because, as you've just told me, there was a gas heater in her room. Jane Plenderleith looked at him, somewhat startled. Yes, there was. I can't understand. No, I simply can't understand why she didn't choose that way. Poirot shook his head. Yes, it seems odd, not quite natural somehow. None of it feels natural. I still can't believe she killed herself, but I suppose it must be suicide. Well, there is another possibility. What do you mean? Poirot looked directly at her. It might have been murder. Oh, no, Jane Plenderleith drew back. Oh, no, what a dreadful idea. Dreadful, perhaps, but does it strike you as impossible? But the door was locked from the inside, so was the window. The door was locked, yes, but there's no way to tell if it was locked from the inside or the outside. You see, the key is missing. But if it's missing... She paused to consider. Then it must have been locked from the outside. Otherwise it would be somewhere in the room. Ah, but it might be. Remember, the room hasn't been thoroughly searched yet, or it could have been tossed out the window and picked up by someone. Murder, Jane Plenderleith repeated. She turned the possibility over, her intelligent, dark face now alert and probing. I think you might be right, but if it was murder, there would have to be a motive. Do you know of any motive, mademoiselle? Slowly, she shook her head. And yet, despite the denial, Poirot once again had the distinct impression that Jane Plenderleith was deliberately holding something back. The door opened and Japp entered. Poirot stood. I have been suggesting to Miss Plenderleith, he said, that her friend's death may not have been suicide. Japp looked momentarily taken aback. He shot a glance of mild reproach at Poirot. It's still too soon to make any firm conclusions, he said. We have to consider every angle, you see. That's all we can say right now. Jane Plenderleith answered softly. I understand. Japp stepped closer to her. Now, Miss Plenderleith, have you ever seen this before? He opened his palm to reveal a small dark blue enamel oval. Jane shook her head. No, I haven't, It doesn't belong to you or Mrs. Allen? No, it's not really a woman's piece of jewellery, is it? Oh, so you do recognise what it is? Well, it's fairly obvious, isn't it? That's half of a man's cuff-link. That young woman is far too sure of herself. Jap grumbled later. The two men were back in Mrs. Allen's bedroom. The scene had been processed, the body removed, and the fingerprint technician had finished his work and left. It would be unwise to underestimate her, Poirot agreed. She is most definitely not a fool. In fact, she is an exceptionally sharp and capable person. You think she might have done it? Jap asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. It's possible. We'll need to verify her alibi. Perhaps there was some argument over this aspiring politician. She was rather dismissive of him, which seems odd, almost as if she had feelings for him herself and he rejected her. She's the type who could commit murder calmly and keep her composure. Yes, we must look into that alibi. Her story was very smooth and Essex isn't terribly far. There are plenty of trains, or she could have driven a fast car. We should check if she claimed a headache and went to bed early last night, for instance. You are correct, Poirot concurred. Besides, Jap continued, she's hiding something from us. Didn't you get that feeling, too, that young woman knows more than she's saying? Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that was quite apparent. It's always a challenge in these situations, Jap complained. People insist on keeping secrets, sometimes for what they believe are the noblest reasons. One can scarcely fault them for that, my friend. No, but it certainly makes our job more difficult, Jap muttered. It merely provides a fuller stage for your deductive talents. Poirot offered consolingly. What of the fingerprints, by the way? It's murder, without a doubt. No prints at all on the pistol. It was wiped clean before being placed in her hand. Even if she could have contorted her arm in some acrobatic way, she couldn't have fired it without holding it, and she certainly couldn't have wiped it afterward. No, an external party is clearly indicated. The other prints are disappointing. None on the door handle? None on the window, suggestive. Yes? Plenty of Mrs. Allen's prints are all over the room, however. Did Jameson learn anything? From the cleaning woman? No. She talked a great deal, but knew very little. She did confirm that Allen and Plenderleith were on good terms. I've sent Jameson to ask questions in the Mews. We'll also need to speak with Mr. Laverton West. Find out where he was and what he was doing last night. In the meantime, let's go through her papers. He began without delay, occasionally grunting and passing a document to Poirot. The search was brief. The desk contained few papers, and those were neatly organized and labeled. Finally, Jap leaned back with a sigh. Not much here, is there, as you say? Most of it is routine paid bills, a few outstanding ones. Nothing particularly unusual. Social correspondence, invitations, notes from friends. These he indicated a stack of 7 or 8 letters, and her checkbook and bank book. Notice anything? Yes, her account was overdrawn. Anything else? Poirot smiled. Is this a test you're giving me? But yes, I noticed what you're thinking. A withdrawal for £200 made out to self 3 months ago, and another £200 withdrawn just yesterday, and nothing written on the check stub for that last transaction. Aside from a few minor withdrawals, the largest being £15, there were no other checks made out to herself. And I can confirm there is no such amount of cash in the house. £4 and 10 shillings were found in one handbag, with a few odd shillings in another. That seems fairly straightforward, doesn't it? Implying she gave that money to someone yesterday. Exactly. Now, who did she give it to? The door swung open and Inspector Jameson walked in. Well, Jameson, did you learn anything? Yes, sir, a few things. First, no one actually heard the shot. A couple of women claim they did, but that's just wishful thinking. With all those fireworks going off, there wasn't a chance anyone could have heard it clearly. Jap grunted in agreement. Didn't think so, go on. Mrs. Allen was at home for most of the afternoon and evening yesterday. She returned around 5. Then she went out again near 6, but only to the post box at the end of the lane. At about 9:30, a car pulled up a standard Swallow saloon and a man stepped out. He's described as around 45, well-built with a military bearing, wearing a dark blue overcoat, a bowler hat, and sporting a toothbrush moustache. James Hogg, the chauffeur from number 18, says he's seen this man visiting Mrs. Allen before. 45. Japp noted that likely rules out Laverton West, whoever he was. This man stayed for just under an hour. He left around 10:20. He paused in the doorway to speak with Mrs. Allen. A young boy, Frederick Hogg, was loitering nearby and overheard their exchange. And what did he say? Well, think it over and let me know. Then she said something, and he replied, all right. So long after that, he got into his car and drove off. That was at 10:20, Poirot remarked thoughtfully. Japp rubbed his chin. So at 10:20, Mrs. Allen was still alive. What happened next? Nothing more, sir, as far as I can determine. The chauffeur at number 22 came home at 10:30, and he'd promised his children he'd set off some fireworks for them. They'd been waiting along with every other kid in the lane. He lit them, and everyone nearby was busy watching. After that, the whole place went to bed, and no one else was seen entering number 14. No, but that doesn't mean no one did. Nobody would have noticed. Japp muttered. True enough. Well, we need to find this military gentleman with the toothbrush moustache. It's pretty clear he was the last person to see her alive. I wonder who he was. Miss Plenderleith might be able to tell us, Poirot suggested. She might, Japp said gloomily. On the other hand, she might choose not to. I've no doubt she knows more than she's letting on. What about you, Poirot, old chap? You were alone with her for a while. Didn't you bring out that Father Confessor act of yours that usually gets results? Poirot spread his hands. Alas, we spoke only of gas heaters. Gas heaters! Gas heaters! Japp sounded thoroughly unimpressed. What's gotten into you? Ever since you arrived, the only things you've shown any interest in are fountain pens and waste paper baskets. Oh yes, I noticed you quietly inspecting the one downstairs. Find anything? Poirot sighed. A bulb catalogue and an old magazine. What's the idea, anyway? If someone wanted to dispose of an incriminating document, or whatever you're thinking, they wouldn't just toss it into a waste paper basket. What you say is very true. Only something entirely unimportant would be discarded so casually. Poirot spoke with a meek tone. Nevertheless, Japp eyed him suspiciously. Well, he said, I know what I'm doing next. What about you? Bien, said Poirot. I shall continue my search for the unimportant. The dustbin remains. He slipped nimbly out of the room. Japp stared after him with an air of exasperation. Mad, he declared. Absolutely mad. Inspector Jameson maintained a respectful silence. His expression conveyed a distinctly British superiority, silently commenting. Foreigners allowed, he said. So that's Mr. Hercule Poirot, I've heard of him. An old friend of mine, Japp, explained. Don't let the act fool you. He's not half as scatterbrained as he seems. Japp nodded thoughtfully. He's certainly not as young as he used to be. Going a bit soft in the head. If you ask me, sir, Inspector Jameson offered. It comes for us all, I suppose, maybe, Japp replied, a restless edge to his voice. But I'd still give a lot to know what he's plotting over there. He moved to the writing desk, his eyes fixed uneasily on a vivid emerald green fountain pen. He was deep in conversation with the third chauffeur's wife when Poirot materialized silently at his side. Good grief, you startled me, Japp exclaimed, recovering. Did you find anything? Not what I was hoping to find, no. Japp turned his attention back to Mrs. James Hogg. And you're certain you've seen this man before? Oh, absolutely, sir. My husband recognized him too. We both knew him right away. Now, Mrs. Hogg, I can see you are a very observant person. I've no doubt you keep a sharp eye on everything happening in these Mews. And you've got excellent judgment, truly exceptional judgment, I can tell without a hint of shame. He repeated the compliment for what felt like the dozenth time. Mrs. Hogg preened slightly, her face taking on a look of profound wisdom. Tell me about those two young women, Mrs. Allen and Miss Plenderleith. What were they like, the partying type? Always having people over? Oh, no, sir, nothing like that. They went out quite often, Mrs. Allen in particular, but they were proper, if you catch my meaning. Not like some I could name from the other end of the lane. The way that Mrs. Stevens carries on, if she even is a Mrs., which I highly doubt, well, I wouldn't want to repeat the stories about what happens over there. I really understood, Japp interjected smoothly, cutting off the impending torrent. That's very helpful. So Mrs. Allen and Miss Plenderleith were well regarded then? Oh, yes, sir, very nice ladies, both of them. Mrs. Allen especially always had a kind word for the children. She did. I heard she lost her own little girl, poor soul. It's a hard thing. I've buried 3 of my own, and what I always say is, tragic, truly, Japp said, steering her back. And Miss Plenderleith? Well, she was a nice lady too, of course, but much more direct, if you know what I mean. She'd give you a quick nod and keep walking, never one to stop for a proper chat. But I've no complaint against her, none at all. They got along well together. Perfectly, sir. No arguments or anything of the sort. They seemed very content. I'm sure Mrs. Pierce would tell you the same. We've spoken with her. Do you recognize Mrs. Allen's fiancé by sight? The gentleman she was to marry? Oh, yes. He's been around quite a bit, on and off, a member of Parliament, so they say. And it wasn't him who visited last night. No, sir, it certainly was not, Mrs. Hogg straightened, a thrill of scandal barely contained beneath a veneer of utmost propriety. And if you'll pardon my saying so, sir, whatever you're thinking is mistaken. Mrs. Allen wasn't that sort of woman, I'm certain. It's true the house was empty, but I don't believe a word of any funny business. I told Hogg just this morning. No, Hogg, I said, Mrs. Allen was a true lady, so don't you start imagining things knowing how a man's mind tends to work, if you'll excuse the remark. Always so vulgar in their suspicions. Japp let the jab pass and pressed on. You saw the man arrive and you saw him leave. That's correct, isn't it? It is, sir. And you didn't hear anything else, any arguing or raised voices? No, sir, and I wouldn't expect to. Not that such things couldn't be heard. Everyone knows the walls are thin. Why, down at the other end, the way Mrs. Stevens shrieks at that poor timid maid of hers is the talk of the lane. We've all told the girl not to put up with it, but the wages are good, 30 shillings a week. The woman may have the temper of a demon, but she pays for the privilege. Japp redirected her quickly. But you heard nothing of the sort from number 14?
Nothing at all, sir.
And you wouldn't, with all those fireworks banging off left and right. My Eddie nearly lost his eyebrows. It was so close this man left at 10:20. Is that accurate? It might be, sir. I couldn't swear to the minute myself. But Hogg says so, and he's a very dependable, steady sort. You saw him leave with your own eyes. Did you catch anything he said? No, sir, I wasn't close enough for that. I spotted him from my window, standing at the door talking to Mrs. Allen. When asked if I saw her as well, I confirmed she was just inside the doorway. I couldn't provide any details about her clothing, not even whether it was day wear or evening attire. I simply hadn't paid that close attention. Poirot glanced thoughtfully toward the window above, and then over to number 14, sharing a brief, knowing look with Japp. The gentleman was described as smart and well put together, wearing a dark blue overcoat and a bowler hat. After a few more questions, Japp moved on to speak with young Frederick Hogg, a bright-eyed boy clearly pleased with his own importance. The lad recounted hearing the man say, "Think it over and let me know," in a pleasant tone, followed by a brief exchange ending with, "All right, so long." Master Hogg mentioned opening the car door but receiving no tip, a point he relayed with noticeable disappointment. He hadn't caught Mrs. Allen's side of the conversation, nor could he describe her attire, explaining she seemed to be positioned behind the door. Japp pressed him carefully. Who closed the front door? After a moment of intense concentration, the boy recalled it was the gentleman. He pulled it shut with a bit of a bang and hurried into the car as if running late for an appointment. Japp, satisfied with the boy's sharpness, handed him 6pence before sending him on his way. Alone again, Japp and Poirot exchanged slow nods. "Could be," Japp remarked. "There are possibilities," Poirot agreed, his eyes gleaming with a cat-like intensity. Back in the sitting room of number 14, Japp didn't mince words. "Miss Plenderleith, wouldn't it be easier to tell us everything now? It's all going to come out eventually." Jane Plenderleith, warming one foot by the fireplace, raised her eyebrows in feigned ignorance. She insisted she had answered all their questions and saw nothing more to add. "In my opinion, you could do quite a bit more if you wanted to," Japp retorted, his face flushing slightly. Poirot interjected gently, suggesting she might understand the urgency better if they outlined the facts clearly. Japp laid it out plainly. Her friend was found shot, pistol in hand, doors and windows secured, a scene staged to look like suicide, but the evidence told another story. The pistol wasn't gripped properly, it bore no fingerprints. The angle of the wound made self-infliction impossible. There was no suicide note, which was unusual, and though the door was locked, the key was missing. Jane Plenderleith turned slowly and sank into a chair facing them, all pretense of coolness gone. "So that's it," she said softly. "I never believed she could have done it herself. I was right, she didn't kill herself. Someone else killed her." For a moment she was silent, lost in her own thoughts. Then she lifted her head sharply. "Go ahead and ask me anything," she said. "I'll tell you everything I can." Japp began his questioning. "Mrs. Allen had a visitor last night. He's described as a man around 45 with a military air, a toothbrush mustache, well-dressed, and driving a standard Swallow sedan. Does that sound like anyone you know? I can't be certain, but it matches Major Eustace." "Who is Major Eustace? Tell me everything about him." "He was someone Barbara knew overseas in India. He reappeared about a year ago, and we've seen him occasionally since." "Was he a friend of Mrs. Allen's?" "He acted like one," Jane replied tersely. "And how did she feel about him?" "I don't believe she truly liked him, in fact. I'm sure she didn't. But she was outwardly friendly." "Yes. Think carefully, Miss Plenderleith. Did she ever seem afraid of him?" Jane considered this for a long moment. "Yes," she said finally. "I think she was. She always seemed on edge when he was around." "Did he and Mr. Laverton West ever meet?" "Only once, as I recall. They didn't hit it off. Major Eustace tried to be charming, but Charles wasn't having any of it. Charles has a good sense for people who aren't quite respectable, and Major Eustace was not what you'd call respectable," Poirot inquired. The girl said dryly, "No, he wasn't. A bit rough around the edges. Definitely not from the right crowd." "Alas, I do not know those phrases." "You mean he was not a gentleman?" A brief smile touched Jane's lips, but she answered seriously, "No." "Would it shock you, Miss Plenderleith, if I suggested this man was blackmailing Mrs. Allen?" Japp leaned forward, watching her reaction closely. He was pleased with the result. The girl started, colour flooding her cheeks, and she struck the arm of her chair firmly. "So that was it? How could I have been so blind?" "Of course. You find the idea plausible, mademoiselle?" Poirot asked. "I was a fool not to have seen it. Barbara borrowed small amounts from me several times over the last 6 months. I'd noticed her worrying over her bank statements. I knew she lived within her means, so I didn't think much of it, but if she was handing over money regularly." "And this would explain her general behaviour, yes?" Poirot pressed. "Absolutely. She was nervous, jumpy at times, completely different from her usual self." Poirot said gently, "Forgive me, but that isn't exactly what you told us earlier." "That was different." Jane waved a dismissive hand. "She wasn't depressed or suicidal, but blackmail, yes. I wish she'd confided in me. I would have told him to get lost. But he might have gone not away, but straight to Mr. Charles Laverton West," Poirot observed. "Yes," Jane said slowly. "Yes, that's true. Have you any idea what this man might have had on her?" Japp asked. The girl shook her head. "I haven't a clue. I can't imagine, knowing Barbara, that it was anything terribly serious. Then again she paused, then continued, "What I mean is, Barbara could be rather naive in some ways. She frightened easily. In fact, she was exactly the sort of person a blackmailer would target, the horrible creep." She spat out the last words with genuine bitterness. "Unfortunately," said Poirot, "the crime appears to have happened in reverse. It is usually the victim who kills the blackmailer, not the other way around." Jane frowned slightly. "No, that's true, but I can imagine a situation, such as, suppose Barbara became desperate. She might have threatened him with that silly little pistol she owned. He attempted to wrest the gun from her grasp, and in the scuffle it discharged, killing her instantly. Horrified by his own actions, he then tried to stage the scene to look like a suicide. That's a possibility," Japp acknowledged. "But there's a complication." She looked at him, waiting for an explanation. "Major Eustace, if it was him, left this house last night at 10:20 and said his goodbyes to Mrs. Allen right at the front door." "Oh," the girl's expression dimmed. "I understand." She was silent for a moment. "But he could have returned later," she suggested slowly. "Yes, that is indeed possible," Poirot agreed. Japp pressed on. "Tell me, Miss Plenderleaf, where did Mrs. Allen usually entertain her visitors, down here or in the room upstairs?" "Both. But this room was reserved for larger gatherings or for my own close friends. You see, our arrangement was that Barbara had the larger bedroom and used it as a sitting room as well, while I took the smaller bedroom and used this space." "If Major Eustace arrived by appointment last night, in which room do you believe Mrs. Allen would have received him?" "I suppose she would likely bring him in here," the girl replied, though she sounded uncertain. "It would feel less personal. On the other hand, if she needed to write a check or handle any similar matter, she would probably take him upstairs." "There are no writing supplies down here." Japp shook his head. "There was no question of a check. Mrs. Allen withdrew $200 in cash yesterday, and so far we haven't been able to locate any trace of it in the house." "And she handed it over to that monster?" "Oh, poor Barbara, how utterly tragic." Poirot cleared his throat. "Unless, as you suggest, it was more or less an accident, it still strikes me as remarkable that he would eliminate what appears to have been a steady source of income." "Accident? It was no accident. He lost his temper, saw red, and shot her." "That is your interpretation of events?" "Yes," she added with intensity. "It was murder, plain murder," Poirot said gravely. "I will not dispute that, you may be correct, mademoiselle." Japp inquired, "What brand of cigarettes did Mrs. Allen smoke?" "Gaspers. You'll find some in that box." Japp opened the box, removed a cigarette and nodded to himself before slipping it into his pocket. "And you, mademoiselle?" Poirot asked. "The same? You do not smoke Turkish cigarettes?" "Never. Nor did Mrs. Allen." "No, she didn't care for them," Poirot then asked. "And Mr. Laverton West, what did he smoke?" She fixed him with a hard stare. "Charles, why does it matter what he smoked? You're not suggesting he killed her?" Poirot gave a slight shrug. "A man has been known to kill the woman he loved before now, mademoiselle." Jane shook her head impatiently. "Charles wouldn't harm anyone. He's an exceedingly cautious man." "All the same, mademoiselle, it is often the cautious men who execute the cleverest murders." She stared at him. "But not for the motive you just proposed, M. Poirot." He inclined his head. "No, that is true." Japp stood up. "Well, I don't think there's much more I can accomplish here for now. I would like to conduct one final search of the premises. In case that money is tucked away somewhere, by all means look anywhere you wish. And in my room as well, though it's unlikely Barbara would have hidden it there." Japp's search was swift but thorough. The living room yielded no further secrets within a few minutes. He then proceeded upstairs. Jane Plenderleith remained seated on the arm of a chair, smoking a cigarette and frowning into the fireplace. Poirot observed her. After several minutes, he said quietly, "Do you happen to know if Mr. Laverton West is currently in town?" "I have no idea. I rather think he might be in New Hampshire with his family." "I suppose I should have wired him. How dreadful of me to forget." "It is not easy to remember every detail, mademoiselle, when a catastrophe strikes." And after all, bad news has a way of waiting. One hears it soon enough, unfortunately. Yes, that's true, the girl murmured absently. The sound of Japp's footsteps descending the stairs echoed through the room. Jane went out to meet him. Well? Japp shook his head. Nothing of use, I'm afraid, Miss Plenderleith. I've covered the entire house now. Well, I suppose I should take a peek inside this cupboard under the stairs, he said, reaching for the handle and giving it a tug. Jane Plenderleith's voice cut through the air, tight and controlled. It's locked. Something in her tone made both men turn to study her sharply. Yes, Japp replied, his voice deliberately light and casual. I can see that. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fetch the key. The girl stood frozen as if carved from marble. I'm not entirely sure where it is. Japp shot her a quick, appraising look, his manner remaining breezy and offhand. What a nuisance. I'd hate to damage the wood forcing it open. I'll just have Jameson run out for a set of keys. She moved forward stiffly, her posture rigid. Wait, she said. The word clipped. It might be. She retreated into the living room, returning a moment later with a fair-sized key in her hand. We keep it locked, she explained, her voice a shade too even because umbrellas and such have a way of walking off, a very sensible precaution. Japp agreed cheerfully, taking the key. He turned it in the lock and swung the door wide. The interior was dark. Japp pulled out his pocket flashlight, its beam sweeping the cramped space. Poirot, standing beside the girl, felt her go perfectly still, her breath catching for a suspended second. His own eyes followed the path of the light. The cupboard held little, 3 umbrellas, one with a broken spoke, 4 walking sticks, a set of golf clubs, 2 tennis rackets, a neatly folded travel rug, and several worn sofa cushions piled in a heap. Balanced atop these was a smart, compact attaché case. As Japp reached for it, Jane Plenderleith spoke quickly, a thread of tension in her voice. That's mine. It came back with me just this morning, so there can't possibly be anything in there. Best to be absolutely certain, said Japp, his cheerful friendliness dialing up a notch. The case was unlocked inside. It was fitted with shagreen brushes and glass toilet bottles. 2 magazines lay within, but nothing more. Japp examined every item with painstaking thoroughness, his fingers probing linings and unscrewing bottle caps. When he finally snapped the lid shut and turned his cursory attention to the pile of cushions, the girl let out an audible sigh of relief. There was nothing else in the cupboard beyond what was plainly visible. Japp's inspection was soon complete. He relocked the door and handed the key back to Jane Plenderleith. Well, he said, that wraps things up here. Could you provide Mr. Laverton West's address? Farlescombe Hall, Little Ledbury, Hampshire. Thank you, Miss Plenderleith. That's all for now. I may stop by again later. And remember, mum's the word to the public. Let's leave it at suicide for the time being, of course. I understand perfectly. She shook hands with them both. The moment they were walking away down the Mews, Japp exploded. What in blazes was in that cupboard? There was something I'd stake my pension on it. Yes, Poirot agreed quietly. There was most certainly something, and I'd wager 10 to 1 it had to do with that attaché case. But like a prize fool, I couldn't find a thing. Looked in every bottle, felt the lining. What the devil could it have been? Poirot shook his head thoughtfully. That young woman is involved somehow, Japp continued, frustration edging his voice. Brought the case back this morning? Not a chance. Did you notice the 2 magazines inside? I did. Well, one of them was dated last July. The next day, Japp marched into Poirot's flat, tossed his hat onto the table in disgust, and dropped heavily into a chair. Well, he growled, she's in the clear. Who is in the clear? Plenderleith was playing bridge until midnight. The hostess, a naval commander who was a guest, and 2 servants all corroborated. No doubt about it, we have to abandon any notion of her involvement. He sighed, a sound of profound irritation. All the same, I'd give a month's salary to know why she got so flustered over that little case under the stairs. That's more in your line, Poirot. You adore these trivial puzzles that lead absolutely nowhere. The mystery of the petit attaché case has a certain ring to it. Allow me to propose another title for your collection, Poirot said, his eyes gleaming. The mystery of the lingering cigarette smoke. A bit of a mouthful for a title. Smoke, you say? Was that the reason for your sniffing when we first inspected the scene? I noticed you, and I certainly heard it. Sniff after sniff, I assumed you were coming down with a cold. You were quite mistaken. Japp sighed heavily. I always believed it was those little grey cells in your brain. Don't try to convince me the cells in your nose are just as exceptional. Not at all, please compose yourself. I didn't smell any cigarette smoke, Japp continued, his tone sceptical. Neither did I, my friend. Japp studied him with uncertainty before pulling a cigarette from his own pocket. This is the brand Mrs. Allen preferred, Gaspers. 6 of those stubs were hers. The remaining 3 were Turkish. Precisely. I suppose your remarkable nose deduced that without even glancing at them. I assure you my nose played no part. It registered nothing at all. Then those brain cells of yours were working overtime. Well, there were certain clues, wouldn't you agree? Japp eyed him sideways. Such as, to begin, there was quite clearly an item absent from the room. Also, I believe, something new had been introduced. And then upon the writing desk. I knew it. We're back to that blasted quill pen. Not at all. The quill pen serves a purely negative purpose. Japp retreated to more solid ground. I have Charles Laverton West arriving at Scotland Yard within the half hour. I thought you might wish to be present. I would be very interested. You'll also be pleased to hear we've located Major Eustace. He has a service flat in the Cromwell Road. Splendid, and we've gathered some preliminary information there. Major Eustace is not, by all accounts, a pleasant individual. After meeting with Laverton West, we can pay him a visit. Does that suit you? Perfectly. Then let's be on our way. At 11:30, Charles Laverton West was shown into Chief Inspector Japp's office. Japp stood and shook his hand. The Member of Parliament was a man of average height with a distinctly polished presence. Clean-shaven, he possessed the expressive mouth of a performer and the slightly prominent eyes often seen in skilled orators. He was handsome in an understated, refined manner. Though visibly pale and troubled, his demeanour remained impeccably formal and controlled. Taking a seat, he placed his gloves and hat on the table and looked directly at Japp. First, let me say, Mr. Laverton West, that I fully recognize how distressing this situation must be for you. Laverton West dismissed the sentiment with a wave. Let us not dwell on my feelings. Please tell me, Chief Inspector, have you determined what led my Mrs. Allen to end her own life? You cannot offer any insight yourself, none whatsoever. There was no argument, no estrangement between you of any kind. Nothing of the sort. This has been an immense shock. Perhaps it will make more sense, sir, when I inform you it was not suicide, but murder. Charles Laverton West's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you say murder? Quite correct. Now, Mr. Laverton West, do you have any notion of who might wish to do away with Mrs. Allen? Laverton West fairly sputtered his reply. No, absolutely not. The very idea is inconceivable. She never mentioned any enemies. Anyone who might hold a grudge against her. Never. Were you aware she possessed a pistol? I was not. He appeared momentarily startled. Miss Plenderleith states that Mrs. Allen brought this pistol back from abroad several years ago. Is that so? Naturally. We have only Miss Plenderleith's word on that. It is entirely possible Mrs. Allen believed herself to be in danger from some quarter and kept the pistol accessible for her own protection. Charles Laverton West shook his head uncertainly, seeming genuinely bewildered and overwhelmed. What is your impression of Miss Plenderleith, Mr. Laverton West? That is to say, does she strike you as a reliable and truthful person? The man considered for a moment. I believe so, yes, I would say so. You don't care for her? Suggested Japp, who had been observing him closely. I wouldn't put it that way. She is not the sort of young woman I particularly admire. That sarcastic, independent sort of woman doesn't appeal to me. but I must admit she was honest. Japp replied. Are you acquainted with a Major Eustace? Eustace? Let me think. Yes, I recall the name. I encountered him once at Barbara's home, Mrs. Allen's. That is, in my opinion. He seemed rather questionable. I mentioned as much to Mrs. Allen. He wasn't the sort of man I would have wanted visiting our home after we were married. And what was Mrs. Allen's response? Oh, she agreed entirely. She always trusted my judgment completely. A man understands other men far better than a woman ever could. She explained she simply couldn't be rude to someone she hadn't seen in years. I believe she had a particular dread of appearing snobbish. Naturally, as my wife, she would have found many of her former acquaintances to be, shall we say, unsuitable. Are you implying that by marrying you she was improving her social standing? Japp asked bluntly. Laverton West raised a well-groomed hand. No, not at all. In fact, Mrs. Allen's mother was a distant relation of my own family. She was entirely my equal in breeding. But of course, given my public role, I must be exceptionally careful about the company I keep, and my wife must be equally selective. One lives to a degree in the public eye. Oh, absolutely, said Japp, his tone dry. He continued, So you can't offer any assistance to our investigation? None whatsoever. I am completely bewildered. Barbara murdered. It seems impossible. Now, Mr. Laverton West, could you outline your own activities on the evening of November 5th? My activities? His voice rose in sharp protest. This is purely routine, Japp explained. We have to ask everyone. Charles Laverton West regarded him with dignity. One would hope a man in my position might be exempt from such inquiries. Japp simply waited. Let me see. Ah, yes, I was at the House of Commons. I left around 10:30. I took a walk along the Thames embankment. I paused to watch some of the fireworks displays. Nice to think we don't have to worry about gunpowder plots these days, Japp remarked cheerfully. Laverton West gave him a blank, uncomprehending stare. Then I walked home, arriving at your London residence, Onslow Square, I believe. At what time? I couldn't say precisely. 11 o'clock, past. Approximately then, yes. Did someone let you in? No, I have my own key. Did you meet anyone during your walk? No, I must say, Chief Inspector, I find this line of questioning deeply offensive. I assure you it's standard procedure, Mr. Laverton West. Nothing personal. The reply seemed to soothe the irritated Member of Parliament. If that is all, that will be all for now, sir. You will keep me informed. Naturally, by the way, allow me to introduce M. Hercule Poirot. You may know of him. Mr. Laverton West's gaze fixed with interest on the small Belgian. Yes, I have heard the name. Monsieur, said Poirot, his manner suddenly very continental. Believe me, my heart aches for you, such a loss, the agony you must endure. But I will say no more. How magnificently the English conceal their feelings. He snapped open his cigarette case. Allow me. Ah, it is empty. Japp. Japp patted his pockets and shook his head. Laverton West produced his own cigarette case, murmuring, Please have one of mine, M'Swero. Thank you, thank you. The little man took one, as you say, ma Poirot. Laverton West resumed, We English do not parade our emotions, a stiff upper lip. That is our creed. He bowed to the two men and departed. What a pompous fish, Japp said with disgust. And a perfect owl. The Plenderleith woman was spot on about him, yet he's a decent-looking fellow, might charm some humourless woman. What about that cigarette? Poirot handed it over, shaking his head. Egyptian. A costly brand. No help there. A shame, because I've never heard a flimsier alibi. It wasn't really an alibi at all. You know, Poirot, it's unfortunate the situation isn't reversed. If she had been blackmailing him, he's the perfect type to be blackmailed, would pay up without a whimper. Anything to avoid a public scandal. My friend, it is charming to imagine the case as you wish it to be, but that is not precisely our concern. No, Eustace is our concern. I've gathered a few details about him. A thoroughly unpleasant character. Incidentally, did you follow my suggestion regarding Miss Plenderleith?
Yes.
Hold on a moment. I'll call for the latest update. He lifted the telephone receiver and spoke into it. After a brief exchange, he hung up and looked at Poirot. A rather cold-hearted individual. She's gone off to play golf. Imagine doing that the day after your friend has been murdered. Poirot let out a sudden exclamation. "What is it now?" asked Japp. But Poirot was whispering to himself. "Naturally, of course, it was obvious all along. What a fool I have been. Why, it was staring me in the face," Japp said bluntly. "Stop muttering and let's go deal with Eustace." He was surprised to see the brilliant smile that spread across Poirot's face. "But yes, by all means, let us deal with him. For now, you see, I understand everything. Absolutely everything." 8. Major Eustace welcomed the two men with the relaxed confidence of a seasoned socialite. His apartment was compact, merely a temporary base, as he explained. He offered them a drink, and when they declined, he produced his cigarette case. Both Japp and Poirot accepted a cigarette. A swift, knowing glance passed between them. "You prefer Turkish, I see," remarked Japp, rolling the cigarette between his fingers. "Yes, my apologies. Would you rather have a regular cigarette? I might have one around here somewhere." No, this is perfectly fine." Then Japp leaned forward, his tone shifting. "Perhaps you can guess, Major Eustace, why I've come to see you." The other man shook his head, his manner casual. Major Eustace was tall, reasonably handsome in a slightly rough way. There was a puffiness around his eyes, small, shrewd eyes that contradicted the cheerful friendliness of his demeanor. He said, "No, I've no idea why a chief inspector would pay me a visit. Is it something about my car?" "No, it is not your car. I believe you were acquainted with a Mrs. Barbara Allen, Major Eustace." The Major leaned back, blew out a cloud of smoke, and replied in a tone of sudden understanding, "Oh, so that's it, I suppose. I should have guessed. A very tragic affair. You are aware of it? Saw it in the paper last night. Dreadful business. You knew Mrs. Allen out in India, I understand?" "Yes, that was several years ago now." "Did you also know her husband?" There was a pause, barely a second, but in that instant his small, calculating eyes darted a quick glance at the faces of the two men. Then he answered, "No, actually, I never met Allen." "But you heard something about him, heard he was something of a scoundrel. Of course, that was only gossip. Mrs. Allen never mentioned him. She never discussed him. You were on close terms with her." Major Eustace shrugged. "We were old friends, you understand, old friends, but we didn't meet very frequently." "But you did see her that final evening, the evening of November 5th? "Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. You visited her home, I believe." Major Eustace nodded. His voice took on a soft, sorrowful note. "Yes, she asked me to advise her on some investments. Of course, I can see what you're implying, her state of mind, all that sort of thing. Well, truly, it's very hard to say." Her manner seemed ordinary enough, yet she was a bit on edge, now that I think about it. "But she gave you no indication of what she intended to do?" "Not the slightest. In fact, when I said goodbye, I told her I'd call her soon and we'd go see a show together. You said you'd call her? Those were your final words?" "Yes. Curious. I have information that you said something quite different." Eustace's face coloured slightly. "Well, of course, I can't recall the exact phrasing. My information is that what you actually said was, 'Well, think it over and let me know.'" "Let me think. Yes, I believe you may be right. Not exactly those words, but something along those lines. I believe I was suggesting she let me know when she had some free time." "That's not quite the same thing, is it?" Japp replied. Major Eustace gave a dismissive shrug. "My good man, you can't expect someone to recall every word they've spoken on some random occasion." "And what was Mrs. Allen's response?" "She said she'd call me, at least that's what I remember." "Then you said, 'All right. See you later.'" "Probably. Something along those lines." Japp's tone grew quieter, more deliberate. "You mentioned Mrs. Allen wanted your advice on investments?" Did she by any chance give you $200 in cash to handle for her?" Eustace's face darkened to a deep crimson. He leaned forward, his voice a low growl. "What on earth are you implying? A simple question. Did she or didn't she?" "That is a private matter, Chief Inspector." Japp remained calm. Mrs. Allen withdrew $200 in cash from her account. Some were in $20 bills. The serial numbers, as you know, can be traced. So what if she did? Was that money for investing? Or was it perhaps for something else, like blackmail Major Eustace? "That's an outrageous suggestion. What will you accuse me of next?" Adopting his most formal tone, Japp continued. "Major Eustace, I must now ask if you are willing to accompany me to the station to give a formal statement. You are, of course, not obliged to do so, and you may have an attorney present if you wish." "An attorney? Why would I need one of those? And why are you cautioning me? We are investigating the circumstances surrounding Mrs. Allen's death." "Good heavens, man, you can't possibly think that's absurd." "All right. Here is what actually happened. I went to see Barbara by appointment." "At what time was this?" "Roughly 9:30, I'd say. We sat and talked. And smoked, I assume." "Yes, we smoked." "Is there something criminal about that?" The Major retorted defiantly. "Where did this conversation take place?" "In the living room just to the left of the front door. We had a perfectly civil discussion, as I said. I left just before 10:30. I paused on the front steps for a final word." "Final words, indeed," Poirot murmured softly. "And who might you be?" Eustace snapped, turning toward him. "Some sort of foreigner. What business is it of yours?" "I am Hercule Poirot," the little man stated with quiet dignity. "I don't care if you're the Statue of Liberty. As I was saying, Barbara and I parted on good terms. I drove directly to the Metropolitan Club. I arrived at 10:35 and went straight to the card room. I played bridge there until 1:30 in the morning." "There you have it. Take that and make of it what you will." "I do not take things," Poirot remarked. "It is a rather convenient alibi you present. It should be a solid one. Well, sir." He turned back to Japp. "Are you satisfied? You remained in the living room the entire time during your visit?" "Yes." "You did not go upstairs to Mrs. Allen's private sitting room?" "No, I told you we stayed in that one room and never left it." Japp studied him thoughtfully for a moment. "How many pairs of cufflinks do you own?" "Cufflinks? What does that have to do with anything? You are not required to answer." "Answer? I don't mind answering. I have nothing to hide, and I will expect an apology. I'm wearing these." He extended his arms, and Japp noted the gold and platinum links with a nod. "And I also have these." He stood, opened a drawer, and took out a small case. He opened it and thrust it almost rudely toward Japp. "A nice design," the Chief Inspector observed. "I see one is damaged. A bit of the enamel is chipped. What of it? You wouldn't recall when that happened, I suppose? A day or two ago, not longer. Would it surprise you to learn it happened while you were visiting Mrs. Allen? Why should it? I haven't denied being there." The Major's tone was haughty, his performance one of righteous indignation, but his hands had begun to tremble. Japp leaned in, his voice heavy with intent. "That cufflink wasn't discovered in the sitting room. It was found upstairs in Mrs. Allen's private boudoir, the very room where she was murdered, and where a man had been sitting smoking the same brand of cigarettes you favor. The impact was immediate." Eustace recoiled into his chair, his eyes darting wildly. The transformation from blustering bully to a cowering figure was an ugly spectacle. "You have no evidence against me," he whined. "This is a set-up, but it won't work. I have an alibi. I never returned to that house that night." Poirot spoke next, his tone measured. "Correct, you did not return because you had no need to. It is possible Mrs. Allen was already dead when you departed. That's absurd, impossible. She was right inside the doorway. She spoke to me. People must have heard her, seen her." Poirot's voice softened to a murmur. "They heard you speaking to her and then pretending to wait for a reply before speaking again. An old trick that people assumed her presence. but they did not truly see her. They could not even say if she wore evening dress or recall the color of her gown. "My God, it isn't true, it can't be." He was trembling now, utterly broken. Japp regarded him with distaste and spoke with crisp authority. "I must ask you, sir, to come with me. You're arresting me. We'll call it detained for further inquiry." A long, shuddering sigh broke the silence. The voice of the former Major Eustace was filled with despair. "I'm finished." Hercule Poirot rubbed his hands together, a cheerful smile on his face. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. "Quite the dramatic collapse," Japp remarked with professional admiration later that day as their car moved along the Brompton Road. He knew the game was up. Poirot said absently. "We have more than enough on him," Japp continued. "Several aliases, a questionable check incident, and a rather elegant swindle from when he posed as Colonel de Bath at the Ritz, cheating numerous Piccadilly shopkeepers. We're holding him on those charges while we finalize this matter. But what's the idea of this sudden trip, old man?" "My friend, an affair must be concluded with precision. Every detail must be accounted for. I am pursuing the mystery you mentioned. The mystery of the vanishing attaché case." "The mystery of the small attaché case is what I called it. It isn't vanished as far as I know. Patience, mon ami." The car turned into the Mews. At the door of number 14, Jane Plenderleith was just stepping out of a small Austin 7, dressed in golfing attire. She looked from one man to the other, then produced a key. "Come in, won't you?" She led the way. Japp followed her into the sitting room. Poirot lingered in the hall for a moment, muttering something about troublesome coat sleeves. After a brief pause, he entered the room without his overcoat. Japp's moustache twitched. He had heard the faintest squeak of a cupboard door opening. He shot Poirot an inquiring glance and received an almost imperceptible nod in return. "We won't keep you long, Miss Plenderleith," said Japp briskly. "We merely came to ask if you knew the name of Mrs. Allen's solicitor. Her solicitor." The girl shook her head. "I didn't even know she had one." "Well, when she rented this house with you, someone must have prepared the agreement. No, I don't believe so, you see. I took the house. The lease is in my name. Barbara simply paid me half the rent each month. It was a very informal arrangement." "I see. Well, I suppose that's that then. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful," Jane said politely. Japp turned toward the door. "Been out on the course?" "Yes." A faint flush colored her cheeks. "I suppose that seems rather unfeeling to you. The truth is, being in this house really weighed on me. I felt like I had to get out and do something, exhaust myself, or I'd just suffocate." Her voice was sharp with feeling. Poirot responded at once. "I understand completely, mademoiselle. It is perfectly natural to sit here alone with your thoughts." "No, that would not be easy, as long as you see that," Jane replied curtly. "Do you belong to a club?" "Yes, I play at Wentworth." "It has been a lovely day," Poirot remarked, though sadly, "most of the leaves have fallen now. Just last week the woods were a spectacle of colour. It was beautiful today," she agreed. "Good afternoon, Miss Plenderleith," Japp said formally. "I'll inform you when we have something definite. In fact, we are holding a man for questioning." "Who?" She looked at them intently. "Major Eustace?" She gave a slight nod and turned away, bending to light the fire with a match once their car had rounded the corner of the Mews. Japp asked. "Well," Poirot smiled, "it was straightforward. The key was in the door this time. And," Poirot's smile widened, "well, my friend, the golf clubs were gone, naturally. The woman is no fool, whatever else she may be. Anything else missing?" Poirot gave a slow nod. "Yes, the small attaché case." Japp's foot pressed hard on the accelerator. "Blast it!" he exclaimed. "I knew I was missing something, but what in the world is it?" "I went through that case thoroughly. My dear Japp, it is, as one might say, elementary." Japp shot him an irritated look. "Where are we headed?" he asked. Poirot checked his watch. "It is not yet 4. We could reach Wentworth before dark, I believe." "You think she actually went there?" "I do, yes. She would anticipate our making inquiries." "Oh yes, I expect we will confirm she has been there." Jap grunted. "All right, let's go." He skillfully navigated through the traffic. Though what that attaché case has to do with the crime, I can't fathom. I don't see any connection at all. Precisely, my friend. I agree it has nothing to do with it. Then why? No, don't explain. Order and method, everything neatly tied up. Fine. It's a pleasant day for a drive anyway. The car was powerful, and they arrived at Wentworth Golf Club a little after 4:30. On a weekday, the place was not crowded. Poirot went directly to the caddy master and requested Miss Plenderleith's clubs, explaining she would be playing a different course tomorrow. The caddy master called out, and a boy sorted through some bags in the corner, finally producing one marked with the initials J.P. "Thank you," said Poirot. He turned as if to leave, then asked casually, "She didn't leave a small attaché case here as well, did she?" "Not today, sir. Might have left it in the clubhouse." "Was she here today?" "Oh, yes, I saw her." "Do you know which caddy she used?" "She's misplaced that case and can't recall where she last had it." She didn't take a caddy. She came in, bought a couple of balls, and just took out 2 irons. I rather think she had a little case in her hand at the time. Poirot thanked him and walked away. The 2 men strolled around the clubhouse. Poirot paused to admire the view. It is quite beautiful, isn't it? The dark pines and then the lake. Yes, the lake. Jap glanced at him sharply. "That's the idea, is it?" Poirot smiled. "I think it is possible someone may have observed something. If I were you, I would initiate some discreet inquiries. 10. Poirot stepped back, tilting his head as he surveyed the room's arrangement. "A chair here, another there. Yes, that would do nicely. And now the doorbell, that would be Jap." The Scotland Yard inspector entered briskly. "Right you are. Straight from the source. A young woman was seen throwing something into the lake at Wentworth yesterday. The description matches Jane Plenderleith. We managed to retrieve it without much trouble. A whole patch of reeds right there. And it was. It was the attaché case, no doubt about it. But why on earth would she do that? Honestly, it's got me stumped. Empty inside, not even the magazines. Why would a seemingly sensible young woman toss an expensive, well-fitted dressing case into a lake? I'll tell you, I lost sleep over it. Just couldn't make sense of the whole thing. My poor Jap, but you can stop worrying now. The answer is on its way. I believe that was the doorbell. George Poirot's impeccably dressed manservant opened the door and announced, "Miss Plenderleith." The young woman entered with her usual air of total confidence. She acknowledged both men. "I requested your presence here," Poirot explained. "Please sit here and you there, Jap, as I have some news to share." She took a seat, glancing between them as she pushed her hat back. With an impatient gesture, she removed it entirely and set it aside. "Well," she began, "I see Major Eustace has been arrested. You read that in the morning paper, I assume?" "Yes. He is currently charged with a lesser offence," Poirot continued. "Meanwhile, we are compiling evidence related to the murder." "So it was murder, then?" She posed the question eagerly. Poirot gave a firm nod. "Yes," he stated, "it was murder, the deliberate act of one person ending the life of another." A slight shiver passed through her. "Please," she murmured, "that sounds so dreadful when you phrase it that way." "Yes, because it is dreadful." He paused briefly, then said, "Now, Miss Plenderleith, I intend to explain precisely how I deduced the truth in this matter." Her eyes moved from Poirot to Jap. The latter offered a knowing smile. "He has his own methods, Miss Plenderleith," Jap remarked. "I indulge him, you understand." "I suppose we should hear him out." Poirot began his explanation. "As you are aware, mademoiselle, I arrived at the crime scene with my friend on the morning of November 6th. Upon entering the room where Mrs. Allen's body was discovered, I was immediately struck by several peculiar details. You see, there were decidedly odd elements in that room." "Go on," the girl urged too. "Start," said Poirot. "There was the matter of the cigarette smoke." "I think you're stretching there, Poirot," Jap interjected. "I didn't smell a thing." Poirot turned to him swiftly. Exactly. You detected no stale smoke. Neither did I. And that was exceedingly strange, because the door and window were both shut, and the ashtray held the stubs of 10 cigarettes. It was odd, very odd indeed, that the room smelled perfectly fresh, as it did. So that's what you were hinting at, Japp sighed with a touch of exasperation. You always have to approach things in such a roundabout manner. Your Sherlock Holmes did the same, recall. He highlighted the curious incident of the dog in the night time, and the point was that there was no curious incident. The dog did nothing. But let us proceed. The next detail that caught my attention was the wristwatch on the deceased woman. What about it? Nothing specific, but it was worn on the right wrist. In my experience, it is more common for a watch to be worn on the left wrist. Japp merely shrugged before he could comment. Poirot pressed on, however, as you imply, that is not conclusive. Some individuals simply prefer the right hand. Now I come to something far more compelling. I come, my friends, to the writing desk. Yes, I had a feeling you'd get to that, said Japp. It was genuinely peculiar. Remarkable, even. For 2 reasons. The first was that something was absent from that writing table. Jane Plenderleith leaned forward. What was missing? Poirot turned to her. A sheet of blotting paper, mademoiselle. The blotter had a clean, unused sheet on top. Jane gave a dismissive shrug. Really, Poirot, people do sometimes remove a heavily used sheet. True, but what do they typically do with it? They discard it into the waste paper basket, do they not? Yet it was not there. I checked. Jane Plenderleith appeared increasingly impatient, her fingers tapping lightly on the arm of her chair, a small, restless detail that hadn't been in the original account, hinting at a tension she was struggling to conceal. The blotting paper was likely discarded the day before, which would explain why the sheet was clean. Barbara hadn't written any letters that day. However, that explanation doesn't quite hold up. Mrs. Allen was observed going to the post box that evening, so she must have been writing. She couldn't have written downstairs, as there were no writing materials there, and it's unlikely she would have gone to your room to do so. So what became of the sheet she used to blot her letters? People do sometimes toss things into a fire instead of a wastebasket, but the room only had a gas fire. The downstairs fireplace hadn't been used the previous day. As you mentioned, it was laid and ready when you lit it. This presented a curious little puzzle. I searched everywhere, the wastebaskets, the dustbin, but I couldn't locate a single used sheet of blotting paper. That struck me as very significant. It seemed as though someone had intentionally removed it. Why? Because any writing on it could have been easily read by holding it up to a mirror. But there was a second odd detail about the writing desk. Perhaps you recall its general arrangement, Japp. The blotter and inkwell were in the center, the pen tray to the left, and a calendar with a quill pen to the right. Notice anything? The quill pen was merely decorative. It hadn't been used, still not seeing it. Let me repeat. Blotter in the center, pen tray on the left, but isn't a pen tray usually placed on the right, within easy reach of the right hand? Ah, now it clicks, doesn't it? The pen tray on the left, the wristwatch on the right wrist, the missing blotting paper. And one more item brought into the room, the ashtray full of cigarette ends. That room smelled fresh and clean. Japp, like one where the window had been left open, not shut all night. And from these pieces I formed a picture. He turned sharply to face Jane. A picture of you arriving in your taxi, paying the driver, hurrying up the stairs, perhaps calling out Barbara's name. You open the door and find your friend lying there, dead, the pistol clutched in her hand, her left hand naturally since she was left-handed, which also explains why the bullet entered the left side of her head. There's a note addressed to you. It explains what drove her to take her own life. I imagine it was a deeply moving letter. A young, gentle, unhappy woman pushed to the brink by a blackmailer. Almost instantly, an idea must have flashed through your mind. This was that certain man's doing. Let him face the full consequences. Let him be properly punished. You take the pistol, wipe it clean, and place it in her right hand. You take the note and tear off the top sheet of the blotting paper it was blotted on. You go downstairs, light the fire, and burn them both. Then you carry up the ashtray to support the illusion that two people had been talking there, and you also pick up a fragment of an enamel cufflink from the floor. That was a lucky find. You probably hoped it would seal the case. Then you close the window and lock the door. There must be no suspicion that you tampered with the scene. The police needed to see it exactly as it was, so you didn't seek help from the Mews but called the police directly. And so the performance continued. You played your chosen role with judgment and coolness. At first you refused to say much, but cleverly planted doubts about suicide. Later, you were quite ready to steer us toward Major Eustace. It was clever, mademoiselle, a very clever murder, because that's what it was, the attempted murder of Major Eustace. Jane Plenderleith leapt to her feet. It wasn't murder, it was justice. That man hounded poor Barbara to her death. She was so sweet and helpless. You see, the poor kid got involved with a man in India shortly after she arrived, a mistake that haunted her long after she thought she'd left it behind. She was just 17, and he was a married man, years her senior. When she had his child, she could have given it up, but she refused. Instead, she went away to a quiet, remote place and returned calling herself Mrs. Allen. Later, the baby died. She came back here and fell in love with Charles, that self-important, stuffy man. She adored him, and he accepted her devotion with smug satisfaction. If he had been a different sort of person, I would have told her to confess everything. But given who he was, I urged her to keep it secret. After all, I was the only one who knew. Then that devil Eustace appeared. You know what happened next? He started bleeding her dry, but it wasn't until that final evening she realized she was putting Charles at risk, too. A man with money and a terror of scandal. Once she married Charles, Eustace would have her trapped. After he left with the money she'd scraped together, she sat alone thinking it over. Then she came upstairs and wrote me a letter. She said she loved Charles and couldn't live without him. But for his sake, she mustn't marry him. She believed she was choosing the cleanest way out. Jane threw her head back. "Can you blame me for what I did? And you stand there calling it murder." "Because it is murder." Poirot's voice was firm. "Murder may sometimes feel justified, but it remains murder. You are honest and clear-sighted. Face the truth. Your friend died in the end because she lacked the courage to go on living. We can sympathize, we can pity her, but the fact stands. The choice was hers, not another's." He paused. "And you, that man, is now in prison, serving a long sentence for other crimes. Do you truly wish by your own will to end the life, the very life of another person?" She stared at him, her eyes darkening. Suddenly she muttered, "No, you're right, I don't." Then she turned on her heel and left the room swiftly. The outer door slammed shut. Japp let out a long, drawn-out whistle. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. Poirot sat down and gave him a mild smile. The silence lingered before Japp finally spoke. "So it wasn't murder disguised as suicide. It was suicide made to look like murder." "Yes, and very cleverly done." "Nothing was overdone," Japp said abruptly. "But the attaché case? What was its role, my dear friend? I have already told you it played no role." "Then why the golf clubs, Japp?" "The golf clubs? They belonged to a left-handed player. Jane Plenderleith kept her clubs at Wentworth. Those were Barbara Allen's clubs. No wonder the girl panicked when we opened that cupboard. Her whole scheme could have unraveled right then. But she's quick. She realized she'd given herself away. If only for a moment she saw that we had noticed. So she did the best thing she could think of on the spot. She tried to steer our attention toward the wrong object. She said of the attaché case, "That's mine. It came back with me this morning, so there can't be anything there." And just as she hoped, off you went on a false trail. For the same reason, the next day, when she went to dispose of the golf clubs, she kept using the attaché case as a, what do you call it, a red herring. A red herring, So you mean her real goal was, consider, my friend, where is the best place to get rid of a bag of golf clubs? You can't burn them or toss them in a trash bin. If you leave them somewhere, they might be returned. Miss Plenderleith took them to a golf course. She left them in the clubhouse while she fetched a couple of irons from her own bag, then played around without a caddy. No doubt at careful intervals she broke a club in half and tossed it into some thick brush, finishing by discarding the empty bag. If anyone ever found a broken golf club here or there, it wouldn't raise an eyebrow. Golf has a way of pushing people to the absolute edge. In fits of sheer frustration, players have been seen snapping their clubs in half and hurling them away. It's that kind of sport. But since she knows her behavior might still draw attention, she creates a diversion by tossing that handy red herring, the attaché case, into the lake with a bit of a dramatic flourish. And there you have it, the real story behind the mystery of the attaché case. Japp stared at his companion for a long moment without saying a word. Then he stood up, gave him a hearty slap on the back, and broke into loud laughter. Not too shabby for an old-timer. Honestly, you really take the prize. How about stepping out for a bite of lunch? Delighted, my friend, though we'll skip the actual prize. Instead, let's enjoy a mushroom omelette, a lovely veal stew, some French-style peas, and, to finish, a nice rum baba. You're on, said Japp. The incredible thief won. While the butler served the soufflé, Lord Mayfield turned toward the guest on his right, Lady Julia Carrington, and spoke in a confidential tone. Renowned as an impeccable host, Lord Mayfield worked diligently to uphold that reputation. A lifelong bachelor, he nevertheless possessed a natural charm around women. Lady Julia Carrington was 40, tall with dark hair and a lively energy. She was strikingly slender, yet retained her beauty, with especially delicate hands and feet. Her manner was quick and restless, like someone constantly running on nervous energy. Directly across the round table sat her husband, Air Marshal Sir George Carrington. His career had started in the Navy, and he still carried the hearty, straightforward demeanour of a former sailor. He was laughing and joking with the lovely Mrs. Vanderlyn, who was seated on the other side of their host. Mrs. Vanderlyn was a remarkably attractive blonde. Her speech carried just a hint of an American accent, enough to be appealing without overdoing it. On Sir George's other side sat Mrs. Macatta, a Member of Parliament. A leading expert on housing and child welfare, she tended to snap out short statements rather than speak them, and her overall presence was somewhat intimidating. Naturally, the Air Marshal found his right-hand neighbour far more pleasant to converse with. Mrs. Macatta, who never missed a chance to discuss her work, fired off quick bursts of facts about her pet causes to her left-hand neighbour, young Reggie Carrington. Reggie Carrington was 21 and had zero interest in housing, child welfare, or politics of any kind. He occasionally murmured, "How awful," or "I couldn't agree more," while his mind was clearly somewhere else entirely. Mr. Carlyle, Lord Mayfield's private secretary, was seated between young Reggie and his mother. A quiet, pale young man wearing pince-nez, he had an air of intelligent reserve. He spoke little, but was always ready to jump into any conversational gap. Noticing Reggie fighting back a yawn, he leaned forward and skillfully asked Mrs. Macatta a question about her Fitness for Children initiative around the table, moving quietly in the soft amber light. A butler and 2 footmen presented dishes and refilled wine glasses. Lord Mayfield paid his chef an exceptionally high salary and was known as a true wine connoisseur. Though the table was round, there was no question about who was presiding. Where Lord Mayfield sat was unmistakably the head. He was a large man, broad-shouldered, with thick silver hair, a strong straight nose and a somewhat prominent chin, a face that cartoonists would find easy to sketch. Before becoming Lord Mayfield, he was Sir Charles McLaughlin, who had balanced a political career with running a major engineering firm. He was an accomplished engineer in his own right. His peerage had been granted a year ago, and at the same time he had been appointed the First Minister of Armaments, a brand new ministry that was just getting off the ground, Dessert had been set out. The port had made one circuit, catching Mrs. Vanderlyn's eye. Lady Julia stood. The three women exited the room. The port went around once more, and Lord Mayfield made a casual remark about the pheasant shooting. The conversation remained light and casual for about 5 minutes. Then Sir George turned to the younger man. "Reggie, I expect you'd prefer to join the others in the drawing-room. I'm sure Lord Mayfield won't mind." The boy accepted the hint gracefully. "Thank you, Lord Mayfield, I believe I will." Mr. Carlyle cleared his throat. "If you'll excuse me as well, Lord Mayfield, I have some memoranda and other tasks to complete." Lord Mayfield gave a brief nod. The two younger men departed, leaving the Minister for Armaments and the head of the Air Force alone, the servants having withdrawn earlier. After a moment of silence, Carrington leaned forward. "So is it really as good as they say, without question?" Lord Mayfield affirmed, "No other nation in Europe has anything that comes close to this new bomber. Leaves them in the dust, does it?" "That was my impression. Complete air supremacy." Lord Mayfield stated decisively. Sir George Carrington released a heavy sigh. "And about time, Charles. We've been navigating a very delicate period. The whole continent is sitting on a powder keg, and the truth is, we weren't prepared. We've had an uncomfortably close call, frankly. We're not entirely in the clear yet, no matter how fast we ramp up production." Lord Mayfield offered a quieter counterpoint. "There is a strategic benefit to our late start, George. Much of the European equipment is already obsolete, and their treasuries are dangerously depleted." "I never put much stock in that bankruptcy talk," Sir George replied gloomily. "You hear it about one nation or another constantly? Yet they all soldier on. The whole world of finance is a complete puzzle to me." Lord Mayfield's eyes held a faint glimmer of amusement. Sir George so perfectly embodied the classic bluff, honest old sea dog that some suspected it was a carefully cultivated persona. Changing the subject with a studied nonchalance, Carrington remarked, "Mrs. Vanderlyn is quite an attractive woman, isn't she?" Lord Mayfield's amused look returned. "Are you wondering what she's doing here this weekend?" Carrington shifted slightly, appearing somewhat flustered. "Not at all, not at all." "Oh, come now, George, don't be an old humbug," Lord Mayfield chided with a grin. "You were wondering with a touch of professional concern if I had become her latest conquest." Carrington admitted slowly, "I will confess it struck me as somewhat peculiar for her to be here, given the specific nature of this gathering." Lord Mayfield nodded in agreement. "Where the prize is, the scavengers gather. We are in possession of a very significant prize, and Mrs. Vanderlyn could easily be considered the lead scavenger." The Air Marshal asked bluntly, "What do you actually know about her?" Lord Mayfield meticulously prepared and lit a cigar. He took a deliberate puff before speaking with measured clarity. "What do I know about Mrs. Vanderlyn? I know she is an American. I know she has had 3 husbands, 1 Italian, 1 German, and 1 Russian, which has afforded her what are popularly termed useful contacts across 3 different countries. I know she maintains a wardrobe of extreme expense and a lifestyle of considerable luxury, and there is some ambiguity regarding the source of the income that permits it." Sir George Carrington gave a low chuckle. "I see your sources have been thorough, Charles." "I also know," Lord Mayfield continued, "that beyond her considerable physical charms, Mrs. Vanderlyn is an exceptionally attentive listener. She possesses a knack for displaying a fascinated interest in professional shop talk. A man can explain the intricacies of his work to her and feel he is the most compelling conversationalist in the room. Several over-eager junior officers, in their zeal to be compelling, have shared a little more than was prudent, and their careers have suffered for it. Nearly all her acquaintances are in the military, but last winter she was hunting in a county adjacent to one of our major armament manufacturers. There she cultivated friendships of a decidedly non-sporting character. In short, Mrs. Vanderlyn is an extremely useful asset too." He traced a vague circle in the air with his cigar. "Perhaps we should not specify to whom we will simply inform a European power, and perhaps more than one. Carrington let out a long, relieved sigh. "You've lifted a tremendous weight from my shoulders, Charles. Did you imagine I'd been taken in by the siren's song?" "My dear George, Mrs. Vanderlyn's methods are a touch too transparent for a cautious old fox like myself. And, as they say, she isn't quite the spring chicken she once was. Your younger officers might overlook that, but I'm 56. In a few more years, I'll likely be that tiresome old fellow endlessly hovering around reluctant debutantes." "I was an idiot," Carrington admitted. "But it did strike me as peculiar that she should be here as part of a rather intimate family gathering, precisely when you and I were scheduled for a private discussion about a discovery that could completely reshape air defense strategy." Sir George Carrington gave a slow nod. Lord Mayfield smiled thinly. "That's the entire point. That's the lure." "The lure, look, George, to put it in cinematic terms? We have nothing concrete on the woman, and we need something. She's gotten away with far more than she should have in the past, but she's been careful, exceedingly careful. We know what she's been doing, but we lack definitive proof. We need to tempt her with something significant. Significant meaning the specifications for the new bomber." "Precisely. It must be substantial enough to persuade her to take a risk, to step out into the open, and then we have her." Sir George gave a low grunt. "Well, I suppose it's sound. But what if she refuses to take the bait? That would be unfortunate," Lord Mayfield conceded. Then he added with quiet confidence, "But I believe she will." He stood. "Shall we rejoin the ladies in the drawing-room? We mustn't keep your wife from her bridge." Sir George grumbled. "Julia is far too devoted to that game. She loses a small fortune over it. She can't afford to play for such high stakes, and I've told her so. The problem is, Julia has a gambler's heart." As he moved around the table to join his host, he said, "Well, I hope your scheme succeeds, Charles." In the drawing-room, the conversation had repeatedly stalled. Mrs. Vanderlyn often found herself at a loss when left solely with other women. That charming, attentive manner so prized by men somehow failed to endear her to her own sex. Lady Julia's manners could be either impeccable or utterly lacking, and on this occasion she disliked Mrs. Vanderlyn and was profoundly bored by Mrs. Macatta, making little effort to hide it. Talk dwindled and might have died altogether were it not for the latter. Mrs. Macatta was a woman of intense earnestness. She dismissed Mrs. Vanderlyn outright as a frivolous parasite. She attempted to engage Lady Julia in details of an upcoming charity event she was organizing. Lady Julia replied with vague disinterest, stifled a yawn or two, and retreated into her own private worries. Why didn't Charles and George come? Men were so tiresome. Her responses grew even more dismissive as she became absorbed in her own anxious thoughts. The three women were sitting in a stiff silence when the men finally entered. Lord Mayfield observed to himself, "Julia looks unwell tonight. The woman is a bundle of nerves." Aloud, he suggested, "How about a rubber of bridge?" Lady Julia's spirits lifted immediately. The game was as essential to her as air. Reggie Carrington entered the room just then, and a four was arranged. Lady Julia, Mrs. Vanderlyn, Sir George, and young Reggie took their places at the card table. Lord Mayfield turned his attention to the duty of entertaining Mrs. Macatta. After 2 rubbers had been played, Sir George made a show of glancing at the mantel clock. "Hardly worth starting another," he remarked. His wife looked vexed. "It's only 11:15. We could play a short one." "They never are short, my dear," said Sir George amiably. "Besides, Charles and I have work to attend to." Mrs. Vanderlyn murmured with a light, practised laugh, "How very important that sounds. I imagine those brilliant minds steering the ship of state never truly get a proper break." "A standard work week is a luxury we don't enjoy," Sir George replied. Mrs. Vanderlyn offered a soft, almost self-deprecating laugh. "Forgive the wide-eyed American in me, but I must confess I find it utterly thrilling to be in the presence of those who guide a nation's future. I suppose that must sound terribly unsophisticated to you, Sir George." "My dear Mrs. Vanderlyn, "I would never apply such terms to you," he said, his smile meeting her gaze with a trace of amusement she did not fail to notice. With practiced grace, she shifted her attention to Reggie, her expression softening. "I'm so disappointed our bridge partnership has ended. That 4-no-trump bid of yours was absolutely inspired." Reggie, flushing with pleasure, mumbled a modest, "Just a lucky guess, really." "Nonsense, it was pure deduction. You worked it all out from the bidding and played the hand perfectly. I thought it was brilliant." Lady Julia stood up suddenly, a wave of irritation washing over her. The woman wasn't just laying it on thick, she was using a trowel, but then her gaze fell on her son and her expression softened. He was drinking it all in, looking so pathetically young and pleased with himself, so utterly guileless. No wonder he found himself in constant trouble. He was too trusting by half, with a nature that was simply too sweet for his own good. George, of course, understood none of this. Men could be so brutally unsympathetic, completely forgetting their own youthful follies. He was far too harsh on the boy. As Mrs. McCatter also rose, the group exchanged good nights, and the three women departed. Lord Mayfield poured 2 drinks, handing one to Sir George, just as Mr. Carlyle appeared at the doorway. "Carlyle, would you fetch the files and all the relevant papers, including the blueprints and the prints? The Air Marshal and I will be along directly. We'll just take a brief stroll outside first, George. The rain has finally let up." As Mr. Carlyle turned to leave, he murmured an apology, nearly bumping into Mrs. Vanderlyn, who was gliding back into the room. "My book," she explained softly. "I was reading it before dinner." Reggie eagerly sprang forward, retrieving a volume from the sofa. "This one? Oh, yes, thank you ever so much." With another sweet smile and a final good night, she left. Sir George pushed open one of the French windows. "It's turned into a perfect night," he observed. "A stroll is an excellent idea." "Well, good night, sir. I'll be off to bed," Reggie said, collecting the detective novel he'd started earlier before exiting. Lord Mayfield and Sir George stepped onto the terrace. Above them, the sky was a clear expanse, brilliantly dotted with stars. Sir George took a deep breath and immediately grimaced. "Phew! That woman wears enough perfume to fumigate a hotel." Lord Mayfield chuckled. "At least it's the expensive sort. One of the most exclusive brands, I'd wager." "I suppose we should be grateful for small mercies," Sir George replied dryly. "You certainly should. A woman drenched in cheap scent is one of life's great atrocities." Sir George glanced upward. "Remarkable how it's cleared. I could hear it pouring down during dinner." The two men began a leisurely walk along the full length of the terrace, which offered a sweeping, magnificent view over the rolling Sussex countryside. Sir George lit a cigar. Now, concerning that new metal alloy, he began, launching them into a detailed technical discussion. On their 5th pass, near the far end, Lord Mayfield sighed. "Right. I suppose we'd better get down to business. Yes, a fair bit of work ahead of us." They turned to retrace their steps, and Lord Mayfield suddenly stopped short, uttering a sharp exclamation. "I say, did you see that?" "See what?" asked Sir George. "I thought I saw someone, a shadow, really, slip away from my study window across the terrace." "You're imagining things, old man. I didn't see a thing." "Well, I did. Or my eyes are playing tricks in this starlight. My gaze was fixed directly down the length of the terrace. I would have noticed anything worth noticing. There isn't much that escapes me, even if I do need to hold the newspaper at a distance to read it." Lord Mayfield gave a low chuckle. "I believe I have you beat on that score, George. I can read perfectly well without any spectacles." "Ah, but can you reliably identify the gentleman across the parliamentary floor? Or is that monocle of yours purely for intimidation?" Still laughing, the two men stepped through the open French doors into Lord Mayfield's study. His secretary, Mr. Carlyle, was by the safe, carefully organizing papers into a file. He glanced up as they entered. "Ah, Carlyle, is everything prepared?" "Yes, Lord Mayfield. All the documents are arranged on your desk." The desk was a substantial, imposing piece of mahogany furniture, positioned in the corner by the window. Lord Mayfield moved to it and began sifting through the assembled papers. "It's turned into a lovely evening," Sir George remarked. Mr. Carlyle nodded in agreement. "Indeed it has. Quite remarkable how it cleared so completely after the downpour." Closing his file, Mr. Carlyle inquired, "Will you require anything further from me tonight, Lord Mayfield?" "No, I don't believe so, Carlyle. I'll see to putting these away myself. We may be quite late. You should retire for the night." "Thank you." "Good night, Lord Mayfield. Good night, Sir George. Good night, Carlyle." Just as the secretary was turning to leave, Lord Mayfield's voice cut sharply through the room. "One moment, Carlyle. You've overlooked the most critical item. I beg your pardon, Lord Mayfield. The actual schematics for the bomber man." The secretary stared, confusion etching his features. "They're right there on the very top, sir. They are most certainly not, but I just placed them there myself." "See for yourself," with a dazed expression. The young man approached the desk, somewhat impatiently. The minister gestured toward the pile. Carlyle shuffled through the papers, his bewilderment deepening with each passing second. "You see, they aren't here," the secretary stammered. "But that's impossible. I laid them there not 3 minutes ago," Lord Mayfield said with a strained attempt at good humour. "You must be mistaken. They must still be in the safe." "I don't see how. I know I put them on the desk." Lord Mayfield brushed past him to the open safe. Sir George joined them. A brief but frantic search confirmed the worst. The bomber plans were not there. Stunned and disbelieving, the three men returned to the desk and began turning over the papers once more. "Good God!" Mayfield breathed. "They're gone," Mr. Carlyle exclaimed. "But it's not possible." "Who has been in this room?" the minister snapped. "No one. Absolutely no one." "Be reasonable, Carlyle. Those plans haven't dissolved into the ether. Someone took them. Has Mrs. Vanderlyn been in here?" "Mrs. Vanderlyn? Oh, no, sir." "I'd vouch for that," Carrington said. He sniffed the air pointedly. "You'd know it immediately if she had. That perfume of hers is unmistakable. Nobody has been in here," Carlyle insisted, his voice tight with anxiety. "I can't comprehend it." "Listen, Carlyle," said Lord Mayfield, his tone becoming stern. "Get a hold of yourself. We must get to the bottom of this. Are you absolutely certain the plans were in the safe?" "Absolutely." "You saw them with your own eyes? You didn't merely assume they were with the other documents?" "No, Lord Mayfield. I saw them. I placed them on top of the pile on this desk. And since then, you claim, no one has entered. But have you left the room?" "No. Well, yes, for a moment." "Ah," cried Sir George, "now we're getting somewhere." Lord Mayfield began, "What on earth?" But Carlyle interrupted, his words tumbling out. "Under normal circumstances, Lord Mayfield, I would never have dreamed of leaving the room with such important papers unattended. But I heard a woman scream." "A woman scream?" Lord Mayfield ejaculated, his surprise evident. "Yes, Lord Mayfield, it startled me profoundly. I had just set the papers down when I heard it, and I naturally rushed out into the hall." "Who was it, Mrs.?" "Vanderlyn's French maid. She was on the staircase, halfway up, looking deathly pale and trembling violently, as if she'd seen a ghost. She claimed to have seen an apparition," the secretary stated. "An apparition, indeed, a tall figure, entirely in white, moving silently as if gliding above the ground. What an absurd tale. Precisely what I said to her, Lord Mayfield. She appeared rather embarrassed by the whole affair. She retreated upstairs, and I returned here." "How much time has passed since this occurred?" "Merely a minute or two before you and Sir George entered." "And you were absent from the room for what duration?" The secretary paused to consider. 2 minutes, 3 at the absolute most. More than sufficient time, Lord Mayfield," groaned, his face paling. He suddenly gripped his companion's arm. "George, that shadow I observed slipping from this window, that was the moment?" The instant Carlyle departed, someone slipped in, snatched the documents, and vanished. "Despicable business," Sir George muttered. Then, his own expression hardening, he seized his friend's arm in turn. "Listen, Charles, this is a catastrophic situation. What in heaven's name are we going to do? At the very least, give it a try, Charles. A tense half-hour had elapsed. The two men were sequestered in Lord Mayfield's private study, where Sir George had been applying considerable pressure to convince his friend of a particular course of action. Lord Mayfield, initially vehemently opposed, was beginning to show signs of reluctant acquiescence. "Don't be so infernally stubborn, Charles," Sir George pressed. Lord Mayfield responded slowly, his voice heavy with doubt. "Why involve some obscure foreigner about whom we know nothing?" "Because I happen to know a great deal about him. The man is nothing short of a genius." "Genius?" Lord Mayfield snorted, the word dripping with scepticism. It was all becoming a bit much, really, this frantic midnight conference, the missing plans, and now George proposing they call in some theatrical European detective. The whole situation was descending into farce. "See here, Charles, this is our opportunity. Secrecy is paramount in this affair. If word were to get out—" "You mean when word gets out?" Lord Mayfield corrected bitterly. "Not inevitably. This man, Hercule Poirot, will presumably arrive and produce the plans like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat." Lord Mayfield interjected, his tone now openly sarcastic. "He will uncover the truth. And the truth is what we require. I'm assuming full responsibility for this." After a long, weary silence, Lord Mayfield yielded. "Very well, have it your way, but I fail to see what this individual can possibly accomplish." Sir George immediately reached for the telephone. "I'm contacting him now. He'll be asleep. He can awaken." "Good grief, Charles, you cannot allow that woman to simply get away with this." "You are referring to Mrs. Vanderlyn?" "Who else?" "You surely don't doubt she is the architect of this scheme?" "No, I do not," Lord Mayfield admitted, a flush of humiliation colouring his cheeks. "She has checkmated me most thoroughly. It grates on me to confess, George, that a woman has outmanoeuvred us so completely. But it is the undeniable truth. We will be unable to prove a single thing against her. Yet we both know she was the prime mover behind this entire operation. Women are a profound mystery, and often a curse, Sir George said, with deep feeling. There is not a shred of tangible evidence to connect her to it. We may be convinced she instructed the maid to perform that screaming diversion, and that the man lurking outside was her accomplice. But the infuriating reality is we cannot prove any of it. Perhaps Hercule Poirot can—" Lord Mayfield let out a short, humourless laugh. "By God, George, I always took you for too staunch an old John Bull to place your faith in some Frenchman, regardless of how clever he's supposed to be." "He is not French. He is Belgian," Sir George corrected, somewhat sheepishly. "Fine, summon your Belgian. Let him apply his intellect to this mess. I wager he won't be able to make any more sense of it than we have." Without another word, Sir George picked up the telephone receiver. Hercule Poirot, blinking slightly in the bright light of the study, turned his neatly moustached face from one solemn Englishman to the other. With a delicate motion, he suppressed a yawn. The hour was 2:30 in the morning. He had been roused from a sound sleep and conveyed swiftly through the dark countryside in a powerful Rolls-Royce. He had just listened intently to their recounting of the night's alarming events. "Those are the facts, Mes Poirot," Lord Mayfield concluded. He leaned back in his leather chair and with a practised gesture fixed his monocle into place. Through the lens, a shrewd pale blue eye observed the detective with pronounced scepticism. Poirot's gaze flicked to Sir George Carrington. That gentleman was leaning forward, his expression one of almost boyish anticipation and hope. Poirot steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "I possess the facts. Yes," he said slowly. The maid let out a sharp cry, the secretary hurried from the room, and a shadowy figure slipped inside. The documents were right there on the desk, snatched up in an instant before the intruder vanished. "The circumstances," Poirot observed, "are remarkably accommodating." Something in his delivery of that final remark caught Lord Mayfield's ear. He straightened in his chair, his monocle falling loose. A new sharpness came into his bearing. "I'm sorry, what was that, Monsieur Poirot?" "I remarked that the facts are most convenient for the person who took them." "Incidentally, are you certain the figure you glimpsed was a man?" Lord Mayfield gave a slow shake of his head. I couldn't possibly say. It was merely a shape in the darkness. To be perfectly honest, I began to wonder if I had seen anything at all. Poirot shifted his gaze to the air marshal. And you, Sir George? Could you discern a man or a woman? I never saw anyone myself. With a thoughtful nod, Poirot sprang suddenly to his feet and moved to the writing desk. I can assure you the plans are not there, Lord Mayfield stated. The three of us have gone through those papers repeatedly. All three? You include your secretary, then? Yes, Carlyle. Poirot turned abruptly. Tell me, Lord Mayfield, which document was on top when you first approached the desk? Mayfield frowned, concentrating. Let me think. Yes, it was a preliminary memorandum regarding our air defense positions. Deftly, Poirot selected a paper and brought it over. Is this the one? Lord Mayfield took it and scanned the contents. Yes, that is correct. Poirot carried it to Sir George Carrington. Did you notice this particular paper on the desk? Sir George accepted it, held it at arm's length, then settled his pince-nez on his nose. Yes, quite right, Carlyle. Mayfield and I all examined the stack. This was on top. Poirot nodded thoughtfully, replacing the paper. Mayfield watched him with a trace of puzzlement. If you have further questions, he began. But indeed there is a question, Carlyle. Carlyle is the question. A flush of colour rose in Lord Mayfield's cheeks. Monsieur Poirot, Carlyle is above reproach. He has been my confidential secretary for 9 years. He has access to all my private documents, and I might add, he could have copied those plans and traced the specifications at his leisure without arousing the slightest suspicion. I comprehend your point entirely, said Poirot. Had he been the guilty party, there would have been no need for such a clumsy theatrical theft. Regardless, Lord Mayfield insisted, I have complete faith in Carlyle. I vouch for him personally. Carlyle is sound, Sir George added gruffly. Poirot spread his hands in a graceful gesture, and this Mrs. Vanderlyn, she is, by contrast, entirely unsound. She's a wrong-un, no question, stated Sir George. Lord Mayfield adopted a more measured tone. I believe, Monsieur Poirot, there can be little doubt regarding Mrs. Vanderlyn's activities. The Foreign Office could provide you with more precise information on that subject, and the maid, you presume, is in league with her mistress. Not a shadow of a doubt, Sir George declared. It seems a reasonable assumption, Lord Mayfield conceded more cautiously. A silence fell. Poirot sighed, and almost absent-mindedly adjusted a small ornament on a nearby table. I take it these documents had a direct monetary value. That is, the stolen papers would be worth a considerable sum in cash if delivered to the right party. If offered in a certain quarter, undoubtedly. Such as? Sir George named 2 European powers. Poirot nodded. And this potential value would be general knowledge, I assume. Mrs. Vanderlyn would certainly know it. I said to anyone, I suppose so, yes. Anyone with a rudimentary understanding would grasp the cash value of those plans. Yes, but Monsieur Poirot, Lord Mayfield was beginning to look distinctly uneasy. Poirot raised a hand. I'm merely exploring every avenue, as you say. In a sudden movement he rose again, stepped nimbly through the French window, and, pulling a small flashlight from his pocket, began a meticulous examination of the grass at the far edge of the terrace. The 2 men watched him, the beam of light cutting through the darkness like a slender blade. He entered the room once more, took a seat, and inquired, Lord Mayfield, this criminal, this figure lurking in the shadows, you are not having him actively pursued? Lord Mayfield offered a dismissive shrug. At the far end of the garden he could have easily reached a main road. If a car was waiting for him there, he would be beyond our reach in moments. But the police, Poirot pressed, the roadside patrols. Sir George cut in. You are overlooking the necessity for discretion, Min Poirot. Public knowledge of these stolen plans would be disastrous for the parties standing. We simply cannot afford the scandal. Ah, yes, Poirot murmured. One must always consider politics. Great secrecy is required, so instead of the authorities you send for me. Perhaps it is more straightforward. He allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. After all, When the powerful need a problem to vanish quietly, they call for a discreet broom, not a marching band. Are you confident you can succeed, Poirot? Lord Mayfield's tone held a note of skepticism. The little detective gave a modest gesture. Why not? One has only to think, to ponder the facts. He paused, then said, I would now like to speak with Mr. Carlyle. Of course, said Lord Mayfield, rising. I instructed him to remain available. He will be nearby. He left to fetch the secretary. Alone with Sir George, Poirot turned to him. So then, let us discuss this man on the terrace. My dear Poirot, I have told you I did not see him. I cannot describe what I did not witness. Poirot leaned forward, his gaze intent. You have said so, yes. But the feeling is a little stronger than that, is it not? What do you mean, sir? George replied sharply. How to phrase it? Your disbelief, it is more fundamental. Sir George began to speak, then hesitated. But yes, Poirot encouraged gently. Tell me you were both at the terrace's edge. Lord Mayfield claims to have seen a shadow slip from the window and across the lawn. Why did you not see this shadow? Carrington stared at him, a look of dawning recognition on his face. You've put your finger on it, Mem Poirot. It's been troubling me ever since. I would swear no one left that window. I thought perhaps Mayfield imagined it. A tree branch moving in the wind, something of that sort. Then, when we discovered the robbery, it seemed he must have been right and I was mistaken. And yet, his voice trailed off. Poirot smiled. And yet in your heart you still trust the evidence, or rather the lack of evidence provided by your own eyes. You are correct, Mem Poirot. I do. Wisely so, Poirot said with a sudden approving nod. Sir George asked pointedly, Were there no footprints on the edge of the grass? Poirot confirmed with a nod. Precisely. Lord Mayfield initially fancied he saw a shadow. The robbery then convinced him it was real. He became certain he actually saw the man. But that conviction does not make it so. I do not overly concern myself with footprints, but their absence is telling. The rain was heavy this evening. Had a man crossed from the terrace to the grass, his footprints would have remained. Sir George stared, comprehension dawning. But then that means... It returns us to the house, Poirot finished smoothly, to the people within the house. The door opened, interrupting them, and Lord Mayfield returned with Mr. Carlyle. The secretary, though pale and clearly anxious, had composed himself. Adjusting his glasses, he sat and looked at Poirot expectantly. How long had you been in this room when you heard the cry, monsieur? Poirot asked. Carlyle considered. I should say between 5 and 10 minutes, and before that there was no disturbance of any kind. None. I understand the house party was gathered in one room for most of the evening. Yes, the drawing-room. Poirot consulted his notebook. Sir George Carrington and his wife, Mrs. McCatter, Mrs. Vanderlyn, Mr. Reggie Carrington, Lord Mayfield and yourself. Is that correct? I was not in the drawing-room. I was working here for the bulk of the evening. Poirot turned to Lord Mayfield. Who retired first? I believe it was Lady Julia Carrington. As it happened, the 3 women departed at the same time. What followed? Mr. Carlyle entered, and I instructed him to prepare the documents, as Sir George and I would join him shortly. That was when you chose to take some air on the terrace. Correct? Was the matter of your working in the study mentioned within Mrs. Vanderlyn's hearing? It was referenced, yes. But she was not present when you gave Mr. Carlyle the instruction about the papers. She was not. If I may, Lord Mayfield, interjected Carlyle. Immediately after you spoke, I nearly collided with her in the doorway. She had returned to fetch a book. So you believe she could have overheard? I consider it entirely possible, yes. She returned for a book, Poirot mused. Did you locate the book for her, Lord Mayfield? Reggie handed it to her. Ah, yes. The classic maneuver, the old pretext, one might say, to return for a book. It is a frequently useful tactic. Are you suggesting it was intentional? Poirot offered a non-committal shrug. After that, you 2 gentlemen proceeded to the terrace. And Mrs. Vanderlyn? She departed with her book. And young Mr. Reggie? He retired as well? He did. And Mr. Carlyle came here, and some 5 to 10 minutes later he heard a scream. Proceed, Mr. Carlyle. You heard a scream and went into the hall. Perhaps it would be clearest if you precisely reenacted your movements. Mr. Carlyle rose somewhat stiffly. Allow me to provide the scream, Poirot offered helpfully. He emitted a sharp, high-pitched cry. Lord Mayfield turned his head to conceal a smile, while Mr. Carlyle appeared profoundly uncomfortable. Forward march, Poirot encouraged. That is your cue? Mr. Carlyle moved rigidly to the door, opened it, and exited. Poirot followed with the other 2 gentlemen behind. The door, did you close it behind you or leave it open? I cannot recall precisely. I believe I left it ajar. No matter. Continue with continued formality. Mr. Carlyle walked to the foot of the staircase and stood gazing upward. Poirot said, The maid, you stated, was on the stairs. Where exactly? Approximately halfway up. And she appeared distressed. Decidedly so. Very well, I shall be the maid. Poirot scurried up the steps. Here, a step or 2 higher, like this. Poirot struck a pose. Well, not precisely like that. How then? She had her hands to her head. Ah, her hands to her head. That is most interesting, like so. Poirot raised his arms, placing his palms just above his ears. Yes, that is correct. Aha! And tell me, Mr. Carlyle, she was an attractive girl, yes? I really did not take note. Carlyle's tone was distinctly cool. Aha! You did not notice. But you were a young man. Does a young man not observe when a girl is pretty? Truly, M. Poirot, I can only reiterate that I did not. Carlyle cast a pained look toward his employer. Sir George Carrington gave a short chuckle. M. Poirot seems determined to cast you as quite the ladies' man, Carlyle, he remarked. As for me, I always notice when a girl is pretty, Poirot declared as he descended. Mr. Carlyle met this statement with a pointed silence. Poirot continued. And it was then she recounted this tale of seeing a ghost. Yes. Did you believe her story? Well, hardly, M. Poirot. I do not mean do you believe in ghosts. I mean, did it strike you that the girl herself was genuinely convinced she had seen something? On that point, I could not say. She was certainly breathing rapidly and seemed agitated. Did you see or hear anything of her mistress? Yes, in fact, I did. Mrs. Vanderlyn emerged from her room in the gallery above and called, Leonie, and then the girl hurried up to her, and I returned to the study. While you were standing here at the foot of the stairs, could anyone have entered the study through the door you left open? Carlyle shook his head. Not without passing directly by me. The study door is at the end of the passage, as you can see. Poirot nodded thoughtfully, his eyes briefly scanning the hallway as if noting a fresh scuff mark on the baseboard, a minor detail previously unmentioned. Mr. Carlyle continued in his measured, exact tone. I must admit I am profoundly relieved that Lord Mayfield witnessed the intruder exiting through the window. Without that, my own situation would appear quite uncomfortable. Don't be absurd, Carlyle, Lord Mayfield interjected with a trace of irritation. No reasonable person could possibly suspect you. That is generous of you to say, Lord Mayfield, yet the circumstances speak for themselves. I fully recognize how the situation appears. In fact, I would welcome a complete search of my person and my quarters. Really, my dear man, that's unnecessary, Mayfield insisted. Poirot, however, murmured a quiet question. You are sincere in this desire? Absolutely. I would insist upon it. Poirot studied him thoughtfully for a long moment before giving a slight nod. I understand. He then shifted his inquiry. What is the position of Mrs. Vanderlyn's room in relation to the study? It is directly above it. And does it have a window overlooking the terrace? It does. Another nod from Poirot. Very well, now let us proceed to the drawing room. There he conducted a meticulous inspection. He tested the window latches, examined the bridge scorecards left on the table, and finally turned to address Lord Mayfield. This matter, he declared, is more intricate than it first appears. However, one fact is indisputable. The stolen documents have not been removed from this house. Lord Mayfield stared at him, incredulous. But M. Poirot, the man I saw leaving. There was no man. I saw him with my own eyes. With the utmost respect, Lord Mayfield, your eyes were deceived. The shadow from a tree branch combined with the natural assumption of a robbery created a convincing illusion. What you perceived was not a person. Really, M. Poirot, the evidence of my own sight. I'd back my own peepers against yours any day of the week, old chap. Sir George chimed in, his tone suddenly more casual and almost teasing. You'll have to allow me to be perfectly blunt on this point. Not a soul crossed from the terrace to the lawn. Mr. Carlyle, his face pale and his words stiff, stated the obvious conclusion. Then if M. Poirot is correct, suspicion falls directly on me. I'm the only person who could have taken the plans. Lord Mayfield rose swiftly. That is nonsense. Whatever M. Poirot's theory, I do not share it. I am entirely convinced of your innocence, Carlyle. I would stake my reputation on it. Poirot's mild voice cut through the tension. But I have not said that I suspect Mr. Carlyle. Carlyle countered. You have made it perfectly clear no one else had an opportunity. Not at all. Not at all. I told you no one passed me in the hall to reach the study door. I agree, but someone could have accessed the study from the window. But you just said that did not happen. I said no outsider could have come and gone without leaving traces on the grass. But the movement could have originated from inside the house. Imagine someone exits their room through one of these drawing-room windows, moves quietly along the terrace, enters the study window and returns the same way. Mr. Carlyle objected. But Lord Mayfield and Sir George were on the terrace. They were on the terrace, yes, taking a stroll. Sir George's vision may be exemplary. Poirot offered a small, polite bow, but he does not possess eyes in the back of his head. The study window is at the far left end. These drawing-room windows come next, but the terrace extends further to the right past. How many other rooms? The dining room, the billiard room, the morning room, and the library, supplied Lord Mayfield. And you walked the length of the terrace how many times? 5 or 6 at least. You see, it is simplicity itself. The thief merely had to wait for the opportune moment when your backs were turned, Carlyle said slowly. So you're suggesting that while I was detained in the hall speaking with the maid, the thief was waiting here, in this very room? It is a hypothesis, merely a hypothesis. It strikes me as highly improbable, Lord Mayfield said. Far too great a risk. The Air Marshal, however, disagreed. I don't see it that way, Charles. It's entirely plausible. The terrace is long and in the dark, with 2 men deep in conversation. A careful person could move unseen. He paused, a new thought striking him. In fact, it makes one wonder what other secrets this quiet house might be hiding tonight. It's a wonder I didn't think of that myself, Sir George muttered. Therefore, Poirot continued, I am convinced the documents remain within these walls. Our present task is to locate them. Sir George let out a dismissive huff. Seems straightforward enough. Search everyone and everything. Lord Mayfield began to object, but Poirot was quicker. No, it is not so simple. The thief will be expecting a search and will have ensured the plans are not among their personal effects. They will be concealed in a neutral location. You're not suggesting we turn the entire house upside down, are you? Poirot offered a thin smile. We need not be so destructive. We can deduce the hiding place or the identity of the culprit through logic. That will simplify matters greatly. In the morning I wish to speak with every person in the house. To do so now would be unwise. Lord Mayfield agreed. It would cause far too much speculation to rouse everyone at 3 a.m. Discretion is paramount in this affair. M. Poirot. This must remain confidential. Poirot gave a graceful wave. Leave it to Hercule Poirot. The fabrications I devise are always subtle and persuasive. Tomorrow my inquiries shall begin. But tonight I would like to start by speaking with you, Sir George, and you, Lord Mayfield. He bowed to each man. Alone, if you please. Separately, Lord Mayfield asked, his eyebrows lifting slightly. That is my preference. Very well, I shall leave you with Sir George first. You will find me in my study when you are ready. Come along, Carlyle. Lord Mayfield and his secretary departed, closing the door softly behind them. Sir George sank into a chair, automatically feeling for his cigarette case. He turned a perplexed face to Poirot. I must admit, he said slowly, I'm not entirely following your line of thought. It is easily explained, Poirot replied, his smile returning. In a word, Mrs. Vanderlyn. Ah, said Carrington, his expression clearing. Mrs. Vanderlyn, I think I see. Precisely. It might be indelicate to pose a certain question directly to Lord Mayfield. Why is Mrs. Vanderlyn here? The lady has a certain reputation. So why her presence? I tell myself there are three possibilities. One, that Lord Mayfield has a personal fondness for her, which is why I speak to you alone to spare him potential embarrassment. Two, that she is perhaps the particular friend of someone else in the household. You can certainly eliminate me from that equation, Sir George said with a short laugh. Then if neither is true, the question returns with doubled force. Why, Mrs. Vanderlyn? And I believe I perceive a faint answer. There was a specific reason. Her presence at this precise moment was deliberately arranged by Lord Mayfield. Am I correct? Sir George nodded. You've hit the nail on the head. Mayfield is far too seasoned to be taken in by her charms. He had her here for a very different purpose. He then recounted the relevant conversation from the dinner table. Poirot listened with intense focus. I understand now, Poirot said when he finished. A trace of irony entered his tone. And yet it appears the lady has rather cleverly outmanoeuvred you both, has she not? Turning your own scheme against you with a certain stylish flair. Sir George uttered a low, frustrated curse. Poirot watched him with mild amusement before continuing. You have no doubt that she is behind this theft, that she is responsible whether she performed the act herself or not. Sir George stared. Of course I don't doubt it. Who else would have any interest in those plans? Ah, said Hercule Poirot. He leaned back, contemplating the ceiling, as if the answer might be written there. And yet, Sir George, we agreed only moments ago that these papers represented significant value. Not in the form of cash or jewels, perhaps, but they were potential wealth, nonetheless. If there were anyone here in pressing financial need, who isn't these days? The other man interrupted with a bitter snort. I suppose I can say it without getting myself into trouble. He offered a smile, and Poirot returned it with a polite nod, murmuring, But of course you may speak freely, you, Sir George, possess the one unassailable alibi in this entire matter. I'm practically broke myself, you know. Poirot shook his head sympathetically. Indeed, a man in your position faces considerable expenses, and you have a son at that particularly costly age. Sir George groaned. The schooling is bad enough, then the debts pile on top. Don't misunderstand, the boy isn't a bad sort. Poirot listened with an attentive ear as the Air Marshal aired a litany of accumulated grievances. He spoke of the younger generation's lack of resilience, how modern mothers coddled their children and invariably took their side, the ruinous grip of gambling on a woman, and the sheer folly of betting beyond one's means. Though couched in general terms, Sir George's transparent nature made the specific targets of his complaints, his wife and son, painfully clear. He stopped abruptly. My apologies, I shouldn't waste your time with all this, especially at this late hour, or rather this early one. He stifled a yawn. I suggest, Sir George, that you retire. You have been most cooperative, right? I think I will. Do you honestly believe there's a chance of recovering those plans? Poirot gave a modest shrug. I intend to try. I see no reason why not. Very well, I'll be off. Good night. After Sir George departed, Poirot remained seated, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the ceiling. He then produced a small notebook, turned to a fresh page, and wrote, Mrs. Vanderlyn? Lady Julia Carrington, Mrs. Macatta, Reggie Carrington, Mr. Carlyle beneath this, he added. Mrs. Vanderlyn and Mr. Reggie Carrington, Mrs. Vanderlyn and Lady Julia, Mrs. Vanderlyn and Mr. Carlyle. He shook his head, dissatisfied, murmuring to himself, "It is simpler than that." He then jotted a few brief notes. Did Lord Mayfield truly see a shadow? If not, why claim he did? Was Sir George certain he saw nothing after I examined the flower bed? Note: Lord Mayfield is nearsighted. He can read without glasses, but requires a monocle to see across a room. Sir George is farsighted. Therefore, from the far end of the terrace, his vision is more reliable than Lord Mayfield's. Yet Lord Mayfield remains adamant that he did see something, and is entirely unmoved by his friend's contradiction. Can anyone be as utterly above suspicion as Mr. Carlyle seems? Lord Mayfield is vehement about his innocence. Too vehement. Why? Because he secretly suspects him and is ashamed of it, or because he definitely suspects someone else. That is to say, someone other than Mrs. Vanderlyn. Putting the notebook away, he rose and made his way to the study. Lord Mayfield was seated at his desk when Poirot entered. He turned, set down his pen, and looked up with a questioning expression. "Well, Poirot, did you speak with Carrington?" Poirot smiled and took a seat. "Yes, Lord Mayfield. He clarified a point that had been puzzling me." "What was that?" "The reason for Mrs. Vanderlyn's presence here. You understand? I had considered the possibility." Mayfield quickly grasped the source of Poirot's slightly exaggerated discomfort. "You thought I had a soft spot for the lady? Not in the least. Far from it. Ironically, Carrington thought the same thing. Yes, he recounted your conversation on the subject to me." Lord Mayfield looked somewhat chagrined. "My little scheme did not succeed. It is always irritating to admit a woman has outmaneuvered you." "Ah, but she has not outmaneuvered you yet, Lord Mayfield. You believe we may still prevail. Well, I'm glad to hear you say so." "I would like to believe it," he sighed, the weight of the situation evident in the sound. "I feel like I've made a complete fool of myself, so smug about my clever little plan to catch the lady in the act." Hercule Poirot lit one of his small cigarettes. "What precisely was this plan of yours, Lord Mayfield?" "Well," Lord Mayfield hesitated, searching for the right words. "I hadn't quite worked out all the specifics." "You discussed it with no one? No, not even with Mr. Carlyle?" "Absolutely not," Poirot offered a thin smile. "You prefer to operate alone, Lord Mayfield?" "I have generally found it the most effective approach." The other man replied, his tone turning slightly grim. "Yes, you are wise. Trust is a luxury. Yet you did mention the situation to Sir George Carrington, only because I could see the poor man was genuinely worried about me." Lord Mayfield allowed himself a brief, rueful smile at the memory. "He is an old friend of yours for more than 20 years? Yes. And his wife?" "Naturally, I have known her for just as long. But if you will forgive the personal inquiry, your relationship with her is not on the same intimate footing. I fail to see what my private friendships have to do with the matter at hand, M. Poirot. But I believe, Lord Mayfield, they may have everything to do with it. You agreed, did you not, that my theory about someone being in the drawing-room was plausible?" "Yes, in fact, I am inclined to believe that is exactly what must have occurred. Let us not say must. That is a word brimming with overconfidence. But if my theory holds, who do you suppose that person in the drawing-room could have been?" "Mrs. Vanderlyn, obviously. She had already returned once for a book. She could have come back for another, a handbag, a misplaced glove, any one of a dozen trivial feminine reasons. She instructs her maid to scream, drawing Carlyle away from the study. Then she slips in and out through the windows, just as you described. You overlook a critical detail. It could not have been Mrs. Vanderlyn. Carlyle distinctly heard her calling the maid from upstairs while he was speaking with the girl." Lord Mayfield bit his lip, a flash of irritation crossing his face. "True. I had forgotten that." He looked thoroughly vexed. "You see," Poirot said gently, "we are making progress. First we had the simple explanation, an outside thief who comes and goes with the spoils. A very tidy theory, as I remarked, almost too tidy to be believed. We have disposed of that. Then we arrive at the theory of the foreign agent, Mrs. Vanderlyn, and everything seems to fit together beautifully up to a point. But now it appears that theory too was a little too neat, a little too convenient to be the whole truth. Are you suggesting we eliminate Mrs. Vanderlyn from suspicion entirely? It was not Mrs. Vanderlyn in the drawing room. It may have been an accomplice of hers who committed the theft, but it is equally possible it was someone else altogether. If so, we must consider the question of motive. Isn't this becoming rather speculative, M. Poirot? I think not. Now, what motives could exist? There is the motive of money. The papers may have been stolen to be sold. That is the simplest motive to consider. But the motive might be something entirely different. Such as, Poirot said slowly, weighing each word, it might have been done specifically to injure someone. Who? Possibly Mr. Carlyle. He would be the obvious suspect. But there might be more to it than that. The men who steer the destiny of a nation, Lord Mayfield, are particularly exposed to the shifting winds of public opinion. Are you suggesting the theft was aimed at damaging me? Poirot gave a slight nod. If I recall correctly, Lord Mayfield, about 5 years ago you endured a rather difficult period. You were suspected of having sympathetic ties to a European power that was at the time intensely unpopular with the voting public of this country. Your memory is accurate, M. Poirot. A statesman's task in these times is a delicate balancing act. He must pursue the policy he deems most advantageous for his nation, while simultaneously acknowledging the powerful, if often irrational, force of popular sentiment. That sentiment is frequently sentimental, muddle-headed, and utterly unsound. But it cannot be ignored for all that. How eloquently you put it, Lord Mayfield murmured, the weight of the past settling back onto his shoulders as he stared into the middle distance, a silent acknowledgement of the perpetual tightrope walk of public service. That is the very burden of a political career. One must yield to the nation's prevailing sentiment, no matter how reckless or perilous one knows it to be. I believe that was your own predicament. There were whispers that you had reached a private understanding with that nation. The press and the public were in an uproar. Thankfully, the Prime Minister was able to issue a firm denial, and you publicly rejected the claim, though you never hid where your personal sympathies rested. All of this is accurate, Monsieur Poirot, but why dredge up old news? Because I suspect an adversary, frustrated by how you navigated that crisis, may be trying to engineer a new one. You recovered the public's trust admirably. Those specific circumstances are behind you, and you are now, quite rightly, one of our most respected statesmen. Many are already speaking of you as the next Prime Minister when Mr. Humberley steps down. You imagine this is some plot to damage my reputation? Preposterous. Nevertheless, Lord Mayfield, it would not appear favourable if it became known that the plans for Britain's new bomber were stolen during a weekend, when a certain very captivating lady was under your roof. A few suggestive lines in the newspapers about your connection to that lady would sow seeds of doubt among the people. Nobody would take such gossip seriously. My dear Lord Mayfield, you know perfectly well they would. It requires so little to erode public faith in a man. Yes, that's true. Lord Mayfield conceded, his expression suddenly clouded with worry. Good heavens! This affair grows more tangled by the minute. Do you truly believe? But it's unthinkable, impossible. Can you think of anyone who might be envious of your position? Ridiculous. At the very least, you must admit my inquiries into your personal dealings with the guests here are not entirely without merit. Oh, perhaps. You asked about Julia Carrington. There is little to tell. I've never warmed to her, and I doubt she cares for me. She is one of those high-strung, restless women, wildly extravagant and utterly consumed by card games. She is old-fashioned enough, I suppose, to look down on me as a self-made man. Poirot nodded. I consulted Who's Who before my visit. You led a renowned engineering firm and are considered a first-rate engineer yourself. I know the practical side inside and out. I worked my way up from nothing, Lord Mayfield stated. a trace of grim pride in his voice. "Oh la la!" Poirot exclaimed suddenly. "I have been a fool, an absolute fool." The other man stared. "I beg your pardon. A piece of the puzzle has just snapped into place. Something I failed to see before, but now it aligns." "Yes, it aligns with a most satisfying precision." Lord Mayfield looked at him with bewildered curiosity. But Poirot merely offered a slight enigmatic smile and shook his head. "No, not at this moment. I must organize my thoughts more coherently." He stood. "Good night, Lord Mayfield. I believe I now know where those plans have gone." Lord Mayfield started, you know, "Then let us recover them immediately." Poirot shook his head again. No, that would not do at all. Rash action would be disastrous. Leave this matter to Hercule Poirot. He exited the room. Lord Mayfield shrugged his shoulders in disdain. "The man is a charlatan," he muttered to himself. After tidying his papers and extinguishing the lights, he, too, retired for the night. "If there's been a burglary, why on earth doesn't old Mayfield just call the police?" Reggie Carrington demanded. He pushed his chair back from the breakfast table, having been the last to come down. Their host, along with Mrs. Macatta and Sir George, had finished some time earlier. His mother and Mrs. Vanderlyn were taking breakfast in their rooms. Sir George, reiterating the explanation agreed upon by Lord Mayfield and Hercule Poirot, felt he was bungling the delivery. "Bringing in some odd foreign detective seems very strange to me," Reggie grumbled, his scepticism plain. Reggie rose from his chair, his usual composure replaced by a visible tension. "What exactly was taken, Father?" "I can't say for certain," came the vague reply. "Nothing critical, I hope, no documents or anything of that sort. To be perfectly honest, Reggie, I'm not at liberty to discuss the details. So it's all very confidential then." "I understand." Reggie moved toward the staircase, pausing midway with a thoughtful frown before continuing upward. He knocked lightly on his mother's door. Hearing her voice, he entered to find Lady Julia propped against her pillows, hastily jotting calculations on an envelope. "Good morning, Mother." She glanced up, her expression immediately sharpening. "Reggie, what's wrong? You look troubled." "Nothing too alarming, but it appears we had a break-in last night. A burglary. What did they take?" "I'm not entirely sure. The whole matter is being handled discreetly. There's some sort of private investigator downstairs questioning everyone."
"How very strange."
"It's rather unsettling," Reggie admitted, his tone measured, "staying in a house where such a thing occurs. What precisely happened?" "I don't have the details. It was some time after we all retired." "Careful, Mother. You'll knock over your tray." He steadied the breakfast tray and moved it to a nearby table. Was it money they were after? As I said, I don't know. Lady Julia considered this slowly. "I suppose this investigator is questioning everyone about their movements, most likely. Where they were last night. That sort of thing. Probably. I can't be of much help." I went straight to bed and was asleep almost immediately. His mother remained silent for a moment. "Listen, Mother, you couldn't possibly let me have a little cash, could you? I'm completely broke." "Absolutely not," she replied firmly. "I'm dealing with a dreadful overdraft myself. I have no idea what your father will say when he finds out." A knock at the door interrupted them, and Sir George appeared. "Ah, Reggie, there you are. Would you go down to the library, please? Monsieur Hercule Poirot wishes to speak with you." Poirot had just finished a conversation with the formidable Mrs. Macatta. A few concise questions had established that she had retired just before 11, and had neither seen nor heard anything of use. Skillfully, Poirot shifted the discussion from the burglary to more personal observations. He expressed his own profound admiration for Lord Mayfield, suggesting that as an ordinary citizen, he considered his lordship a genuinely great man. Naturally, someone in Mrs. Macatta's position would have a far superior understanding of his merits. "Lord Mayfield possesses intellect," Mrs. Macatta conceded. "He has built his career entirely through his own efforts, with no reliance on family connections, though he perhaps lacks a certain breadth of vision. In that regard, I find most men disappointingly similar. They do not possess the expansive imagination of a woman. Mark my words, Monsieur Poirot, within a decade women will be the dominant force in governance. Poirot agreed that he was quite certain of it. He then gently steered the topic toward Mrs. Vanderlyn. Was it true, as he had heard suggested, that she and Lord Mayfield were particularly close friends? Not in the slightest, Mrs. McAtter stated. To be frank, I was very surprised to encounter her here. Very surprised indeed. Poirot invited Mrs. McAtter's opinion of the lady and received it without reservation. She is one of those utterly purposeless women, Monsieur Poirot, the kind that makes one despair for our entire sex, a social parasite through and through, and men admire her. Men! Mrs. McAtter infused the word with palpable scorn. Men are perpetually deceived by such superficial attractiveness. Take that boy, young Reggie Carrington, blushing every time she addressed him, absurdly gratified by her attention, and the foolish way she flattered him in return, praising his bridge game, which was, in fact, far from impressive. He is not a skilled player. He made numerous errors last evening. Lady Julia, however, is quite proficient, is she not? Excessively so, in my opinion, declared Mrs. McAtter. It is nearly a profession for her. She plays constantly, for significant stakes. Indeed, yes. Far higher than I would ever consider proper. I certainly wouldn't deem it appropriate. And she wins a considerable amount. Mrs. McAtter responded with a loud and decidedly virtuous snort. She believes she can settle her debts through gambling, but from what I've heard, her luck has been poor lately. Last night she seemed preoccupied. The dangers of gambling, Mr. Poirot, are nearly as severe as those caused by drink. If it were up to me, this nation would undergo a moral cleansing. Poirot found himself enduring a lengthy lecture on purifying England's character before skillfully steering the conversation to a close and requesting Reggie Carrington. As the young man entered, Poirot studied him carefully, the weak mouth softened by a pleasant smile, the indecisive chin, the wide-set eyes, the somewhat narrow head. He felt he recognized Reggie Carrington's type well enough. "Mr. Reggie Carrington?" "That's right. How can I help? Simply tell me what you remember from last night." "Well, we played bridge in the drawing-room afterward. I went up to bed." "At what time was that?" "Just before 11. I assume the theft happened later." "Yes, after that. Did you notice anything unusual?" Reggie shook his head with apparent regret. "I'm afraid not. I went straight to bed, and I'm a heavy sleeper." "You went directly from the drawing-room to your bedroom and stayed there until morning?" "That's correct." "Curious," remarked Poirot. Reggie's tone sharpened. "What do you mean by that? You didn't, for example, hear a scream?" "No, I didn't." "Ah, very curious indeed. Now, I really don't understand what you're implying. Perhaps your hearing is not the best." "Certainly not." Poirot's lips moved silently, as if repeating the word curious once more. Then he said, "Very well, thank you, Mr. Carrington. That will be all." Reggie stood up, hesitating slightly. "You know," he began, "now that you mention it, I think I might have heard something like that." "Ah, so you did hear something?" "Yes, but you see, I was absorbed in a book, a detective story, actually, and I suppose I didn't fully register it."
"Ah,"
said Poirot, his expression unreadable. "A most convenient explanation." Reggie lingered at the door before asking, "What exactly was stolen? An item of considerable value, Mr. Carrington." "That is all I am permitted to say." "Oh," Reggie replied, looking somewhat blank before he finally left. Poirot gave a slight nod. "It fits," he murmured to himself. "It fits rather neatly." He rang the bell and politely inquired if Mrs. Vanderlyn was available. Mrs. Vanderlyn entered the room with an air of elegance, looking quite striking. She wore a cleverly tailored russet sports suit that complemented the warm tones of her hair. Gliding to a chair, she offered the little detective a dazzling smile. For just an instant, something flickered behind that smile. It might have been triumph or perhaps a hint of mockery. It vanished quickly, but Poirot noted its presence with interest. "Burglars last night. How awful." "No, I didn't hear a thing. What are the police doing?" Can't they handle it? Again that subtle mockery briefly touched her eyes. Hercule Poirot thought to himself, "It's quite clear you aren't worried about the police, madame. You know perfectly well they won't be involved, and from that what followed?" He replied soberly, "You understand, madame, this matter requires the utmost discretion."
"Why, of course, Mem Poirot, isn't it?"
"I wouldn't dream of saying a word. I have too much admiration for dear Lord Mayfield to cause him even the slightest concern." She crossed her legs, a polished brown leather slipper dangling from her silk-clad foot. Her smile was warm, confident, radiating robust health and deep satisfaction. "Is there anything at all I can do to assist?" "I thank you, madame. You played bridge in the drawing-room last night?"
"Yes."
"And I understand all the ladies retired afterward." "That's correct. But someone returned to fetch a book. That was you, was it not, Mrs. Vanderlyn?" "Vanderlyn! I was the first to return, yes." "The first?" Poirot's tone sharpened. "Explain. I came back immediately," Mrs. Vanderlyn clarified. "I went upstairs and rang for my maid. She took an age to appear. I rang a second time, then stepped out onto the landing. I finally heard her voice and called to her. After she brushed my hair, rather clumsily, I might add. She was so flustered she kept snagging the brush. I dismissed her. It was just then, as she left, that I saw Lady Julia ascending the stairs. She mentioned she had also gone back down for a book. Rather a coincidence, wouldn't you say?" A wide, cat-like smile spread across Mrs. Vanderlyn's face. Hercule Poirot sensed a distinct chill between the woman and Lady Julia Carrington. "As you say, madame? Now, did you hear your maid scream?" "Why, yes. I believe I did hear something of the sort. Did you inquire about it?" "Naturally. She babbled something about a floating white figure. Utter nonsense." "What was Lady Julia wearing last evening?" "Oh, I see your point. She was in a white evening gown. That explains it then. The girl must have glimpsed her in the dark. Just a shape in white. These servants are so terribly superstitious. Your maid has been in your employ for a long time." "Goodness, no, Mrs.?" Vanderlyn's eyes widened slightly. "Only about 5 months. I should like to speak with her shortly, if you have no objection." Mrs. Vanderlyn's eyebrows lifted. "By all means," she said, her tone cooling. "You wish to question her, I presume?" "Precisely." Another flicker of amusement crossed her features. Poirot rose and bowed. "Madame, you have my complete admiration." For a moment, Mrs. Vanderlyn seemed caught off guard. "How kind, me, Poirot. But why?" "You are, madame, so impeccably armoured, so entirely certain of yourself." She gave a light, uncertain laugh. "I wonder, should I take that as a compliment?" Poirot replied, considerate, perhaps, a gentle warning against treating life with too much arrogance. Now her laugh held more assurance. She stood and offered her hand. "Dear M. Poirot, I do wish you every success. Thank you for all the charming things you've said." After she departed, Poirot muttered to himself, "You wish me success, do you? Yet you're profoundly sure I shall find none." "Yes, profoundly sure that it irritates me exceedingly," with a touch of petulance. He rang the bell and requested that Mademoiselle Léonie be sent in. His gaze swept over her appreciatively as she hesitated in the doorway. Demure in her black dress, her dark hair neatly parted, her eyelids modestly lowered, he nodded slow approval. "Come in, Mademoiselle Léonie. Do not be nervous." She entered and stood demurely before him. "You know," Poirot began, his tone shifting abruptly, "I find you quite pleasant to look upon." Léonie responded instantly. She flashed a glance from the corner of her eye and murmured, "Monsieur is too kind." "Imagine," said Poirot, "I asked Mr. Carlyle if you were attractive, and he replied he hadn't noticed." Léonie tilted her chin up contemptuously. "That statue, a fitting description. I don't believe that one has ever properly looked at a woman in his life." "Probably not. A great pity. He misses much. But there are others here with more appreciation. Is that not so?" "Truly, monsieur, I do not know what you mean." "Oh, but you do, Mademoiselle Léonie. a pretty tale you spun last night about seeing a ghost. The moment I heard you were found with your hands to your head, I knew ghosts had nothing to do with it. When a girl is frightened, she clutches her heart or covers her mouth to stifle a scream. But if her hands are in her hair, it signifies something else entirely. It means her hair has been disarranged, and she is hastily putting it back in order. Now then, mademoiselle, let us speak plainly. Why did you scream on the staircase? But, monsieur, it is true, I saw a tall figure all in white. Mademoiselle, please do not insult my intelligence. That tale may have satisfied Mr. Carlyle, but it is not sufficient for Hercule Poirot. The truth is, you had just been kissed, is it not? And I will venture a guess that it was Mr. Reggie Carrington who was responsible. Leonie gave him an unashamed, twinkling look. Well then, she asked, what is a kiss, after all? What, indeed? Poirot replied gallantly. You see, the young gentleman came up behind me so quietly and caught me about the waist. Naturally, it startled me, and I cried out. Had I known it was him, of course I would have remained silent. Naturally, Poirot agreed, but he moved like a shadow. Then the study door opened and out came the secretary, and the young man slipped away up the stairs, leaving me standing there feeling rather foolish. I had to say something, especially to... She broke into French, a young man like that, so entirely proper. So you invented a ghost? What else could I do, monsieur? It was all I could think of on the spot. A tall, floating figure in white. It sounds absurd, but I was in a pinch quite. So all is now explained. I had my suspicions from the beginning. Leonie gave him a playful look. Monsieur is very clever and very understanding, and since I do not intend to cause you any embarrassment over this little incident, perhaps you will do something for me in return. Most willingly, monsieur. What can you tell me of your mistress's affairs? The girl shrugged. Not a great deal, monsieur. I have my ideas, of course, and those ideas are... Well, it has not escaped my notice that Madame's friends are often military men, soldiers, sailors, aviators, and then there are the other visitors, foreign gentlemen who come to see her very quietly from time to time. Madame is still very handsome, though I do not think that will last much longer. The young men find her quite attractive sometimes, I think. They perhaps say too much, but that is only my impression. Madame does not take me into her confidence. What you wish me to understand is that Madame works alone. That is correct, monsieur. In other words, you cannot assist me further. I am afraid not, monsieur. I would, if I could tell me, is your mistress in a pleasant mood today? Decidedly so, monsieur. Has something occurred to please her? She has been in excellent spirits ever since our arrival here. Well, Leonie, you would be the one to know, the girl answered with confidence. Yes, monsieur. I could not be mistaken. I know all of Madame's moods. She is in very high spirits, positively triumphant. That is precisely the word, monsieur. Poirot nodded gloomily. I find that somewhat difficult to accept, yet I perceive it is inevitable. Thank you, mademoiselle. That will be all. Leonie threw him a coquettish glance. Thank you, monsieur. Should I encounter you on the stairs, you may be assured I will not scream. My child, said Poirot with dignity, I am a man of advanced years. What have I to do with such frivolities? With a light laugh, Leonie took her leave. Poirot paced the room slowly, his expression growing grave and preoccupied. And now, he said at last, for Lady Julia, I wonder what she will have to say. Lady Julia entered the room with a quiet air of assurance. She inclined her head graciously, accepted the chair Poirot offered, and spoke in a low, cultivated voice. Lord Mayfield informed me you wished to ask some questions. Yes, madame, concerning last night. Concerning last night? Yes. What did you do after your game of bridge concluded? My husband felt it was too late for another. I retired to my room, and then I went to sleep. That is all, I am afraid. I cannot tell you anything more interesting. When did this? She hesitated. Burglary take place. Very soon after you went upstairs. I see. And what was actually taken? Some personal documents, madame. Important ones, extremely. She frowned slightly before asking, "Were they valuable?" "Yes, madame. They were worth a considerable sum." "I understand." After a pause, Poirot continued, "What of your book, madame?" "My book." She looked at him with confusion. "Ah, yes. Mrs. Vanderlyn mentioned that some time after we ladies retired, you went back downstairs for a book." "That's correct, I did." "So you did not go directly to bed? You returned to the drawing-room?" "Yes, that's true, I had forgotten. While you were there, did you hear a scream?" "No, well, perhaps I'm not certain." "Surely you would have heard it from the drawing-room, madame." Lady Julia lifted her chin and stated firmly, "I heard nothing." Poirot raised his eyebrows but remained silent. The quiet grew strained. Lady Julia asked abruptly, "What is being done about this?" "Being done? I'm not sure I follow, madame." "About the theft. The police must be doing something." Poirot shook his head. "The police have not been called. I'm handling the matter." She stared at him, her anxious, weary face growing sharp and tense. Her dark, probing eyes tried to penetrate his calm demeanor, but eventually fell away, defeated. "You cannot tell me what steps are being taken. I can only assure you, madame, that I am investigating every possibility. To catch the thief or to recover the documents. The recovery of the documents is the primary concern, madam." Her manner shifted, becoming bored and detached. "Yes," she said indifferently. "I suppose it is." Another pause followed. "Is there anything else, Poirot?" "No, madame, I will not keep you any longer." "Thank you." He opened the door for her. She left without a glance in his direction. Poirot returned to the fireplace and meticulously adjusted the ornaments on the mantel. He was still occupied with this when Lord Mayfield entered through the window. "Well," said Lord Mayfield, "progress is being made. Matters are developing as anticipated." Lord Mayfield stared at him. "You seem satisfied." "Not satisfied, but content." "Frankly, M. Poirot, I find you difficult to comprehend. I am not the fraud you believe me to be. I never said no, but you thought it. It is of no consequence. I take no offence. A certain theatricality is sometimes required in my work. It was almost amusing, he thought, how often people underestimated him based on appearance alone. Lord Mayfield regarded him with a mixture of doubt and distrust. Hercule Poirot was an enigma. He wished to dismiss him, yet a lifetime of recognizing capability warned him not to. Charles McLaughlin had always been a shrewd judge of talent. "Very well," he said. "We are in your hands. What do you recommend next? Can you arrange for your guests to depart?" "I believe it could be managed. I could explain that I must go to London concerning this affair. They would likely offer to leave then." "Excellent. Please arrange it so." Lord Mayfield hesitated. "You don't think?" "I'm quite certain it is the wisest course." Lord Mayfield shrugged. "If you say so." He left the room. The guests departed after lunch. Mrs. Vanderlyn and Mrs. McCatter took the train. The Carringtons used their own car. Poirot stood in the hall as Mrs. Vanderlyn offered their host a charming farewell. "So terribly sorry for all this trouble and worry. I do hope everything resolves favourably for you. You have my complete discretion." She pressed his hand and went out to the waiting Rolls-Royce that would take her to the station. Mrs. McCatter was already inside her. Goodbye had been brief and unsympathetic. Suddenly, Leonie, who had been settling into the front seat beside the chauffeur, came hurrying back into the hall. "Madame's dressing case? It is not in the car?" she exclaimed. A frantic search ensued. Finally, Lord Mayfield located it where it had been placed in the shadow of an old oak chest. Leonie gave a happy exclamation as she took the elegant green morocco case and rushed outside with it. Mrs. Vanderlyn then leaned from the car window. "Lord Mayfield," she called, handing him a letter. "Would you be so kind as to drop this in your post-bag if I hold onto it to mail in the city? I'm certain to forget. Letters tend to languish in my purse for ages." Sir George Carrington was nervously fiddling with his watch, clicking it open and shut. He was fanatical about being on time. "They're cutting it rather close," he muttered. "Dangerously close. If they aren't careful, They'll miss that train entirely." His wife responded with irritation, "Oh, do stop fussing, George. It's their train to catch, not ours, for heaven's sake." He gave her a wounded look. The Rolls-Royce departed. Shortly after, Reggie pulled up to the front entrance in the Carringtons' Morris. "All set, father," he announced. The staff began loading the family's luggage into the car, with Reggie overseeing its placement in the trunk. Poirot stepped outside, observing the activity. Suddenly, he felt a hand grip his arm. Lady Julia's voice reached him in a tense, urgent whisper. "Mem Poirot!" "I must speak with you immediately." He allowed himself to be guided by her insistent pull. She led him into a small morning room and shut the door. Moving close, she asked, "Is it true what you said, that recovering those documents is Lord Mayfield's paramount concern?" Poirot studied her with curiosity. "It is entirely true, madame. If those papers were to be returned to you, would you give your word that they go back to Lord Mayfield with no questions asked?" "I am not certain I grasp your meaning. You must. I believe you do understand. I am proposing that the person responsible remain unnamed if the papers are restored." Poirot inquired, "How soon might that occur, madame?" "Certainly within 12 hours. You can assure me of that?" "I can." When he remained silent, she pressed on urgently. "Will you guarantee there will be no public scandal?" He answered then, his tone grave. "Yes, madame, I will guarantee it." "Then it can all be settled." She left the room abruptly. A moment later, Poirot heard a car drive off. He walked across the hall and down the corridor to the study. Lord Mayfield was inside. He glanced up as Poirot entered. "Well?" he said. Poirot spread his hands. "The affair is concluded, Lord Mayfield." "What?" Poirot recounted word for word the exchange with Lady Julia. Lord Mayfield stared at him, utterly bewildered. "But what does this signify?" "I don't follow. It seems quite clear, does it not?" "Lady Julia knows the identity of the person who took the plans." "You cannot mean she took them herself?" "Assuredly not. Lady Julia may enjoy a gamble, but she is no thief. However, if she offers to return the documents, it implies they were taken by either her husband or her son. Sir George Carrington was on the terrace with you. That leaves the son. I believe I can reconstruct last night's events with reasonable accuracy. Lady Julia went to her son's room last night and found it empty. She came downstairs searching for him but did not succeed. This morning she learns of the theft and also hears her son claim he went straight to his room and never left it. She knows that is false. Furthermore, she knows other things about her son, that he is impressionable, that he is in desperate financial straits. She has noticed his infatuation with Mrs. Vanderlyn. The picture becomes clear to her. Mrs. Vanderlyn has coaxed Reggie into stealing the plans. So Lady Julia resolves to act. She will confront Reggie, retrieve the papers, and have them returned. "But the entire notion is utterly impossible," Lord Mayfield exclaimed. Poirot's expression shifted, a trace of dry amusement touching his features. "Ah, but it is impossible. Yet Lady Julia is unaware of that. She does not possess the knowledge that I, Hercule Poirot, possess, specifically that young Reggie Carrington was not pilfering documents last night. He was, in fact, engaged in a rather ardent conversation with Mrs. Vanderlyn's French maid near the garden fountain, a detail she conveniently omitted from her own account of the evening. So it's all a wild goose chase." "Precisely." "Then the case isn't over at all. On the contrary, it is over. I, Hercule Poirot, know the truth. You do not believe me. You doubted me yesterday when I claimed to know the location of the plans. Yet I was correct. They were, in fact, extremely close by." "Where were they?" "In your own pocket, my lord." A heavy silence filled the room before Lord Mayfield finally spoke. "Are you fully aware of the implications of your accusation, Monsieur Poirot?" "I am entirely aware. I am speaking to a man of remarkable intellect. From the outset I was troubled. You, who admit to poor eyesight, were so adamant about the figure you saw fleeing the window. You were determined for that convenient explanation to be accepted. Why, as I proceeded, I eliminated every other person. Mrs. Vanderlyn was upstairs. Sir George was with you on the terrace. Reggie Carrington was occupied with the French girl on the staircase. Mrs. McCatter was innocently in her bedroom, which adjoins the housekeeper's room. Her snoring was quite audible, incidentally. Lady Julia was plainly convinced her son was guilty. That left just two possibilities. Either Carlyle placed the papers in his own pocket instead of on the desk, which made no sense, as you yourself noted. He could have simply made tracings. Or the plans were still on the desk when you walked over to it, and the only place they could have vanished was into your pocket. Once I saw that, everything became clear. Your insistence on the figure you saw, your strenuous defense of Carlyle, your reluctance to summon me. It all fit. One question haunted me, the motive. I believed you to be an honest man, a man of principle that was evident in your distress at the thought of an innocent person being blamed. It was also obvious the theft could disastrously impact your career. So why this irrational act? The answer finally arrived. I recalled the crisis in your career years ago, the Prime Minister's public assurances to the nation that you had engaged in no negotiations with that particular foreign power. What if that was not entirely true? What if a document remained, a letter perhaps proving you had done precisely what you publicly denied? Such a denial might have been necessary for state policy, but the public would likely not view it so charitably. It could mean that at the very moment you were poised to grasp supreme authority, a foolish echo from your past could destroy everything. I suspect that letter was being held by a certain government which offered you a trade. The letter in exchange for the plans of the new bomber. Some men would have refused you, did not you agreed? Mrs. Vanderlyn was the appointed agent to make the exchange. You betrayed yourself when you admitted you had formulated no real plan to entrap her. That made your stated reason for inviting her here laughably thin. You staged the entire robbery. You pretended to see a thief on the terrace, thereby removing suspicion from Carlyle. Even if he had never left the room, the desk was so near the window that a thief could theoretically have snatched the plans while Carlyle's back was turned at the safe. You walked to the desk, secured the plans on your person, and later, by prearrangement, slipped them into Mrs. Vanderlyn's dressing case. In return, she gave you the damning letter, disguised among her own unposted mail. Poirot ceased speaking. Lord Mayfield said quietly, "Your understanding is disturbingly complete. You must consider me a contemptible villain." Poirot waved a dismissive hand. No, I consider you, as I said, a profoundly clever man. It came to me last night as we conversed. You are a first-class engineer. I imagine there will be some subtle modifications to the bomber's specifications, alterations made so skillfully that it will be difficult to pinpoint why the machine fails to perform as expected. A certain foreign power will find the design a profound disappointment. It will be, I am sure, a most inconvenient letdown. Once more, a quiet fell between them. After a moment, Lord Mayfield spoke again. "You are far too perceptive, ma Poirot. I will ask you to accept just one thing. I have confidence in my own abilities. I am convinced that I am the person destined to lead England through the difficult times I foresee. If I did not sincerely believe my country required me to guide its course, I would never have resorted to such measures, navigating a delicate situation, saving myself from ruin through a strategic maneuver." "My lord," Poirot replied, "if one could not navigate such delicate situations, one could hardly be in politics at all." Dead Man's Mirror, Part 1. The apartment was modern in every respect. The room's furnishings followed the same sleek, contemporary style. The armchairs were rigid and blocky, the straight-backed chairs sharp and geometric. Positioned squarely before the window stood a modern writing desk, and at it sat a diminutive older gentleman. His head was almost the sole feature in the room that wasn't angular. It was distinctly oval. Hercule Poirot was studying a letter. Station, Wimperley. Hamborough Close telegrams. Hamborough St. Mary. Hamborough St. John, Westshire. September 24th, 1936. Hercule Poirot. Dear Sir, a situation has developed which demands the utmost tact and discretion. I have heard favourable reports of your work and have resolved to place this matter in your hands. I have grounds to suspect I am being deceived, but for personal family reasons, I do not wish to involve the police. I am taking my own steps to address the affair, but you must be ready to travel here at once upon receiving a telegram. I would appreciate it if you did not reply to this letter. Yours faithfully, Gervais Chevenix-Gore. Hercule Poirot's eyebrows ascended his forehead so high they nearly vanished into his hairline. And who, pray tell, he inquired of the empty air, is this Gervais Chevenix-Gore? He moved to a bookcase and retrieved a substantial, heavy volume. He located the entry without difficulty. Chevenix-Gore, Sir Gervais, Francis Xavier, 10th Baronet, title created 1694, formerly captain in the 17th Lancers, born May 18, 1878, eldest son of Sir Guy Chevenix-Gore, 9th Baronet, and Lady Claudia Bretherton, second daughter of the 8th Earl of Wallingford, succeeded father 1911, married 1912 to Vanda Elizabeth, eldest daughter of Colonel Frederick Arbuthnot, sea entry, educated at Eton, served in the European War 1914–18, recreations, travel, big game hunting, address, Hamborough, St. Mary, Westshire and 218 Lowndes Square, SW1 clubs, cavalry, travellers. Poirot gave a small dissatisfied shake of his head. He remained pensive for a short while, then returned to the desk, opened a drawer, and extracted a neat stack of invitation cards. His expression brightened considerably. Ah, excellent. This is precisely the sort of occasion he will undoubtedly be in attendance. A duchess welcomed Hercule Poirot with effusive warmth. How wonderful you could join us after all, Mem Poirot. This is a real treat. The honour is entirely mine, madame. Poirot murmured with a slight bow. He deftly extricated himself from a cluster of distinguished guests, including a renowned diplomat, an equally celebrated actress and a prominent sporting nobleman, and finally located the individual he had come to find, that ever-present social fixture, Mr. Satterthwaite. Mr. Satterthwaite chirped a cheerful greeting. Our dear hostess, I do so enjoy her gatherings. She has such a remarkable presence, don't you think? We spent a great deal of time together in Corsica some years back, quite an adventure. Mr. Satterthwaite's conversation tended to be heavily laden with references to his aristocratic connections. It is conceivable he occasionally found pleasure in the company of ordinary Messrs, Smith or Johnson, but if so, he never mentioned it. Yet to dismiss him as a mere social climber would be unjust. He was an astute observer of human behaviour, and if it is true that spectators understand the game best, then Mr. Satterthwaite understood a great deal. You know, my dear fellow, it has been far too long. I shall always consider it a privilege to have witnessed your methods first-hand during that crow's nest affair. Since then, I feel rather like an insider, if you catch my meaning. Incidentally, I happened to see Lady Mary just last week. A truly delightful person, all potpourri and lavender scent. After breezing through a few current scandals, the missteps of an earl's daughter, and the regrettable behaviour of a viscount, Poirot skilfully steered the conversation toward Gervais Chevenix-Gore. Mr. Satterthwaite perked up at once. Ah, now there's a character for you. They call him the last of the baronets. Pardon, I do not quite follow, Mr. Satterthwaite kindly lowered himself to the foreigner's level of understanding. It's a sort of joke, you see, naturally. He isn't literally the final baronet in England, but he does feel like the end of an age. The daring, reckless baronet, the wild, impulsive sort so beloved in last century's novels, the type who would place outrageous bets and somehow win them. He elaborated further. In his youth, Gervais Chevenix-Gore had sailed around the globe on a windjammer. He joined an expedition to the pole. He once challenged a prominent racing peer to a duel. On a dare, he rode his favourite mare straight up the grand staircase of a duke's mansion. There was even the time he leapt from a theatre box onto the stage and swept a famous actress away in the middle of her performance. The stories about him were endless. It's an ancient family, Mr. Satterthwaite continued. Sir Guy de Chevigny fought in the First Crusade. Now, sadly, the line appears to be dying out. Old Gervase is the last of the Chevigny-Gores. The estate, is it in poor condition? Not in the least. Gervase is extraordinarily wealthy. He owns valuable London properties, several coalfields, and on top of that he staked a claim to some mine in Peru or somewhere in South America decades ago, which has paid out a fortune ever since. A remarkable man, unbelievably lucky in everything he's ever attempted. He is an older gentleman now, I presume? Yes, poor old Gervase. Mr. Satterthwaite sighed and shook his head. Most people would tell you he's as mad as a hatter, and in a way it's true. He is mad, not in the sense of being certifiable or having delusions, but mad in being entirely abnormal. He's always had a wildly original character, and originality curdles into eccentricity with age, Poirot suggested. Quite right, that is precisely what has happened to poor old Gervase. He perhaps entertains an inflated view of his own importance. Absolutely. I should think that in Gervase's mind, the world has always been split in two. There are the Chevigny-Gores, and then there is everybody else. An exaggerated sense of dynasty.
Exactly. The Chevigny-Gores have always been arrogant as sin, a law unto themselves. Gervase, being the last of the line, has it worse than ever. To hear him talk, you'd honestly believe he was, well, forgive the expression, the Almighty.
Poirot nodded slowly, thoughtfully. Yes, I gathered as much. You see, I have received a letter from him. It was an unusual letter. It did not request, it commanded. A royal summons, said Mr. Satterthwaite, suppressing a slight chuckle. Precisely. It did not seem to occur to this Sir Gervase that I, Hercule Poirot, am a man of consequence, a man of innumerable engagements, that it was highly improbable I could drop everything and come running like an obedient spaniel, like some nonentity, thrilled to receive a royal commission. Mr. Satterthwaite bit his lip, fighting back a smile. It might have crossed his mind that, where sheer ego was concerned, there wasn't much to separate Hercule Poirot from Gervase Chevigny-Gore. He murmured, of course, if the reason for the summons was urgent. It was not. Poirot's hands flew into the air in a dramatic gesture. I was merely to hold myself at his disposal. That was all in case he should have need of me. Honestly, I ask you again? His hands rose expressively, conveying better than words Hercule Poirot's profound sense of insult. I take it, said Mr. Satterthwaite, that you declined? I have not yet had the chance to respond, Poirot said slowly. A new look crossed the little man's face, his brow knitting in thought. How should I put it to refuse? That was certainly my first impulse. Yet I cannot be sure. One occasionally gets a certain feeling. A faint scent as of fish seems to linger. Mr. Satterthwaite showed no amusement at this odd remark. Indeed, he replied, that is most curious. It occurs to me, Hercule Poirot continued, that a man of the type you describe could be surprisingly vulnerable. Vulnerable? Mr. Satterthwaite echoed, momentarily taken aback. It was not a word he would have chosen for Gervase Chevigny-Gore, but he was a perceptive man, quick to observe. After a pause, he said slowly, I believe I understand your meaning. Such a man is encased, you see, in a kind of armour, and what armour it is, the mail of a medieval knight was nothing compared to it. This is an armour of arrogance, of immense pride, of absolute self-regard. In some ways it protects him. The ordinary arrows of daily life simply glance away. But there lies the peril. A man so shielded might not even realize he is under attack. He becomes slow to see, slow to hear, and slower still to feel anything at all. Poirot paused, then shifted his manner. Tell me, of whom does Sir Gervase's household consist? There is Vanda, his wife. She was an Arbuthnot, a very striking girl in her day, and still a handsome woman, rather vague and dreamy, though utterly devoted to Gervase. She has an interest in the occult, I believe, wears charms and scarabs, and claims to be the reincarnation of some Egyptian queen. Then there's Ruth, their adopted daughter. They never had children of their own. She's a very attractive girl, very modern. That's the immediate family. Beyond them, there's Hugo Trent, Gervaise's nephew. Pamela Chevernick Gore married Reggie Trent, and Hugo is their only child. He's an orphan. He can't inherit the title naturally, but I expect he'll come into most of Gervaise's money eventually. A good-looking young man serves with the blues. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. It must be a great sorrow to Sir Gervais, I imagine, to have no son to carry on the family name. I should think it cuts very deep indeed. The preservation of that name, it is a passion with him. Absolutely. Mr. Satterthwaite fell silent for a moment, thoroughly intrigued. At last he ventured, "Do you see a definite reason for travelling to Hamborough Close?" Slowly, Poirot shook his head. "No," he admitted. "As far as logic is concerned, there is no reason whatsoever. And yet I rather fancy I shall go." Two Hercule Poirot sat in the corner of a first-class carriage as the train sped through the English countryside. Thoughtfully, he drew from his pocket a neatly folded telegram, opened it, and read it once more. "Take 4:30 from St. Pancras. Instruct guard. Have express stopped at Wimperley. Chevernis Gore." He refolded the message and returned it to his pocket. The train guard had been exceedingly obliging. Was the gentleman bound for Hamborough Close? Oh yes, Sir Gervais Cheverny Gore's guests always had the express halted at Wimperley. A sort of special privilege, I suppose it is, sir. Since then the guard had visited the carriage twice, first to assure the traveller that every effort would be made to keep the compartment to himself, and later to announce that the express was running 10 minutes behind schedule. It was due at 7:50, but the clock showed exactly 2 minutes past 8 when Hercule Poirot stepped onto the platform of the small country station and pressed the expected half-crown into the attentive guard's hand. With a whistle from the engine, the Northern Express began to move again. A tall chauffeur in dark green livery approached. "Mr. Poirot, for Hamborough Close." He collected the detective's neatly packed valise and led the way out of the station. A large Rolls-Royce stood waiting. The chauffeur held the door open for Poirot, settled a luxurious fur rug over his knees, and they drove off into the deepening evening. After about 10 minutes of navigating winding back roads and sharp turns through the countryside, the car finally swung through a grand gateway flanked by imposing stone griffins. They proceeded up a long driveway through a wooded park before arriving at the manor. As they pulled to a stop, the heavy front door swung open, revealing a butler of impressive stature standing on the steps. "Mr. Poirot? Right this way, sir." He guided Poirot along a spacious hall and opened a door about halfway down on the right. "Mr. Hercule Poirot," he announced. The room was filled with people in evening attire, and Poirot's sharp eyes immediately registered that his arrival was entirely unexpected. Every gaze in the room fixed on him with unmistakable surprise. A tall woman with dark hair streaked with silver took a hesitant step forward. Poirot bowed gracefully over her hand. "Please accept my apologies, madame," he said. "I'm afraid my train was delayed." "Oh, not at all," replied Lady Cheverny Gore absently. Her eyes continued to study him with a confused expression. "Not at all, mister. I didn't quite catch Hercule Poirot." He pronounced the name clearly. From somewhere behind him, he heard a sudden, sharp gasp. At the same moment, he realized the master of the house was clearly not present. He inquired gently, "You were expecting me, madame?" Oh, yes." Her tone was far from convincing. "I believe so. That is, I suppose I was, but I am dreadfully impractical, ma Poirot. I forget absolutely everything." Her voice carried a sort of mournful satisfaction in this admission. "People tell me things, I seem to listen, but the words simply pass through my mind and vanish, as if they were never there at all." Then, with a faint air of fulfilling a long overdue social duty, she glanced vaguely around the room and murmured, "I expect you know everyone here." Though this was obviously not true, the phrase was clearly a well-practiced formula. Lady Cheverny Gore used to avoid the trouble of introductions and the strain of remembering names, making a visible effort to address the peculiarity of the situation. She added, "My daughter, Ruth." The young woman who stepped forward was also tall and dark-haired, but of a strikingly different type. Unlike her mother's soft, indistinct features, Ruth possessed a finely sculpted, slightly aquiline nose and a clean, defined jawline. Her black hair was swept back into a mass of tight, delicate curls. Her complexion had a natural, carnation-like clarity and brilliance, needing little enhancement from cosmetics. Hercule Poirot thought she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. He also recognized intelligence behind her beauty and sensed a certain pride and temper in her bearing. When she spoke, her voice carried a deliberate, slightly affected drawl. "How thrilling," she said, "to play host to M. Hercule Poirot." I suppose the old man planned a little surprise for us all. "So you had no idea I was coming, mademoiselle?" Poirot asked quickly. "Not the faintest clue. I'll have to postpone getting your autograph until after dinner, then." The resonant sound of a gong echoed from the hall, and the butler reappeared at the door to announce, "Dinner is served." And then, almost before the final word had left his lips, something very odd occurred. The butler's dignified ceremonial demeanor slipped, for just a fraction of a second, into that of a profoundly startled man. The transformation was so swift, and the mask of the perfectly trained servant returned so immediately, that anyone not looking directly at him would have missed it entirely. Poirot, however, had been watching. It made him wonder. The butler hesitated in the doorway, though his face was once again a blank professional slate. An unmistakable tension clung to his posture. Lady Chevenix said uncertainly, "Oh, dear, this is most unusual, really. One hardly knows what to do." Ruth explained to Poirot, her tone now edged with a dry, almost sarcastic amusement. "This remarkable consternation, M. Poirot, is because my father, for the first time in at least 20 years, is late for dinner. The household runs with the precision of a military parade, and his absence is nothing short of a seismic event. Frankly, it's rather refreshing to see the routine shattered. It is most extraordinary," fretted Lady Chevenix, her worry dissolving into a confused sigh. The words died on her lips as an older gentleman with a military bearing stepped beside her. He chuckled warmly. "Trust Gervase to finally be the one keeping us waiting. We'll never let him hear the end of it. Do you suppose he's lost a cufflink, or is our Gervase simply above such mortal troubles?" Lady Chevenix-Gore's reply was a soft, bewildered murmur. "Gervase is always punctual." The sheer distress this minor delay provoked was almost comical. Yet, to Hercule Poirot, there was nothing amusing about it. Beneath the surface agitation, he sensed a genuine disquiet, a prickle of apprehension. He too found it profoundly odd that the man who had summoned him with such cryptic urgency was now absent. An awkward silence descended upon the gathering. No one seemed to know the proper protocol for such an unprecedented breach of routine. It was Lady Chevenix-Gore who finally broke the stillness, though her approach could hardly be called decisive. Her gaze drifted vaguely toward the butler. "Snell is your master." She left the question hanging, merely looking at him with a hopeful expectancy. Snell, evidently accustomed to interpreting his mistress's fragmented inquiries, responded smoothly to the unspoken thought. "Sir Gervase descended at 8:05, my lady, and proceeded directly to the study." "Oh, I see." Her mouth stayed slightly agape, her eyes distant. "But surely he must have, that is, did he not hear the dinner gong?" "The gong is situated directly outside the study door, my lady. He could not have missed it. I was not, of course, aware Sir Gervase remained within, or I would have announced dinner." "Shall I do so now?" Lady Chevenix-Gore grasped the suggestion with visible relief. "Oh, thank you, Snell. Yes, please, yes, by all means." As the butler departed, she added to the room at large, "Snell is an absolute treasure. I depend on him completely. I truly cannot imagine managing without him." A polite murmur of agreement rippled through the guests, but no real conversation followed. Poirot, his attention now razor-sharp, studied the assembled party and felt a tangible tension thickening the air. His eyes catalogued them swiftly, Two older gentlemen, the soldierly one who had spoken, and a thin, grey-haired man with the pinched lips of a lawyer. Two younger men of contrasting types, one sporting a moustache and an air of quiet arrogance, likely the nephew in the cavalry, the other with overly slicked hair and a flashy sort of handsomeness that hinted at a lower social standing, a middle-aged woman with pince-nez and keen eyes, and a girl with brilliantly red hair. Snell reappeared at the doorway. His professional demeanour was intact, yet a crack of very human perturbation showed beneath the polish. "Pardon me, my lady, the study door appears to be locked." The exclamation came from the good-looking young man with the slicked-back hair. His voice was sharp, alert, tinged with excitement. He stepped forward eagerly. "Should I go and—" But Hercule Poirot, with a quiet authority that felt entirely natural, assumed control. "Come," he said. "Let us all go to the study," he addressed Snell. "You will lead the way, if you please." Snell complied. Poirot followed closely, and the rest of the party trailed behind like a nervous procession. They moved through the grand hall, past the sweeping staircase, past a massive grandfather clock and the recess housing the brass gong, down a narrow passage that terminated in a door. Here, Poirot gently moved past Snell and tested the handle. It turned freely, but the door refused to yield. He rapped softly, then with increasing force upon the wooden panel. Abruptly ceasing, he knelt and peered through the keyhole. He stood up slowly, his expression hardening as he surveyed the room. "Gentlemen," he announced, his voice leaving no room for debate, "this door must be forced open now." Following his command, the two powerfully built young men threw their weight against the solid oak. The doors of Hamborough Close were not made to yield easily. After a sustained effort, the lock finally surrendered with a sharp crack, the door swinging inward amid the sound of splintering wood. For a suspended moment, the group remained clustered in the doorway, their eyes taking in the scene. The lights blazed, illuminating a massive mahogany writing desk against the left wall. Slumped in a chair, turned away from the desk with his back to them, was a large man. His head and torso hung lifelessly over the chair's right side, his right arm dangling. On the carpet just below his limp fingers lay a small glinting pistol. No speculation was required. The image was unmistakable. Sir Gervais Chevenix Gore had taken his own life. The stunned silence in the doorway was broken as Poirot moved decisively into the room. Simultaneously, Hugo Trent uttered a crisp, "My God, the old man shot himself." This was followed by a long, shuddering moan from Lady Chevenix Gore. "Oh, Gervais! Gervais!" Without turning, Poirot spoke sharply. "Take Lady Chevenix Gore from here. She can do no good now." The elderly, military-looking man complied. "Come, Vanda, come, my dear, it's finished. Ruth, attend to your mother." But Ruth Chevenix Gore had already entered and stood near Poirot as he examined the sprawling figure in the chair, a man of Herculean build with a Viking beard. Her voice was low, tense, and curiously controlled. "Are you certain he's gone?" Poirot looked up. The girl's face was alight with a sternly checked emotion he couldn't quite place. It wasn't grief, it seemed more a kind of fearful, electric excitement. The small woman in pince-nez murmured, "Your mother, dear, shouldn't you?" In a high, strained voice, the red-haired girl exclaimed, "So it wasn't a car backfiring or a champagne cork. It was a gunshot we heard." Poirot turned to address them all. Someone must notify the police. Ruth Chevenix Gore interjected violently. "No." The man with the legal demeanour said, "It is unavoidable, I'm afraid. Will you see to that, Burrows?" Hugo Poirot addressed the tall young man with the moustache. "You are Mr. Hugo Trent. I think it best if everyone except you and I vacate this room." His authority once more went unchallenged. The lawyer ushered the others out, leaving Poirot and Hugo Trent alone. Trent stared, bewildered. "See here, who are you? I haven't the faintest idea. What's your business here?" Poirot produced a card case and offered a card. Hugo studied it. "A private detective? I've heard of you, of course. But I still don't understand why you're here." "You were unaware your uncle. He was your uncle, correct?" Hugo's eyes flickered momentarily toward the body. The old man? Yes, he was my uncle. You did not know he had summoned me? Hugo shook his head slowly. I had no idea. His voice held an emotion difficult to classify, his face settling into a wooden, almost stupid expression. A useful mask, Poirot thought, for moments of severe stress. Poirot said quietly, We are in Westshire, are we not? I'm well acquainted with your chief constable, Major Riddle. Riddle lives about half a mile from here, Hugo replied. He'll likely come himself, that, said Poirot. Will be most convenient. He began a slow, deliberate circuit of the room. He adjusted the window curtain and tested the French doors. They were securely locked. His eyes then travelled to the wall behind the desk, where a round mirror hung, its surface now a web of shattered glass. Poirot stooped and retrieved a small metallic object from the floor. What is that? Inquired Hugo Trent. The bullet? Poirot replied. It went clean through his head and hit the mirror. So it appears with deliberate care, Poirot returned the bullet to its precise resting place. He moved to the desk where papers were organized in neat stacks. On the blotter lay a single loose sheet, the word sorry scrawled across it in large, unsteady letters. Hugo's voice was tight. He must have written that right before he did it. Poirot gave a thoughtful nod, his gaze shifting from the shattered glass to the still form in the chair. A faint line of puzzlement appeared on his forehead. He walked to the damaged door, hanging askew on its broken lock. There was no key in the door itself. He had already confirmed that fact when he peered through the keyhole. Nor was it visible on the floor, leaning over the deceased. Poirot carefully searched the man's pockets. Ah, he said, the key is here. Hugo fumbled with a cigarette case. Lighting one with an unsteady hand, he spoke with a strained hoarseness. It all seems perfectly straightforward. My uncle locked himself in, scribbled that note, and then ended things. Poirot offered another meditative nod. Hugo continued, a new edge of confusion in his tone. But why on earth did he send for you? What was the point of that? That is a more complex question. While we await the proper authorities, Mr. Trent, perhaps you could clarify for me the identities of everyone I encountered upon my arrival this evening? Who they are? Hugo seemed momentarily distracted. Oh, right, of course, my apologies, shall we? He gestured toward a settee positioned well away from the tragic scene. He began speaking in short, abrupt sentences. There's Vanda, my aunt, and Ruth, my cousin. You've met them. Then there's Susan Cardwell, a house guest. Colonel Bury is an old family friend. Mr. Forbes is another, and also the family solicitor. Both of the old fellows were utterly smitten with Vanda in her youth, and they still hover around with a sort of pathetic, dog-like devotion. It's almost funny in a sad way. Then we have Godfrey Burrows, my uncle's secretary, and Miss Lingard, who's here assisting with a history of the Chevening Gore family. She digs up archival material for authors. That's everyone, I believe. Poirot acknowledged the list. Then he asked, And you personally heard the shot that ended your uncle's life? Yes, we all did. I thought it was a champagne cork popping. Susan and Miss Lingard believed it was a car backfiring on the road. It runs quite close to the house. What time was this? Shortly after 8 o'clock. Snell had just sounded the first dinner gong. Where were you standing when you heard it? In the main hall. We were joking about it, really. Arguing over where the noise originated. I insisted it came from the dining room. Susan was convinced it was from the drawing room. Miss Lingard thought it sounded like it was upstairs. Snell, ever the proper butler, claimed it was from the roadway merely echoing down from the upper windows. Susan laughed and said, Any other brilliant theories? And I, like a complete fool, joked that there was always murder. It feels ghastly to remember that now, his face contorted briefly. It never crossed anyone's mind that Sir Gervais might have shot himself. Of course not. Have you, in fact, any notion as to why he would take such an action? Hugo answered slowly, choosing his words. Well, I wouldn't say I have no idea. You have a theory.
Yes, in a manner of speaking.
It's difficult to put into words. I certainly didn't anticipate a suicide. Yet I can't say I'm entirely shocked. The plain truth is, M. Poirot, my uncle was as mad as a March hare. Everyone knew it. And you find that a satisfactory explanation? Well, people who are a bit unhinged do sometimes shoot themselves, don't they? An explanation of admirable and simplistic convenience, Poirot remarked, his tone dry and subtly sardonic. Hugo stared, momentarily nonplussed. Poirot rose and began a seemingly aimless circuit of the room, his eyes taking in the comfortably heavy, old-fashioned furnishings. The room was dominated by towering bookshelves and oversized armchairs, with a few authentic Chippendale chairs standing stiffly against the wall. Ornaments were sparse, but a collection of bronzes on the mantelpiece caught Poirot's eye, drawing his evident appreciation. He lifted each piece with deliberate care, studying them closely before setting them back precisely. From the bronze at the far left end, he pried something loose with his fingernail. "What is it?" Hugo asked, his tone disinterested. "A trifle, merely a small fragment of a mirror." Hugo remarked, "Strange about that mirror being shattered by the gunshot. A broken mirror means bad luck, they say. Poor Uncle Gervais, I suppose his luck had finally run its course. Your uncle was considered a fortunate man." Hugo let out a brief, dry laugh. His luck was legendary. Everything he handled seemed to turn to gold. If he bet on a long shot, it would win. If he invested in a questionable mine, they'd strike a rich vein immediately. He'd had incredible escapes from seemingly impossible situations. His life was saved by what seemed like miracles on more than one occasion. He was quite a character in his own way. He'd certainly lived a full life, seen and done more than most men of his time. Poirot said casually, "You were fond of your uncle, Mr. Trent?" Hugo appeared momentarily taken aback by the question. "Oh, well, yes, naturally," he replied, his voice somewhat vague, though he could be difficult at times, a frightful strain to be around, honestly. "Luckily, I didn't have to spend much time with him." "Was he fond of you?" "Not particularly, no. If anything, he rather resented my existence." "How so, Mr. Trent?" "Well, he had no son of his own, and it ate at him. He was obsessed with lineage and tradition. I believe it wounded him deeply to know the Chevenique Gore name would die with him. The family line stretches back to the Norman Conquest. You know, the old man was the last. Must have felt rather bitter from his perspective, and you do not share that sentiment." Hugo shrugged. "All that ancestral pride strikes me as rather antiquated. What becomes of the estate now? Hard to say. I might inherit, or he may have left it to Ruth. Vanda could have a life interest, perhaps. Your uncle never made his intentions clear. He had his pet scheme, of course, which was that Ruth and I should marry. That would have been a suitable arrangement, extremely suitable, but Ruth, well, Ruth has very modern ideas about her own life. She's a strikingly attractive woman, and she knows it. She's in no rush to marry and settle down." Poirot leaned in slightly. "But you yourself would have been agreeable, Mr. Trent." Hugo answered with a bored air. "I really don't think it matters much whom one marries these days. Divorce is so straightforward. If things aren't working out, it's simple enough to untie the knot and start fresh." The door opened and Forbes entered with a tall, well-groomed man. The newcomer nodded to Trent. "Hugo, terribly sorry about all this. A dreadful shock for everyone." Hercule Poirot stepped forward. "How do you do, Major Riddle? You recall me?" "Yes, of course." The chief constable shook his hand. "So you're here on the scene?" His voice held a thoughtful note as he looked curiously at Poirot.
"Well,"
said Major Riddle. It was 20 minutes later. The chief constable's questioning, well, was directed at the police surgeon, a lean, elderly man with greying hair. The doctor gave a slight shrug. "He's been dead over half an hour, but not more than an hour. I'll spare you the technical details. The man was shot through the head. The pistol held a few inches from his right temple. The bullet passed completely through the brain and exited, consistent with suicide." "Oh, entirely." The body went limp in the chair, and the pistol clattered from his grasp. "You recovered the bullet?" "Yes." The doctor displayed it. "Excellent," Major Riddle said. "We'll preserve it for ballistic comparison. I'm relieved it appears straightforward, no complications." Hercule Poirot inquired softly. "You are certain there are no complications, Doctor?" The doctor answered after a pause, "Well, there is one minor peculiarity to inflict that wound. He would have had to be leaning somewhat to his right, otherwise the bullet would have struck the wall beneath the mirror, not dead center. An awkward posture for a suicide," Poirot observed. The doctor gave a dismissive shrug. "Oh, comfort isn't a priority when one is ending everything." He left the thought hanging. Major Riddle asked, "Is the body ready to be moved?" "Yes, I've completed my initial examination pending the autopsy." "Inspector," Riddle addressed a tall, stoic man in plain clothes. "All set, sir. We have everything. Only the deceased's fingerprints are on the weapon." "Proceed, then." The earthly remains of Gervais Chevenix's gore were taken away. Left alone, the chief constable turned to Poirot. "Well," Riddle stated, "it all seems perfectly clear. Locked door, fastened window, key in the dead man's pocket. Everything by the book, save for one detail." "And what detail is that, my friend?" Poirot asked. "You," Riddle said bluntly. "What brings you here?" In response, Poirot handed him the letter he had received from the deceased a week prior, followed by the telegram that had summoned him. "Interesting," the chief constable murmured. "We'll need to look into this. I suspect it relates directly to his decision." "I concur. We must account for everyone in the house." "I can provide the names. I just inquired of Mr. Trent." He relayed the list. "Perhaps you, Major Riddle, are familiar with these individuals. I know of them, naturally. Lady Chevenix's Gore is every bit as eccentric in her own manner as Sir Gervais was. They were utterly devoted, and both entirely unhinged. She is the most absent-minded person imaginable, yet she occasionally displays a startling, unnerving shrewdness that hits the mark perfectly. People often mock her, but I believe she is aware and indifferent. She possesses not a shred of humour. Miss Chevenix Gore is their adopted daughter, I understand." "Yes, a very striking young woman. She's dangerously captivating, has broken the hearts of nearly every young man in the county, leads them on only to turn and laugh at them later. An exceptional rider, superb hands, that, for now, is not our concern." "No, perhaps not, regarding the others. I know old Berry, of course. He's practically a permanent fixture here, almost a domesticated companion to Lady Chevenix Gore. A very old family friend, they've known him forever. I believe he and Sir Gervais both had interests in some company where Berry served as a director." "Oswald Forbes, do you know anything of him?" "I think I met him once, briefly." "Miss Lingard?" "Never heard the name. Miss Susan Cardwell. The attractive redhead?" "I've seen her around with Ruth Chevenix Gore recently." "Mr. Burrows?" "Yes, I know him, Chevenix Gore's secretary. Between us, I never cared for him. Handsome and knows it. Not quite from the right background." "How long had he been with Sir Gervais? About 2 years, I believe." "And is there anyone else?" Poirot stopped speaking as a tall, fair-haired man in casual attire hurried into the room, breathless and visibly agitated. "Good evening, Major Riddle. I heard a rumour Sir Gervais shot himself and came straight over. Snell confirms it's true. It's unbelievable. I simply can't accept it." "It's true enough, Lake. Allow me to introduce you. This is Captain Lake, the estate agent for Sir Gervais. Monsieur Poirot, Hercule Poirot, a name you might recognise." Lake's expression brightened with what appeared to be delighted disbelief. "Monsieur Hercule Poirot, it's a tremendous honour to meet you," although he stopped abruptly, his quick, charming smile fading as he looked suddenly troubled. "There isn't something suspicious about this suicide, is there, sir?" "Why would you assume anything is suspicious?" the chief constable asked sharply. "Only because M. Poirot is present, and frankly the entire situation feels utterly unbelievable." "No, no," Poirot interjected smoothly. "I am not here concerning Sir Gervais's death. I was already a guest in the house." "Oh, I understand. That's odd. He never mentioned your visit this afternoon when we were reviewing the accounts." Poirot said quietly, "You have used the word unbelievable twice now, Captain Lake. Are you truly so shocked that Sir Gervais would take his own life? Frankly, yes. Everyone would agree he was eccentric, to put it mildly. But even so, I simply cannot picture him believing the world could possibly carry on without him. Indeed, Poirot mused, that is a valid observation. He studied the young man's frank, intelligent face with appreciation. Major Riddle cleared his throat. Since you are here, Captain Lake, perhaps you would sit down and answer a few questions. Of course, sir. Lake took a chair opposite the two men. When did you last see Sir Gervais this afternoon, shortly before 3? We had accounts to review and a discussion about a new tenant for one of the farms. How long were you with him? Perhaps half an hour. Think carefully. Did you notice anything unusual in his manner? The young man considered. Not really. He was perhaps a bit more animated than usual, but that wasn't uncommon for him. He didn't seem depressed in any way. Oh, no. He was in excellent spirits. He's been thoroughly enjoying himself lately, working on a history of the family. How long had he been engaged in that project? He began it about 6 months ago. Is that when Miss Lingard arrived? No, she came about 2 months ago once he realized he couldn't manage all the necessary research alone. And you believe he was enjoying it? Enormously. He acted as if nothing else in the world mattered except his lineage. A momentary edge of bitterness crept into the young man's tone. So, as far as you know, Sir Gervais had no pressing worries. There was a slight, almost imperceptible pause before Captain Lake replied. No. Poirot suddenly leaned forward. Sir Gervais was not, in your opinion, worried about his daughter in any way? His daughter? That is what I said. Not to my knowledge, said the young man, his tone now stiff. Poirot said nothing more. Major Riddle continued. Thank you, Lake. Please remain available in case I have further questions. Certainly, sir, he stood. Is there anything I can do? Yes, please send the butler in, and perhaps you could check on Lady Chevenix Gore for me. Let me know if she is too distressed or if I might speak with her briefly. The young man nodded and left the room with a quick, decisive step. An appealing personality, remarked Hercule Poirot. Yes, a good man and capable at his work. Well liked by everyone. 5, take a seat, Snell, said Major Riddle in a congenial tone. I have several questions for you, and I expect this has been a great shock. Oh, it has indeed, sir. Thank you, sir. Snell sat with such discreet poise. It was nearly the same as if he had remained standing. You've been here a good many years, haven't you? 16 years, sir, ever since Sir Gervais decided to settle down, so to speak. Ah, yes, your master was quite the traveller in his day. Yes, sir. He had undertaken a journey to the pole and visited numerous other fascinating locations. Now, Snell, can you recall the last time you saw your master this evening? I was in the dining room, sir, ensuring the table was perfectly arranged. The door to the hall was ajar, and I observed Sir Gervais descend the staircase, cross the hall, and proceed down the corridor toward his study. At what precise time was this? Just before 8 o'clock, sir. It could have been perhaps 5 minutes prior. And that was your final sighting of him? Yes, sir. Did you hear a gunshot? Oh, indeed, sir. But naturally I had no notion at the moment. How could I? I assumed it was an automobile backfiring on the road near the park wall, or possibly a poacher's shot in the woods. It never entered my mind. Major Riddle interrupted smoothly. What time did you hear it? Exactly 8 minutes past 8, sir. The chief constable pressed sharply. How can you be so certain of the minute? That is easily explained, sir. I had just finished sounding the preliminary gong. The preliminary gong? Yes, sir. By Sir Gervais's explicit instruction, a first gong was always sounded 7 minutes before the actual dinner gong. He was most particular, sir, that everyone should be gathered in the drawing-room before the second gong. Immediately after sounding the second, I would announce dinner, and the party would proceed to the dining-room. Hercule Poirot nodded slowly. That clarifies your evident surprise this evening when you made the announcement. It was customary for Sir Gervais to be present in the drawing-room. I had never known him to be absent, sir. It was profoundly unsettling. I scarcely imagined. Again, Major Riddle deftly redirected. And were the others typically assembled as well? Snell cleared his throat. Any guest who was late for dinner, sir, would never receive another invitation to the house. Rather severe. Sir Gervase, sir, retained a chef who had once served the Emperor of Moravia. He often remarked that dinner was a ceremony as significant as a religious rite. What of his own family? Lady Chevenix Gore was always careful not to displease him, sir, and even Miss Ruth would not dare to be tardy. Intriguing, Poirot murmured under his breath. Riddle continued, so, with dinner scheduled for 8:15 this evening, you sounded the first gong at 8 minutes past as per this adjusted routine. That is correct, sir, though it was not the usual hour. Dinner was typically at 8. Sir Gervase had ordered it delayed by 15 minutes tonight, as he was expecting a gentleman arriving on the late train. Snell offered a slight respectful bow in Poirot's direction as he said this. When your master went to the study, did he appear distressed or preoccupied in any manner? I could not say, sir. The distance was too great to discern his expression. I merely noted his passage. Was he alone when he entered the study? Yes, sir. Did anyone approach the study afterward? I could not be certain, sir. I proceeded directly to the butler's pantry and remained there until I sounded the first gong at 8 minutes past 8. Which is when you heard the shot?
Yes, sir.
Poirot gently interjected another question. I believe there were others who also heard the sound.
Indeed, sir. Mr. Hugo and Miss Cardwell, and Miss Lingard as well. These individuals were in the hall at the time.
Miss Lingard emerged from the drawing-room, and Miss Cardwell and Mr. Hugo were just descending the staircase. Poirot inquired,
Was there any discussion about the noise? Well, sir, Mr. Hugo inquired if champagne was to be served with dinner.
I informed him that sherry, hock, and burgundy were being offered. He mistook it for a champagne cork. Yes, sir, and no one treated it with any seriousness. Oh, no, sir. They all entered the drawing-room conversing and in good spirits. Where were the other members of the household at that time? I could not say, sir. Major Riddle then produced the pistol. Are you familiar with this firearm? Oh, yes, sir. That belonged to Sir Gervase. He kept it in the drawer of his study desk, though I never knew him to have occasion to use it. He always kept it in the desk drawer right here. Was it typically loaded? I really couldn't say, sir. Major Riddle set the pistol down and cleared his throat. Now, Snell, I need to ask you a rather crucial question, and I trust you'll answer it honestly. Can you think of any reason why your employer might have taken his own life? No, sir. I know of nothing. Had Sir Gervase been acting strangely lately, seemed downcast or anxious? Snell gave a polite, apologetic cough. You'll pardon me for saying so, sir, but Sir Gervase always had a manner that might seem a bit peculiar to strangers. He was a very unique gentleman. Yes, I'm quite aware of that. Outsiders, sir, often fail to understand Sir Gervase. Snell imbued the word with a distinct, weighty importance. I realize. But was there nothing you yourself would have considered out of the ordinary? The butler paused, considering. I believe, sir, that Sir Gervase was troubled about something. He finally offered, troubled and depressed. I wouldn't say depressed, sir, but worried, certainly. Have you any notion what was worrying him? No, sir. Could it have been connected to a specific person, for example? I really couldn't say, sir. It's merely an impression I had. Poirot spoke up again. His suicide came as a surprise to you. A profound surprise, sir. It has been a dreadful shock. The possibility never once crossed my mind. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Riddle looked at him, then turned back. Well, Snell, I believe that's all we need from you for now. Are you absolutely certain there's nothing else you can tell us? No unusual event, perhaps, that occurred in recent days? The butler, rising to his feet, shook his head. There is nothing, sir, nothing at all. Very well, you may go, thank you, sir. As Snell moved toward the doorway, he stepped back and stood aside. Lady Chevenis Gore glided into the room. She was draped in an Oriental-style robe of purple and orange silk wrapped snugly around her. Her expression was peaceful, her demeanour utterly composed. Lady Chevenis Gore, Major Riddle stood up quickly. She said they mentioned you wished to speak with me, so I came. Would you prefer to go to another room? This must be exceedingly painful for you. Lady Chevenis Gore shook her head and settled into one of the Chippendale chairs. She murmured, "Oh no, what difference does it make? It is very good of you, Lady Chevenis Gore, to set your feelings aside. I understand this has been a terrible shock, and—" She interrupted him, her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "It was a bit of a surprise at first, I'll admit." Then she added, "But there is no such thing as death, you understand, only change." Leaning forward slightly, she confided, "In fact, Gervase is standing just behind your left shoulder at this very moment. I can see him perfectly clearly." Major Riddle's left shoulder gave an involuntary twitch. He looked at Lady Chevenis Gore with considerable doubt. She bestowed upon him a vague, blissful smile. "You don't believe, of course, so few people do. To me, the spirit realm is every bit as real as this one. But please ask me anything you like, and don't trouble yourself over distressing me." "I'm not distressed in the slightest. You see, everything is fate. One cannot escape one's karma. It all fits together, the mirror, everything." "The mirror, madame?" inquired Poirot. She gestured vaguely toward it. "Yes. You see, it's shattered, a symbol. Are you familiar with Tennyson's poem? I read it as a girl, though naturally I didn't grasp its esoteric meaning then. The mirror cracked from side to side. The curse is come upon me," cried the Lady of Shalott. "That is what happened to Gervase. The curse found him suddenly. I believe you know most very old families carry a curse. The mirror cracked. He knew he was doomed. The curse had arrived, but, Madame, it was not a curse that broke the mirror, it was a bullet." Lady Chevenis Gore replied, still with the same sweet, distant air, "It's all precisely the same thing, really. It was fate, yet your husband shot himself." Lady Chevenis Gore offered an indulgent smile, as if humouring a child who simply didn't grasp the larger mystical picture. Of course, he shouldn't have done it, but Gervase was never a patient man. Waiting was an art he never mastered. When his moment arrived, he simply walked toward it. It really is that straightforward. Major Riddle, his throat tight with frustration, spoke sharply. "So you weren't shocked that your husband ended his own life? You were anticipating this?" "Oh, no," she replied, her eyes widening. "The future isn't always clear. Gervase naturally was an extraordinary man, unlike anyone else. He was one of the great souls returned. I've sensed it for a while, and I believe he knew it too. He struggled terribly with the petty rules of our mundane existence." She gazed past the Major's shoulder. "He's smiling at us now. He sees our foolishness. And we are foolish. Like children playing a game, pretending this life is solid and significant. Life is merely one of the grand illusions." Feeling the conversation slip away, Major Riddle pressed on desperately. "Can you offer any insight into why he might have done this?" She gave a slight shrug. "Forces guide us, they move us. You operate only on the physical plane, you wouldn't understand." Poirot cleared his throat. "Speaking of the physical plane, madam, do you know how your husband arranged his financial affairs?" "Money?" She stared at him, her tone dismissive. "I never concern myself with money." Poirot changed tack. "At what time did you come down to dinner this evening?" "Time? What is time?" "The answer is infinity. Time is without end." Poirot murmured. "Yet your husband, madam, was quite precise about time, particularly, I am told, regarding the dinner hour." "Dear Gervase," she smiled indulgently, as if humouring a child's peculiar game. "He was so silly about that, but it pleased him, so we were never late." "Were you in the drawing-room when the first gong sounded?" "No, I was still in my room." "Can you recall who was there when you finally came down?" "Almost everyone, I suppose," said Lady Chevenis Gore vaguely. "Does it matter?" "Perhaps not," Poirot conceded. He then asked, "Did your husband ever mention to you that he felt he was being cheated?" Swindled in some manner? No, I don't believe so. She showed little interest. Gervase would have been furious if anyone had dared try such a thing. So he said nothing specific to you about it? No, nothing. She shook her head absently. I'm sure I would remember. When did you last see him alive? He looked in on me, as he always did, while on his way downstairs. My maid was present. He simply said he was going down. What did he speak of most in recent weeks? Oh, the family lineage. He was making excellent progress. He found that earnest woman, Miss Lingard, incredibly useful. She researched things for him at the library, all that sort of work. She assisted Lord Mulcaster with his book, you know. And she was discreet. She didn't go digging up the wrong ancestors. After all, every family has a few skeletons best left in the closet. Gervase was very sensitive about that. Her tone shifted, becoming loftier. She assisted me as well. She gathered information on Hatshepsut for my studies. I'm a reincarnation of Hatshepsut, you understand? She stated this plainly. Before that, she continued, I served as a priestess in Atlantis. Major Riddle shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Ah, how fascinating, he managed. Well, Lady Chevenis Gore, I think that will be all for now, thank you. Lady Chevenis Gore rose, gathering her silken robes around her. Good night, she said then, her eyes focusing on a spot behind Major Riddle. She added softly, Good night, Gervase dear. I wish you could come along, but I know you must remain here. She offered an airy explanation to the room. One must stay in the place where they've passed over for a full day, at the very least. It was a while before she could move around and speak freely, she said, drifting from the room. Major Riddle wiped his forehead with a sigh. Good grief, he muttered under his breath. She's far more unhinged than I ever realized. Does she genuinely believe all that drivel? Poirot shook his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. It is possible she finds it comforting, he offered. Right now, she may need to construct a world of fantasy to avoid facing the brutal truth of her husband's passing. She strikes me as nearly fit for an asylum. Major Riddle declared, that was a long stream of utter gibberish without a single sensible word in it.
Not at all, my friend.
The intriguing part, as Mr. Hugo Trent offhandedly mentioned to me, is that within all that rambling there is an occasional sharp insight. She demonstrated it with her comment about Miss Lingard's discretion in not emphasizing unsavory ancestors. Trust me, Lady Chevenis Gore is not a fool. He stood and began to pace the room. There are aspects of this situation that trouble me. Yes, they trouble me greatly. Riddle studied him with curiosity. You're referring to the motive for his suicide? Suicide, suicide, it is all wrong, I tell you. Psychologically, it does not fit. How did Chevenis Gore view himself? As a giant, as a supremely important figure, as the very center of the universe. Does such a man obliterate himself? Certainly not. He is far more inclined to obliterate someone else, some insignificant crawling insect of a person who dared to irritate him. Such an act he might see as necessary, even justified. But self-destruction, the annihilation of such a self, it rings false. That's all well and good, Poirot. But the evidence is quite clear. The door was locked, the key in his own pocket. The window was shut and fastened. I know these things occur in mystery novels, but I've never encountered them in actual police work. Is there anything else? But yes, there is something else. Poirot settled back into the chair. Picture this. I'm Chevenis Gore. I'm seated at my desk. I'm resolved to kill myself, let us suppose because I have uncovered some terrible disgrace to the family honor. It is not a very compelling reason, but it will serve. So what do? I scribble the word sorry on a piece of paper. Yes, that is plausible enough. Then I open a desk drawer, take out the pistol I keep there, load it if necessary, and then do I simply shoot myself? No, I first swivel my chair around like so, and I lean slightly to the right, just so, and then I place the pistol to my temple and fire. Poirot leapt up from the chair, turning sharply to face Riddle. I ask you, does that seem logical? Why rotate the chair? If, for example, there had been a painting on that wall, then perhaps there might be an explanation. A portrait a dying man might wish to be the final sight for his eyes, but a window curtain. Ah, no, that makes no sense at all. He might have wanted to look out the window, a last view over his estate. My dear friend, you do not suggest that with any real conviction. In fact, you know it is nonsense. At 8:08 it was dark, and besides the curtains were drawn. No, there must be another explanation. There's only one I can see, Riddle replied. Gervais Chiveny Gore was insane. Poirot shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. Major Riddle stood up. Come, he said. Let us go and speak with the others. We might uncover something that way. Following the challenge of obtaining a straightforward account from Lady Chiveny Gore, Major Riddle found considerable relief in dealing with a shrewd legal mind like Forbes. Mr. Forbes was extremely guarded and cautious in his statements, yet his answers were precise and to the point. He admitted that Sir Gervais's suicide had come as a profound shock. He would never have considered Sir Gervais the type of man to take his own life. He claimed no knowledge of any reason for such an act. Sir Gervais was not only my client, Forbes stated, but a very old friend. I have known him since we were boys. I would say he truly knew how to live well, to appreciate what life offered him. Given the situation, Mr. Forbes, I must insist on complete honesty. Were you aware of any hidden worries or grief in Sir Gervais's life? None at all. He had the usual small concerns, as most men do, but nothing of a serious nature. No health issues, no difficulties between him and his wife. No, Sir Gervais and Lady Chiveny Gore were deeply devoted to one another. Major Riddle chose his words carefully. Lady Chiveny Gore seems to hold some rather unconventional opinions. Mr. Forbes offered a tolerant, masculine smile. One must allow ladies their peculiarities, he remarked. The chief constable continued. You handled all of Sir Gervais's legal affairs. Yes, my firm, Forbes, Ogilvy and Spence, has represented the Chiveny Gore family for well over a century. Were there any scandals in the family's past? Mr. Forbes's eyebrows lifted. I'm afraid I don't follow your meaning. Monsieur Poirot, would you show Mr. Forbes the letter you shared with me? In silence, Poirot stood and presented the letter to Mr. Forbes with a slight nod. After reading it, Mr. Forbes's expression grew even more puzzled. A most extraordinary document, he stated. Now I understand your question to my knowledge. There was absolutely nothing that would warrant such a letter. Sir Gervais never mentioned this subject to you. Not a word. I must admit I find it very strange that he would not have consulted me. He was in the habit of confiding in you. I believe he valued my judgment, and you have no theory as to what this letter refers. I should not care to venture a guess without foundation. Major Riddle noted the careful wording of the reply. Now, Mr. Forbes, perhaps you could outline how Sir Gervais has disposed of his estate. Certainly. I see no reason to withhold that information. To his wife, Sir Gervais left an annual income of £6,000, secured against the estate along with her choice of either the Dower House or the townhouse in Lowndes Square. There were, naturally, several specific legacies, but none of a particularly significant nature. The remainder of his property was left to his adopted daughter Ruth, on the condition that should she marry, her husband would take the Chiveny Gore name. Was nothing left to his nephew, Mr. Hugo Trent? Yes, the legacy of £5,000. And I assume Sir Gervais was a wealthy man. Extremely so. He possessed a considerable private fortune separate from the estate. Admittedly, his position was not quite as strong as in earlier years. Nearly all investment incomes have been under pressure. Furthermore, Sir Gervais lost a substantial sum in a particular venture, the Paragon Synthetic Rubber Substitute Company, into which Colonel Bury persuaded him to invest heavily. Not the wisest counsel. Mr. Forbes sighed. Retired military men are often the most vulnerable in financial matters. I have found their gullibility exceeds even that of widows, and that is saying a great deal. He paused, recalling a recent rather absurd conversation with the Colonel about a doomed ostrich farm investment that Sir Gervais had, thankfully, avoided. But these unfortunate losses did not critically impact Sir Gervais's overall wealth. Oh no, not critically. He remained an exceptionally rich man. When was this will drawn up? 2 years ago, Poirot interjected softly. This arrangement, might it not be considered somewhat unjust to Mr. Hugo Trent, Sir Gervais's own nephew? He is, after all, the closest blood relation. Mr. Forbes gave a slight shrug. One must consider certain family histories. Such as Mr. Forbes appeared somewhat reluctant to elaborate. Major Riddle said, "Please understand we are not unduly interested in raking up old gossip, but this letter from Sir Gervais to Monsieur Poirot demands an explanation. There is certainly nothing scandalous in explaining Sir Gervais's attitude toward his nephew." Mr. Forbes replied promptly. It was simply that Sir Gervais took his role as the family patriarch very seriously. He had a younger brother and a sister. The brother, Anthony Chevenix-Gore, was killed in the war. The sister, Pamela, married, and Sir Gervais disapproved of the match. In other words, he felt she should have sought his permission and blessing before the marriage. He believed the Trent family lacked the social standing necessary for a union with the Chevenix-Gores. His sister found his stance rather amusing. Consequently, Sir Gervais developed a lasting distaste for his nephew. I suspect that very dislike may have played a part in his decision to bring an adopted child into the family. Was there no possibility of him having children of his own? None. A year into the marriage, Lady Chevenix-Gore delivered a stillborn child. Medical professionals informed her she would be unable to conceive again. Roughly 2 years after that, he adopted Ruth. And who was this Ruth? How was she selected? My understanding is she was the daughter of a very distant relative. That much I had surmised, Poirot remarked. He glanced up at the wall adorned with ancestral portraits. One can clearly observe she shares the same lineage, the distinctive nose, the particular line of the jaw. It is a familial signature repeated many times across these canvases. She also inherited the famous family temperament, Mr. Forbes noted with dry understatement. So I would assume, what was the nature of her relationship with her adoptive father? Precisely what you might expect. Their strong wills clashed fiercely on more than one occasion. Yet, despite these frequent battles, I believe there existed a fundamental, unspoken bond between them. Even so, she was a source of considerable worry for him. Constant worry. But I can state with certainty it was not worry of a magnitude to drive him to suicide. Ah, no indeed, Poirot agreed. One does not resort to shooting oneself over a wilful daughter, and so the young lady inherits everything. Sir Gervais never entertained the idea of changing his will. Ahem, Mr. Forbes cleared his throat, a slight unease crossing his features. As a matter of fact, upon my arrival here 2 days ago, Sir Gervais did give me instructions to draft a new will. What's this? Major Riddle leaned forward in his chair. You failed to mention that earlier, Mr. Forbes responded swiftly. You asked specifically for the terms of Sir Gervais's existing will. I provided the information requested. The new document was not properly composed, let alone signed. What were its proposed terms? They might offer insight into Sir Gervais's state of mind. The principal provisions remained similar, with one critical alteration. Miss Chevenix-Gore was to inherit only on the condition that she marry Mr. Hugo Trent. Aha, said Poirot. Now there is a most significant difference. I did not approve of the clause, Mr. Forbes admitted. I felt obligated to point out that such a conditional bequest could likely be successfully challenged in court. The legal system does not favour them. Sir Gervais, however, was adamant, and if Miss Chevenix-Gore, or for that matter Mr. Trent, refused to comply, if Mr. Trent was unwilling to marry her, the estate would pass to her without condition. But if he was willing and she refused, then the entire fortune would go to him instead. An odd arrangement, Major Riddle commented. Poirot leaned in, tapping the lawyer's knee. But what lay behind it? What was Sir Gervais truly thinking when he imposed that condition? There must have been something very specific. There must, I believe, have been the shadow of another man, one of whom he disapproved. I think, Mr. Forbes, you must have some idea who that man was. Truly, M. Poirot, I possess no such information. But you could venture a guess. I do not guess, Mr. Forbes replied, his tone one of professional affront. He removed his pince-nez, polishing them meticulously with a silk handkerchief before asking, "Is there anything further you wish to know?" "For the moment, no," said Poirot. "Not that is from my perspective." Mr. Forbes looked as though he believed that perspective to be rather limited and turned his attention to the chief constable. "Thank you, Mr. Forbes. I believe that will be all for now. I should like, with your permission, to speak with Miss Chevenix Gore." "Certainly. I believe she is upstairs with Lady Chevenix Gore." "Very well. Perhaps I shall first have a word with, what is his name? Burrows and the woman assisting with the family archives. They are both in the library. I'll inform them," he said. 7. "That was tough work," Major Riddle remarked once the lawyer had departed. "Getting anything out of those old-school legal types is a real chore to me. The whole affair seems to revolve around the young woman." "It certainly appears that way," came the agreement. "Ah, here's Burrows now." Godfrey Burrows entered with a polite eagerness to assist. His smile was carefully balanced between solemnity and a hint of enthusiasm, though it flashed a little too much tooth and felt somewhat automatic, lacking genuine warmth. "Now, Mr. Burrows, we have a few questions for you. Of course, Major Riddle, anything at all. To put it plainly, first and foremost, do you have any personal theories about Sir Gervais taking his own life?" "None whatsoever. It was a tremendous shock to me. You didn't hear the gunshot?" "No, I must have been in the library at that moment, as best I can determine. I came downstairs quite early and went to the library to check a reference I needed. The library is on the complete opposite side of the house from the study, so I wouldn't have heard a thing." "Was anyone with you in the library?" Poirot inquired. "Not a soul. Do you have any notion where the other members of the household were at that time? Mostly upstairs getting dressed, I should think. When did you join the others in the drawing-room?" "Just before M. Poirot arrived. Everyone was there by then, except Sir Gervais, naturally." "Did his absence strike you as odd?" "Yes, it did, actually. He was usually in the drawing-room well before the first dinner gong." "Have you observed any change in Sir Gervais's demeanour recently? Did he seem worried, anxious, or depressed?" Godfrey Burrows took a moment to consider. "No, I wouldn't say so. Perhaps a little distracted at times, but he didn't appear troubled by any specific issue." "Oh, no. No financial concerns of any kind?" "He was somewhat bothered about one particular company's affairs, the Paragon Synthetic Rubber Company, to be precise." "What exactly did he say regarding it?" Once again Burrows' mechanical smile appeared, looking slightly unnatural. "Well, as a matter of fact, his words were, 'Old Berry is either a fool or a scoundrel.'" "A fool, I suppose. I must go easy on him for Vanda's sake." "And why did he say for Vanda's sake?" Poirot pressed. "You see, Lady Chevenix Gore was quite fond of Colonel Berry, and he absolutely adored her, followed her around like a devoted puppy. Sir Gervais was not at all jealous." "Jealous?" Burrows stared, then gave a short laugh. "Sir Gervais jealous? He wouldn't have the faintest idea how to be. The thought that anyone could possibly prefer another man to him would never even cross his mind, in his view. Such a thing was simply impossible." Poirot said softly, "I gather you did not hold Sir Gervais Chevenix Gore in particularly high esteem." Burrows reddened. "Oh, I respected him. It's just, well, all that sort of grand old-fashioned behaviour seems rather absurd these days." "What sort of behaviour exactly?" Poirot asked. "Well, the whole feudal attitude, if you will. This obsession with ancestry and personal superiority. Sir Gervais was a capable man in many respects and had lived a fascinating life, but he would have been far more interesting if he hadn't been so utterly consumed by himself and his own ego. Did his daughter share your perspective on that?" Burrows flushed again, this time a deep crimson. I imagine Miss Chevenix Gore is very much a modern woman. Naturally, I wouldn't discuss her father with her, but moderns discuss their parents quite freely, Poirot noted. It is entirely in the contemporary spirit to critique one's family. Burroughs merely shrugged. Major Riddle then asked, was there nothing else? No other financial worry? Sir Gervais never mentioned feeling swindled or taken advantage of, victimized? Burroughs sounded genuinely surprised. Oh no, and your own relationship with him was quite cordial.
Certainly it was. Why wouldn't it be?
I'm asking you, Mr. Burroughs. The young man looked sullen. We were on excellent terms. Were you aware that Sir Gervais had written to M. Poirot? Poirot inquired if he had been summoned to the estate. The secretary replied that he had not. When asked whether Sir Gervais typically composed his own correspondence, the answer was negative. He almost always dictated his letters. Yet, in this instance, he had written the note himself. The secretary could offer no explanation for the deviation. Major Riddle remarked that it was rather curious. The conversation shifted to the secretary's last encounter with Sir Gervais, which occurred just before he went to change for dinner, when he brought letters to be signed. He described Sir Gervais's manner as quite normal, even seeming rather pleased about something. Poirot stirred, noting the oddity that a man appearing content would shortly afterward take his own life. The secretary merely reiterated that he was relaying his impressions. Major Riddle established the timeline. The secretary had left Sir Gervais in the study around 7:07. Sir Gervais usually allowed 3/4 of an hour to dress, so he likely would have gone upstairs by 7:30 at the latest to be ready for dinner at 8:15. The secretary himself had changed early, intending to use the extra time for research in the library. With that, Major Riddle dismissed him, asking that Miss Lingard be sent in. Miss Lingard entered promptly, her chains emitting a faint chime as she sat. Expressing the sadness of the situation, Major Riddle learned she had arrived about 2 months prior, recommended by a museum contact of Sir Gervais's. Her work involved historical research for Sir Gervais's book, a task she clarified with a twinkle, noting it essentially meant writing the book herself. She gathered material, organized notes, and later revised Sir Gervais's drafts. Poirot observed that such work required both tact and firmness. Miss Lingard agreed, explaining that Sir Gervais was perfectly manageable if handled correctly. She framed revisions as sparing him from petty details. When asked if she could shed light on the tragedy, she said she could not, being practically a stranger and unlikely to be confided in. She added, however, that she believed it must have been family troubles, as a man of his pride would not speak openly of such matters. It seemed the obvious conclusion to her. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? You're quite certain that family troubles were weighing on him. I know he was deeply troubled in spirit. Oh, you know that for a fact. Naturally. Tell me, Miss Lingard, did he discuss the matter with you directly? Not in so many words. What exactly did he say? Let me think. I noticed he wasn't really listening to what I was telling him. One moment, please. When was this? This afternoon, our usual working hours are from 3 until 5. Please continue. As I mentioned, Sir Gervais seemed to have difficulty focusing. He actually said so himself, adding that several serious matters were preying on his mind. And he said something along these lines. I can't recall the precise wording, of course. It's a dreadful thing, Miss Lingard, when a family that has been among the proudest in the country finds itself facing disgrace. And how did you respond? Oh, I just offered some comforting words. I believe I said that every generation produces its own disappointments, that it's one of the burdens of a great legacy, but that history often forgets their shortcomings. Did that have the calming effect you intended? To some degree, we returned to Sir Roger Chevenix Gore. I had discovered a fascinating reference to him in an old manuscript, but Sir Gervais's attention drifted once more. Finally, he said he wouldn't be doing any more work that afternoon. He mentioned he'd had a shock. A shock? That's what he said. Naturally, I didn't press for details. I simply replied, I'm very sorry to hear that, Sir Gervais. Then he asked me to inform Snell that Mr. Poirot would be arriving, to postpone dinner until 8:15, and to have the car sent for the 7:50 train. Was it customary for him to ask you to handle such arrangements? Well, no. That was typically Mr. Burroughs's responsibility. My role was purely literary. I wasn't acting as a secretary in any capacity, Poirot inquired. Do you believe Sir Gervase had a specific reason for asking you, rather than Mr. Burroughs, to make these arrangements? Miss Lingard reflected. He might have. I didn't consider it at the time. I assumed it was merely a matter of convenience. Although, now that I think about it, he did ask me not to tell anyone Mr. Poirot was coming. He said it was to be a surprise. Ah, he said that, did he? How very curious and interesting. And did you tell anyone? Certainly not, Mr. Poirot. I only informed Snell about the dinner change and to send the chauffeur for the 7:50, as a guest was arriving on it. Did Sir Gervase say anything else that might shed light on the situation? Miss Lingard thought for a moment. No, I don't believe so. He was terribly agitated. I do remember just as I was leaving the room, he muttered. Not that it will do any good for him to come now. It's too late. And you have no notion what he meant by that? Nan, no. There was the slightest hint of hesitation in her simple denial. Poirot repeated with a frown, Too late? That is what he said? Too late? Major Riddle asked, Can you offer no insight, Miss Lingard, into what might have been distressing Sir Gervase so profoundly? Miss Lingard spoke slowly. I had an impression it might have been connected in some way to Mr. Hugo Trent. To Hugo Trent? Why do you say that? Well, it was nothing definite, but yesterday afternoon we were discussing Sir Hugo de Chevigny, who I'm afraid didn't have the most sterling reputation during the Wars of the Roses, and Sir Gervase remarked, My sister had to go and choose the family name Hugo for her boy. It's always been an unlucky name in our line. She should have known no Hugo would ever amount to much. What you've shared is quite suggestive, said Poirot. Yes, it presents a new possibility to me. Sir Gervase said nothing more explicit than that, pressed Major Riddle. Miss Lingard shook her head. No, and of course it wasn't my place to comment. Sir Gervase was really just thinking aloud. He wasn't truly addressing me. Exactly, Poirot continued. Miss Lingard, as an outsider who has lived among this family for 2 months, your candid impressions of the household would be immensely helpful. Miss Lingard removed her glasses and considered the request. To be perfectly honest, my initial feeling was that I had stepped into an asylum, between Lady Chevigny-Gore's persistent visions of things that weren't there and Sir Gervase carrying on like some theatrical monarch. Well, I'd never encountered such peculiar people. Ruth Chevigny-Gore was entirely sensible, of course, and I soon realized her mother was actually a very kind and gracious woman. She has been nothing but wonderful to me. Sir Gervase, however, I genuinely believe he was unhinged. His self-obsession, his egomania, seemed to grow more pronounced with each passing day. And the others? I should imagine Mr. Burroughs had a rather trying time with Sir Gervase. Our collaborative work on the family history likely offered him a welcome respite. Colonel Berry was always charming, utterly devoted to Lady Chevigny-Gore, and he had a knack for handling Sir Gervase. As for Mr. Trent, Mr. Forbes, and Miss Cardwell, they've only been here a few days, so I can't say much. Thank you, and Captain Lake, the estate agent? Oh, he's very pleasant. Everyone liked him. Sir Gervase included. Yes, indeed. I heard him say Lake was the best agent he'd ever employed. Naturally, Captain Lake faced his own challenges with Sir Gervase's demands, but he managed them quite skillfully. It was never an easy position. Poirot nodded, lost in thought. He murmured, There was a small detail, something I meant to ask you. What was it? He shook his head in frustration. It is on the tip of my tongue after a moment. Major Riddle resumed. When did you last see Sir Gervase at tea in this room? Was his demeanour usual? As usual as it ever was. Was there any noticeable tension among everyone? No, I thought everyone seemed quite ordinary. Where did Sir Gervase go after tea? He took Mr. Burroughs into the study, as was their custom, and that was the last time. Yes, I went to the morning room to type a chapter from the notes we had reviewed. working until 7, when I went upstairs to dress for dinner. You heard the shot, I understand? Yes, I was in here. I heard what sounded like a gunshot and went into the hall. Mr. Trent and Miss Cardwell were there. Mr. Trent made a joke to Snell about whether there was champagne for dinner. Frankly, none of us took it seriously. We assumed it was a car backfiring. Poirot asked, "Did you hear Mr. Trent say there's always murder?" I believe he did say something along those lines in jest, of course. What happened then? We all came in here. Can you recall the order in which people came down to dinner? Ruth was first, I think. Then Mr. Forbes, Colonel Berry and Lady Chevenix Gore came together, followed closely by Mr. Burrows. They more or less arrived in a group, so I can't be certain, prompted by the first gong. Yes, everyone always hurried when they heard it. Sir Gervase was a terrible stickler for evening punctuality. What time did he typically appear? He was almost always in the room before the first gong sounded. Were you surprised he wasn't down on this occasion? Very much so. Ah, I have it, Poirot exclaimed suddenly. As the others looked at him expectantly, he said, I have remembered my question. That evening, as we all proceeded toward the study after Snell reported it was locked, you bent down and retrieved something from the floor, Miss Lingard. Did I? Miss Lingard appeared genuinely astonished. Yes, just as we entered the passage leading directly to the study. It was a small, shiny object. How strange. I don't recall. Wait. Perhaps I do. It simply didn't register at the time. Let me check. It should be in here. She opened her black satin purse and emptied its contents onto a table. Poirot and Major Riddle examined the assortment with keen interest. Among 2 handkerchiefs, a powder compact, a small key ring, and a glasses case was one additional item that Poirot immediately seized. A bullet, by George! Exclaimed Major Riddle. The object was bullet-shaped but revealed itself to be a small pencil. That is what I picked up, Miss Lingard confirmed. I had completely forgotten about it. Do you know to whom this belongs, Miss Lingard? Oh yes, it's Colonel Berry's. He had it crafted from an actual bullet that struck near him, or rather narrowly missed him if you follow, during the South African War. Are you aware when he last had it in his possession? Well, he was using it this afternoon during the bridge game. I specifically noticed him writing with it on the scorepad when I came in for tea. Who was playing bridge at the time? Colonel Berry, Lady Chevenix Gore, Mr. Trent and Miss Cardwell. I believe, Poirot said gently, we shall retain this and return it to the Colonel personally. Oh, please do. I'm terribly forgetful. I might not remember to do so. Perhaps, mademoiselle, you would be kind enough to ask Colonel Berry to join us here now. Of course. I'll go and locate him immediately. She hurried from the room. Poirot rose and began a seemingly aimless circuit of the space. We begin, he stated, to reconstruct the afternoon. It is most illuminating. At 2:30, Sir Gervase reviews accounts with Captain Lake, appearing somewhat preoccupied by 3. He is discussing his literary work with Miss Lingard, now in evident distress. Miss Lingard, based on a passing comment, links this distress to Hugo Trent. At tea time, his demeanour returns to normal. Later, Godfrey Burrows informs us he was in remarkably high spirits about something. Then, at 8:05, he descends the stairs, enters his study, scrawls the word sorry on a sheet of paper, and shoots himself. Riddle said slowly, I understand your point. The sequence isn't consistent. A strange oscillation of moods in Sir Gervase Chevenix Gore. He is preoccupied, then deeply troubled, then normal, then positively jubilant. There is something profoundly curious here, and then that phrase he used, too late, that I should arrive too late. Well, it is true. I did arrive too late to see him alive. I see, you truly think? I shall never know now why Sir Gervase summoned me. That is certain. Poirot continued his wandering inspection. He adjusted a couple of items on the mantelpiece, examined a card table against the wall, opened its drawer, and removed the bridge score markers. He then moved to the writing desk and peered into the wastepaper basket. It contained only a single paper bag. Poirot retrieved it, sniffed it, murmured oranges and smoothed it out, reading the printed name Carpenter and Sons, Fruiterers, Hamborough St. Mary. He was meticulously folding it into neat squares when Colonel Berry entered the room. The Colonel sank into a chair, shook his head, sighed deeply, and said, "Terrible affair this, Riddle. Lady Chevenix's Gore is being splendid, absolutely splendid, a magnificent woman, utterly courageous." Returning softly to his seat, Poirot inquired, "You have known her for many years, I believe?" "Yes, indeed. I attended her debutante ball. She wore rosebuds in her hair, I recall, and a white frothy dress. There was no one in the room who could compare." His voice brimmed with nostalgic admiration. Poirot extended the pencil to him. "This is yours, I think." "Eh? What? Oh, thank you. Had it this afternoon during our bridge game. Astonishing run of luck, you know. I held 100 honours in spades 3 consecutive times." "I've never done anything like that before," Colonel Berry insisted. Poirot inquired, "I understand you were playing bridge before tea. What was Sir Gervaise's state of mind when he joined you?" "Perfectly normal, absolutely his usual self. I had no inkling he was contemplating such a dreadful act. Looking back, he might have been a touch more agitated than usual, but nothing alarming." "When did you last see him at tea?" "That was the final time I saw the poor man alive." "You didn't visit the study after tea?" "No, I never saw him again." "What time did you come down for dinner?" "Right after the first gong sounded." "Did you and Lady Chevenix's Gore come down together?" "We met in the hall. I believe she had been in the dining room attending to the floral arrangements." "Something of that sort." Major Riddle interjected carefully. "I hope you won't mind a personal question, Colonel. Was there any disagreement between you and Sir Gervais regarding the Paragon Synthetic Rubber Company?" Colonel Berry's face flushed a deep crimson. "Absolutely not. Gervais could be terribly unreasonable, you must understand. He expected every venture to be a roaring success, as if the entire world wasn't in the midst of a financial crisis. All investments were bound to suffer. So there was some tension. Not tension, just Gervais being utterly pig-headed. He wasn't thinking clearly. Vanda recognized that, and she could always manage him. I was happy to let her handle things." After a meaningful glance from Poirot, Major Riddle shifted topics. "As a long-time family friend, did you have any insight into how Sir Gervais intended to leave his estate? I always assumed the bulk would go to Ruth. That's the impression Gervais gave. You don't consider that unfair to Hugo Trent? Gervais never cared for Hugo, couldn't stand the fellow. But he had a powerful sense of family tradition. Miss Chevenix's Gore was, after all, adopted." Colonel Berry hesitated, then leaned forward confidentially. "Very well, I suppose I should tell you. This is in strict confidence. Ruth is illegitimate, but she is a Chevenix's Gore by blood. She's the daughter of Gervais's brother Anthony, who was killed in the war. He'd had an affair with a secretary. After his death, the woman wrote to Vanda, who visited her. The girl was expecting. Vanda discussed it with Gervais. She had just learned she could bear no more children. They decided to adopt the child when it was born, which they did legally. The mother relinquished all rights. They raised Ruth as their own, and anyone can see she's a true Chevenix Gore." "Ah," Poirot murmured, "that clarifies Sir Gervais's position considerably. But if he distrusted Mr. Trent, why was he so determined to arrange a marriage between him and Miss Ruth? To cement the family lineage. It satisfied his sense of propriety. Honestly, Gervais didn't view people as individuals with feelings. He orchestrated unions as if arranging a royal match. He deemed it suitable for Ruth and Hugo to marry, with Hugo taking the Chevenix's Gore name. What either of them wanted was irrelevant. And was Miss Ruth agreeable to this plan?" Colonel Berry gave a short laugh. "Not in the slightest. She's a force of nature. Were you aware that shortly before his death, Sir Gervais was preparing a new will? It stipulated Miss Chevenix Gore would inherit only if she married Mr. Trent." Colonel Berry let out a low whistle. So he really had gotten wind about her and Burrows. He cut himself off abruptly, but the words had already escaped. Poirot seized on the statement. So there was an understanding between Miss Ruth and young Mr. Burrows. Most likely nothing to it, nothing substantial at all. Major Riddle cleared his throat. I'm afraid, Colonel Berry, you'll need to share everything you know. It could be crucial to understanding Sir Gervais's frame of mind. I suppose that's possible, Colonel Berry admitted reluctantly. Well, the fact is, Burrows isn't a bad-looking fellow. Women certainly seem to think so. He and Ruth have become inseparable recently, and Gervais was deeply unhappy about it. He was afraid to dismiss Burrows outright, worried it might push them together faster. He knew Ruth's temperament. She refuses to be controlled, so I imagine he devised this plan. Ruth isn't the type to abandon everything for romance. She enjoys her comforts and has a strong appreciation for money. And your own opinion of Mr. Burrows? The Colonel declared that Godfrey Burrows was rather dubious, a turn of phrase that left Poirot perplexed, but drew a faint smile from Major Riddle behind his moustache. After a few more questions, Colonel Berry took his leave. Riddle looked toward Poirot, who sat deep in thought. What's your interpretation of all this, M. Poirot? The detective lifted his hands. A pattern is emerging, a deliberate design. It's a complex situation, Riddle said. Indeed, it is complex. Yet one casually spoken phrase strikes me as increasingly significant. Which one? That jesting remark from Hugo Trent, there's always murder, Riddle responded sharply. Yes, I've noticed your thoughts tending in that direction. Don't you agree, my friend, that with each new detail, a motive for suicide grows weaker? For murder, however, we are assembling a rather surprising array of motives. You must still contend with the facts, a locked door, the key in the dead man's pocket. I'm aware of the tricks. Bent wires, lengths of string, various contraptions. It might be theoretically possible, but do such methods truly function? That is what I seriously question. Nevertheless, let us analyze the situation from the perspective of murder, not suicide. Very well. Since you are here, it was probably murder. Poirot allowed himself a brief smile. I do not entirely appreciate that comment. He grew serious again. Yes, let us consider the case as murder. The shot is heard. 4 people are in the hall. Miss Lingard, Hugo Trent, Miss Cardwell and Snell. Where was everyone else? Burrows states he was in the library. That account is unverified. The others were presumably in their rooms, but who can confirm they actually were? Everyone appears to have descended separately. Even Lady Chevenix Gore and Bury only met in the hall. Lady Chevenix Gore came from the dining room. Where did Bury come from? Is it not feasible he came not from upstairs, but from the study? There is the matter of the pencil. Ah, the pencil is intriguing. He showed no reaction when I produced it, but that could be because he didn't know where I found it, and was unaware he had dropped it. Let us recall who was playing bridge when the pencil was in use. Hugo Trent and Miss Cardwell. They are accounted for. Miss Lingard and the butler can confirm their whereabouts. The 4th player was Lady Chevenix Gore. You cannot seriously suspect her. Why not, my friend? I tell you I can suspect anyone. What if, despite her apparent devotion to her husband, her true affection lies with the steadfast Bury? They shared a quiet moment in the garden just yesterday, a conversation that seemed unusually intense. Riddle murmured. In a sense, it has been a 3-person household for years, and there is this business trouble between Sir Gervais and Colonel Berry. It is true Sir Gervais might have been preparing to take severe action. We don't know the full details. It could connect to his summons to you. Sir Gervais might suspect Berry of swindling him, but he'd avoid a public scandal if he thought his wife was involved. That's plausible. It gives either of them a motive. And honestly, it is strange how calmly Lady Chevenix Gore is taking her husband's death. All this talk of spirits could just be an act. There is another layer to consider. Poirot noted. Miss Chevenix Gore and Mr. Burrows, they had a significant interest in Sir Gervais not signing that new will. As it stands, she inherits everything, provided her husband adopts the family name, exactly. And Burroughs's description of Sir Gervaise's cheerful mood tonight feels off. High spirits, pleased about something that doesn't align with anything else we've heard. We must also consider Mr. Forbes. Poirot continued. Most proper, most severe, from a long-established firm, yet even the most respectable lawyers have been known to misuse a client's funds when they find themselves in a difficult position. You're leaning toward the melodramatic, I fear, Poirot. You believe my suggestion is too much like the cinema? But life, Major Riddle, can be astonishingly cinematic at times. It certainly has been here in Westshire, the Chief Constable conceded. We should complete the remaining interviews, don't you agree? It's growing late. We haven't spoken to Ruth Chevenix Gore, and she's likely the most crucial of all. I concur. There is also Miss Cardwell, perhaps. We might see her briefly first, as that should not take long, and then speak with Miss Chevenix Gore last. A sound plan. 9 Poirot had only given Susan Cardwell a passing look earlier. He now studied her more carefully. An intelligent face, he decided, not conventionally beautiful, but possessing a charm that mere prettiness often lacks. Her hair was splendid, her makeup artfully applied. Her eyes, he thought, held a watchful quality. After some introductory questions, Major Riddle said, I'm not sure how well you know the family, Miss Cardwell. I don't know them at all. Hugo arranged for me to be invited down. So you're a friend of Hugo Trent's? That's my role. Hugo's girlfriend, Susan Cardwell replied, a smile playing on her lips as she drawled out the words. You've known him long? Oh, no, just a few weeks. She paused, then added casually, We're more or less engaged, and he brought you here to introduce you to his family. Goodness, no, nothing so formal. We were keeping it quiet. I came down to assess the landscape. Hugo told me the place was an absolute madhouse. I thought I should see for myself. Hugo, poor dear, is an absolute darling, but he hasn't a strategic bone in his body. The situation was rather delicate. Neither of us has any money, and old Sir Gervais, who was Hugo's main financial hope, was dead set on Hugo marrying Ruth. Hugo can be rather pliable. He might have agreed to the marriage hoping to extricate himself later. That prospect did not appeal to you, mademoiselle? Poirot inquired gently. Absolutely not. Ruth might have turned peculiar and refused a divorce or something. I put my foot down. No march to the altar until I could be there myself, fussing with a bouquet. So you came to evaluate the situation personally? Yes. Eh bien, said Poirot. Well, of course, Hugo was right. The whole family was completely bonkers, except for Ruth, who seems perfectly sensible. She had her own young man and was no more enthusiastic about the marriage idea than I was. You refer to Mr. Burroughs? Burroughs? Certainly not. Ruth wouldn't fall for someone so transparently artificial. Then who was the object of her affection? Susan Cardwell paused, reached for a cigarette, lit it, and remarked, You'd better ask her that. It's really not my affair. Major Riddle asked, When did you last see Sir Gervais? At tea. Did his manner strike you as unusual in any way? The girl shrugged. Not more than usual. What did you do after tea? Played billiards with Hugo. Did you see Sir Gervais after that? No. What about the sound you heard? That was strange. I thought I'd heard the first dinner gong, so I rushed to get dressed. When I came out, I was sure I heard the second one, and practically flew down the stairs. Hugo had warned me that being late for dinner, the first night I visited nearly ruined our standing with Sir Gervais, so I was moving fast. Hugo was just ahead of me when we heard this odd popping sound, like a small explosion. Hugo insisted it was a champagne cork, but Snell disagreed. It didn't seem to come from the dining room. Miss Lingard thought it was from upstairs, but we all shrugged it off as a car backfiring and went into the drawing room without another thought. Did it ever cross your mind that Sir Gervais might have taken his own life? Poirot inquired. Would I ever think that? The old man loved throwing his authority around. The idea he'd do such a thing never occurred to me. I still can't fathom why he did it. I suppose he just lost his mind. A most unfortunate event. Extremely. For Hugo and me, from what I gather, he's left Hugo next to nothing. Who told you that? Hugo got it from old Forbes. Well, Miss Cardwell, Major Riddle paused briefly. I believe that's all. Do you feel Miss Chevenix Gore is well enough to speak with us? I imagine so. I'll let her know, Poirot interjected. One moment, please. Have you seen this before? He displayed the bullet-shaped pencil. Oh, yes, we used it during bridge this afternoon. I think it belongs to Colonel Berry. Do you recall if he took it when the game ended? I really couldn't say. Thank you. That will be all right. I'll fetch Ruth. Ruth Chevenix Gore entered the room with a regal air. Her cheeks were flushed, her posture erect, yet her eyes, much like Susan Cardwell's, held a cautious vigilance. She wore the same apricot-coloured dress from earlier, a deep salmon-pink rose pinned to her shoulder. The bloom, which had been vibrant an hour before, now sagged slightly. Well, said Ruth. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, Major Riddle began. She cut him off. You have to disturb everyone. I can save you some time, however. I have absolutely no idea why the old man killed himself. All I can tell you is that it was completely out of character. Did you notice anything unusual in his demeanour today? Was he despondent or unusually agitated? Anything at all out of the ordinary? I wasn't really paying attention. When did you last see him at tea time? Poirot spoke up. You did not go to the study later? No, the last time I saw him was in this room, sitting right there. She pointed to a chair. I see. Do you recognize this pencil? It's Colonel Berry's. Have you seen it recently? Not that I recall. Are you aware of any disagreement between Sir Gervase and Colonel Berry? You mean about the Paragon Rubber Company, yes? I should say so. The old man was furious about it. He felt he had been cheated, perhaps. Ruth shrugged. He didn't understand the first thing about finance. Poirot said, May I ask you a somewhat impertinent question? Go ahead. It is this? Are you sorry your father is dead? She stared at him. Of course I'm sorry. I'm not one for sentimental displays. But I will miss him. I was fond of the old man. That's what Hugo and I always called him. The old man, you know, it has that primitive, tribal patriarch feel to it. It sounds disrespectful, but there's genuine affection behind it. Honestly, though, he could be the most utterly bewildering old fool who ever lived. You intrigue me, the old man had the brains of a gnat. Sorry to say it, but it's the truth. He once tried to fix a leaky faucet and flooded the entire East Wing library. That was the man he was, all bluster, no sense. He was utterly hopeless at any sort of mental task. Don't get me wrong, he had his own unique charm. He possessed a kind of wild, reckless courage, the type to charge off toward the North Pole or throw himself into a duel without a second thought. I've always believed his constant bluster was just a cover, a way to hide the fact that he knew his own intellect wasn't much to speak of. Honestly, almost anyone could have outsmarted him. Poirot produced the letter from his pocket. Please read this, miss. She took it, read it carefully, and handed it back. So that's what brought you all this way. Does the letter suggest anything particular to you? She shook her head. Not really. It's likely quite accurate. The poor old dear was an easy target for theft. John mentioned the agent before him was stealing from him left and right. You see, the old man was so terribly grand and pompous, he couldn't be bothered with the minutiae. He practically sent out invitations to every crook in the county. You're painting a rather different portrait of him, miss, than the one generally accepted. Oh well, he maintained an excellent facade. Vanda, my mother, supported that image with everything she had. He was perfectly content strutting about, playing the part of the Almighty. In a strange way, I'm almost relieved he's gone. It was for the best. I'm not sure I follow your meaning, miss. Ruth said thoughtfully, her voice dropping. It was getting worse. Sooner or later he would have needed to be confined. People were already starting to whisper. Were you aware, miss, that he was considering a will that would require you to marry Mr. Trent in order to inherit his fortune? She exclaimed, "That's ridiculous, and I'm certain such a condition could be challenged legally. You can't dictate who someone marries?" "If he had actually signed such a document, would you have agreed to its terms, miss?" She stared. I? She broke off, sitting silently for several moments, her gaze fixed on her dangling slipper. A small clump of dirt dislodged from the heel and fell onto the carpet. Abruptly, Ruth Chevenix-Gore stood up. "Wait," she said. She hurried from the room and returned almost immediately with Captain Lake beside her, her breath coming a little fast. "It has to come out now, you might as well know. John and I were married in London 3 weeks ago, between the two of them. Captain Lake appeared far more uncomfortable. This is a considerable surprise, Miss Chevenix-Gore, or rather Mrs. Lake," said Major Riddle. "Was no one aware of this marriage?" "No. We kept it completely secret." John wasn't entirely pleased with that part. Lake stammered slightly. I know it must seem a rather underhanded way to go about things. I should have gone directly to Sir Gervais," Ruth cut in, "and told him you wished to marry his daughter, gotten yourself thrown out, likely seen me disinherited, and endured a spectacular scene. Then we could have congratulated ourselves on our noble behaviour. Trust me, my approach was better. Once a thing is done, it's done. There would have been a row regardless, but he would have come around eventually." Lake still looked troubled. Poirot asked, "When did you plan to inform Sir Gervais of this news?" Ruth answered, "I was laying the groundwork. He had grown suspicious about John and me, so I pretended to shift my attentions to Godfrey. Naturally, he became terribly upset about that. I calculated the news of my marriage to John would come as something of a relief. Did anyone else know of this marriage?" "Yes," I finally told Vanda. "I wanted her support." "And you secured it?" "I did, you see. She wasn't enthusiastic about my marrying Hugo, likely because he was a cousin. She seemed to think our family was eccentric enough without risking completely unhinged children, a rather absurd notion since I'm adopted after all. I believe I'm the child of some very distant relative." "You're certain Sir Gervais had no suspicion of the truth?" "Absolutely none." Poirot turned his gaze. "Is that accurate, Captain Lake? During your meeting with Sir Gervais this afternoon, can you be sure the subject was not raised?" "It was not," Lake insisted, his voice tight. "Captain Lake, you must understand there is evidence suggesting Sir Gervais was in a highly agitated state following your meeting. He was overheard speaking of family dishonour. The subject was never brought up," Lake repeated, his face paling noticeably. "Was that your final encounter with Sir Gervais?" "Yes, as I've stated." "Where were you at 8:08 this evening?" "In my home at the village edge, roughly half a mile from here." "You did not approach Hamborough Close around that time?" "No." Poirot turned to the young woman. "And you, mademoiselle, where were you when the shot was fired?" "I was outside in the garden." "In the garden? You heard it?" "Quite clearly. I didn't pay it much mind at first, assuming it was someone out for rabbits, though I recall now it did sound unusually close." "How did you re-enter the house?" "Through this window, right here," Ruth said, gesturing slightly with her head toward the panes behind her. The room was empty, but Hugo, Susan and Miss Lingard came in from the hall almost at once. They were discussing the noise, talking of shootings and such dreadful things. "I see," Poirot murmured. "Yes, I believe I am beginning to see now." Major Riddle spoke with less certainty. "Well, thank you. That will be all for the present." Once Ruth and her husband had departed, the Major exhaled in frustration. "What on earth? This affair becomes more tangled by the minute." Poirot nodded in agreement. He had retrieved a small clump of soil that had fallen from Ruth's shoe and was examining it thoughtfully. It is like the shattered mirror on the wall, the dead man's mirror. Each new fact reflects him from a different angle. Soon we will have the complete portrait. He rose and tidily disposed of the bit of earth in a wastebasket. "I will tell you one thing, my friend, the key to this entire mystery lies in that mirror. Go and look for yourself in the study if you doubt me." Major Riddle responded firmly. If this is murder, the burden of proof is yours. My opinion remains suicide. Did you note what the girl said about a former agent swindling old Gervais? I suspect Lake fabricated that story for his own ends. He was likely embezzling funds himself. Sir Gervais grew suspicious and summoned you because he was uncertain how deeply involved Lake was with Ruth. Then, this afternoon, Lake confessed their marriage. That was the final blow. It was too late. Sir Gervais, whose mind was never entirely stable, saw no way out. He decided to end it all. That is the plain truth of the matter. What possible argument do you have against it? Poirot stood motionless in the centre of the room. My argument, simply this. Your theory is plausible, yet it is insufficient. It fails to account for several critical details, such as the inconsistencies in Sir Gervais's demeanour today, the discovery of Colonel Barry's pencil, the significant testimony of Miss Cardwell, Miss Lingard's account of the dinner order, the position of Sir Gervais's chair when he was found, the discarded paper bag from the oranges, and most crucially, the clue of the broken mirror. Major Riddle stared in disbelief. You expect me to believe that jumble makes coherent sense? Hercule Poirot replied softly, I intend to make it all coherent by tomorrow. 11. Hercule Poirot awoke just after dawn the following morning. His assigned bedroom was on the east side of the house. Rising from bed, he drew back the window blind, confirmed the sun had risen on a clear day, and began his meticulous morning routine. Once dressed, he wrapped himself in a heavy overcoat and carefully arranged a scarf around his neck. He crept from his room and moved through the silent house to the drawing-room. Without a sound, he opened the French doors and stepped into the garden. The sun was just beginning to rise, and a fine morning mist hung in the air. Hercule Poirot followed the terraced path along the side of the house until he reached the windows of Sir Gervais's study. There he paused to survey the scene. Directly outside the windows was a narrow strip of lawn running parallel to the house, bordered in front by a wide flower bed where the Michaelmas daisies still stood in bright display. In front of that bed was the flagged walk where Poirot now stood. A second strip of grass connected the walk behind the border to the terrace. Poirot examined this area carefully, then shook his head. He turned his attention to the flower bed on either side. Very slowly, he nodded. In the soft soil of the right-hand bed, clear footprints were visible. As he stared down at them, frowning, a sound caught his ear, and he looked up sharply. A window above him had been pushed open. He saw a head of red hair, and framed in an aureole of fiery gold, the clever face of Susan Cardwell appeared. What on earth are you doing out here at this hour, M. Poirot? A little early detective work. Poirot bowed with perfect politeness. Good morning, mademoiselle. Indeed, it is, as you surmise. You now observe a detective, a great detective, I might add, in the very act of detection. The remark carried a touch of theatrical flair. Susan tilted her head. I'll have to remember this for my memoirs, she said. Shall I come down and assist? I would be delighted. But first I thought you were a burglar. How did you get out? Through the drawing-room doors. Give me just a moment and I'll join you. She was true to her word. When she arrived, Poirot appeared exactly as she had first seen him. You are awake remarkably early, mademoiselle. I haven't really slept properly. I was getting that desperate feeling one sometimes has around 5 in the morning. It is not quite that early. It feels like it. All right, my super sleuth, what are we looking at? But observe, mademoiselle, footprints. So they are. 4 of them, Poirot continued. Look, I will show you. 2 leading toward the window and 2 leading away. Whose could they be? The gardener's mademoiselle? Mademoiselle? Those impressions were made by small, elegant, high-heeled shoes belonging to a woman. See, convince yourself. Step, I beg you, into the earth here beside them. Susan hesitated a moment, then carefully placed one foot onto the soft soil where Poirot indicated. She was wearing small, dark brown leather slippers with high heels. You see, yours are nearly the same size. Nearly, but not quite. These others were made by a somewhat longer foot. Perhaps they belong to Miss Chevenix Gore, or Miss Lingard, or even Lady Chevenix Gore. Not Lady Chevenix Gore, she has tiny feet. People managed that in those days, you know, and Miss Lingard wears those odd flat-heeled shoes. Then they are likely the marks of Miss Chevenix Gore. Ah, yes, I recall she mentioned having been in the garden yesterday evening. He led the way back around the house. Are we still sleuthing? Susan asked. But certainly. We shall now proceed to Sir Gervaise's study. He led the way inside, Susan Cardwell following. The door still hung in its melancholy, damaged state within. The room remained as it had been the night before. Poirot drew back the curtains, allowing daylight to flood in. He stood for a minute or two looking out at the flower bed, then remarked, "You have not, I presume, mademoiselle, much personal acquaintance with burglars?" Susan Cardwell shook her red head regretfully. "I'm afraid not, M. Poirot. The chief constable, he too has missed the advantages of a friendly relationship with them. His connection with the criminal classes has always been strictly official. With me that is not the case. I once enjoyed a very pleasant conversation with a burglar. He shared a curious detail about French doors, a little maneuver that could work if the latch was worn just enough. As he spoke, he turned the handle on the left window. The central bolt lifted from its hole in the ground, allowing him to pull both doors inward. After opening them wide, he carefully closed them again, this time without turning the handle to avoid re-engaging the bolt. Releasing the handle, he paused briefly before delivering a sharp, jolting tap high on the center of the bolt. The impact drove it down into its socket, and the handle rotated on its own. "You understand, miss?" "I believe I do." Susan's face had lost some color. "The window is now shut. It would be impossible to enter a room this way, but one could leave, pull the doors closed from the outside, then strike it as I did. The bolt drops, the handle turns, and the window is firmly latched. To anyone glancing at it, it would appear to have been secured from within." "Is that?" Susan's voice trembled slightly. "What occurred last night?" "I believe so, yes." Susan responded with sudden heat. "I don't accept that at all." Poirot offered no reply. He moved to the fireplace, then spun around sharply. "Miss, I require you as a witness." "I already have one witness, Mr. Trent." He observed me discovering this small sliver of mirror last evening. I mentioned it to him. I left it in place for the police and even informed the chief constable that the broken mirror held a valuable clue, but he did not act on my suggestion. Now you are a witness as I place this sliver of glass, which, remember, I previously pointed out to Mr. Trent, into a small envelope like so. He demonstrated sealing it, and I inscribe it so and seal it. "You are a witness, miss." "Yes, but I don't grasp its significance." Poirot crossed to the other side of the room. He stood before the desk, gazing at the shattered mirror on the wall ahead. "I will tell you what it means, miss. Had you been standing here last night looking into this mirror, you could have witnessed a murder taking place. 12. I. For perhaps the first time, Ruth Chevenix Gore, now Ruth Lake, arrived for breakfast promptly. Hercule Poirot intercepted her in the hall before she entered the dining room. "I have a question for you, madam."
Yes.
"You were in the garden last evening. Did you ever step into the flower bed beneath Sir Gervaise's study window?" Ruth looked at him, puzzled. "Yes, on 2 occasions." "Ah, twice explain, please." "The first time I was gathering Michaelmas daisies. That was around 7 o'clock. Was that not an unusual hour for picking flowers?" "Frankly, yes. I had arranged the flowers yesterday morning, but after tea Vanda remarked that the dinner table arrangements were unsatisfactory. I had assumed they were adequate, so I hadn't prepared fresh ones. Your mother asked you to redo them, is that correct?" "Yes. So I went out just before 7. I chose blooms from that section of the border because it's seldom frequented, so disturbing the display didn't matter." "Indeed? Now the second time? You mentioned a second visit. That was shortly before dinner. I had accidentally gotten a drop of brilliantine on my dress right near the shoulder. I didn't wish to change, and none of my artificial flowers complemented the yellow of the gown. I recalled seeing a late-blooming rose earlier while picking the daisies, so I hurried out, plucked it, and pinned it to my shoulder. Poirot nodded slowly. "Yes, I remember you wore a rose last night. What time was it, madam, when you picked that rose?" "I'm not entirely certain, but it is crucial, madam. Please think carefully." Ruth frowned. Her eyes met Poirot's briefly before she looked away. "I cannot say precisely," she finally replied. "It must have been, of course, around 5 minutes after 8. I was on my way back around the house when I heard the gong sound, followed by that peculiar bang. I hurried because I assumed it was the second gong, not the first." "Ah, so you believed that. And did you attempt to open the study window while you stood there in the flower bed?" "As a matter of fact, I did. I thought it might be unlocked and it would be a quicker way inside, but it was fastened. So everything is neatly accounted for. I congratulate you, madame." She stared at him. "What do you mean by that?" "That you have a ready explanation for everything, the soil on your shoes, your footprints in the flower bed, your fingerprints on the outside of the window. How remarkably convenient." Before Ruth could reply, Miss Lingard came hurrying down the staircase. A strange purplish flush coloured her cheeks, and she looked momentarily startled to see Poirot and Ruth together. "I beg your pardon," she said. "Is something the matter?" Ruth said angrily, "I believe Poirot has lost his mind." She swept past them into the dining room. Miss Lingard turned a bewildered face to Poirot. He shook his head. After breakfast, he said, "I will explain. I would like everyone to gather in Sir Gervaise's study at 10 o'clock. He repeated this request upon entering the dining room. Susan Cardwell shot him a quick glance, then shifted her gaze to Ruth. When Hugo began, "Eh? What's the idea?" She gave him a sharp nudge, and he fell silent obediently. After finishing his own breakfast, Poirot rose and walked to the door. He turned, drawing out a large, old-fashioned watch. "It is 5 minutes to 10. In 5 minutes in the study, Poirot surveyed the room. A circle of attentive faces stared back. He noted everyone was present with one exception, and at that very moment the exception glided into the room. Lady Chevenix Gore entered with a soft, smooth step, looking haggard and unwell. Poirot drew forward a large chair for her, and she sat down. She glanced up at the broken mirror, shivered, and subtly adjusted her chair. "Gervaise is still here," she remarked in a flat tone. "Poor Gervaise, he will find his freedom soon." Poirot cleared his throat and announced, "I have asked you all here so that you may hear the true facts concerning Sir Gervaise's death." "It was fate," said Lady Chevenix Gore. Gervaise was strong, but his fate was stronger. Colonel Berry stepped forward slightly. "Vanda, my dear." She smiled up at him, then raised her hand. He took it in his. She said softly, "You are such a comfort, Ned." Ruth interjected sharply, "Are we to understand, Poirot, that you have definitively determined the cause of my father's suicide?" Poirot shook his head. "No, madame. Then what is the purpose of this entire performance?" Poirot said quietly, "I do not know the cause of Sir Gervais Chevenix Gore's suicide, because Sir Gervais Chevenix Gore did not commit suicide. He did not take his own life. He was killed." "Killed?" Several voices echoed the word. Startled faces turned toward Poirot. Lady Chevenix Gore looked up, said, "Killed?" "Oh no," and gently shook her head. "Killed, did you say?" It was Hugo who spoke now. "That's impossible. There was no one in the room when we broke in. The window was fastened. The door was locked from the inside, and the key was in my uncle's pocket. How could he possibly have been killed? Nevertheless, he was killed, and the murderer escaped through the keyhole, I suppose," said Colonel Berry sceptically. "Or perhaps flew up the chimney." "The murderer," said Poirot, "exited through the window." "I will demonstrate how." He repeated his demonstration with the window. "You see," he said, "that is how it was accomplished. From the beginning, I found it unlikely that Sir Gervais had killed himself. A man with his pronounced self-obsession simply does not. And there were other details that pointed away from it. Just before his death, Sir Gervase was found at his desk, having written the word "sorry" on a sheet of paper before apparently taking his own life. Yet something was off. For some reason, he had shifted his chair, turning it sideways to the desk. Why would he do that? The answer began to emerge when I discovered a tiny sliver of a mirror clinging to the base of a heavy bronze statue. How did that fragment get there? It became clear the mirror wasn't shattered by a bullet, but had been deliberately smashed with that very statue. Returning to the desk, the position of the chair made no sense. No one intending to end their life would turn their chair, lean awkwardly over it, and then fire. The scene was staged. The suicide was a fabrication. This brings us to a crucial detail, Miss Cardwell's testimony. She explained that she rushed downstairs because she believed she had heard the second dinner gong, meaning she must have heard a first. Consider this. If Sir Gervase had been shot while sitting normally at his desk, where would the bullet travel? In a straight line, it would pass through the open door and strike the gong in the hall. Miss Cardwell's room is directly above. She was in the perfect position to hear that single resonant note. No one else noticed it. A dead man cannot lock a door, pocket the key, and rearrange his own body. Another person was involved, someone Sir Gervase trusted enough to have by his side. Imagine him writing, distracted, as the murderer raised a pistol to his head and fired. Then the frantic cover-up began. Gloves on, the door locked, the key placed. But that one loud note of the gong had been heard. To hide that the door was open during the shot, the chair was turned, the body repositioned, the dead man's fingers pressed around the pistol, and the mirror purposely broken. The killer then exited through the window, carefully closing it, stepping not on the grass but into the soft soil of the flower bed where footprints could be smoothed away before slipping around the side of the house to rejoin the others. Only one person was outside in the garden when the shot rang out. That same person left footprints in the flower bed and fingerprints on the window's exterior. He moved toward Ruth. And there was a motive, wasn't there? Your father had discovered your secret marriage. He was about to cut you out of his will. That's a lie. Ruth's voice was sharp and defiant. Every word of what you've said is false. It's a complete fabrication. The evidence against you is substantial, madam. A jury may or may not believe your denial. She will not face a jury. The others turned, startled. Miss Lingard had risen to her feet, her face transformed, her whole body trembling. I shot him. I admit it. I had my reasons I've carried for a long time. And Poirot is correct. I followed him in here. I had taken the pistol from the drawer earlier. I stood beside him discussing his book, and I fired. That was just after 8 the bullet struck the gong. I never imagined it would pass clean through his head like that. There was no time to search for it. I locked the door, placed the key in his pocket, swung the chair around, smashed the mirror, and after scribbling "sorry" on a paper, I went out through the window, closing it exactly as M. Poirot demonstrated. I moved into the flower bed, but I used a small rake I had placed nearby to erase my footprints. After that, I circled around to the drawing room, having left the window ajar. I was unaware that Ruth had exited through it. She must have come around the front of the house while I went to the back to store the rake in the shed. I waited in the drawing room until I heard footsteps on the stairs and Snell approaching the gong, and then she looked directly at Poirot. You have no idea what I did next, do you? On the contrary, I know precisely. I discovered the paper bag in the waste paper basket. That was a very clever notion of yours. You did what children often enjoy. You inflated the bag and struck it, producing a satisfyingly loud pop. You tossed the bag into the basket and hurried out into the hall. In doing so, you had fixed the apparent time of the suicide and created an alibi for yourself. Yet one detail still troubled you. You hadn't had a moment to retrieve the bullet, which you knew must be lying near the gong. It was crucial for that bullet to be found later in the study, close to the mirror. I wasn't certain when you conceived the idea of taking Colonel Bury's pencil. It was right at that moment, Miss Lingard stated. When we all entered from the hall, I was startled to see Ruth already in the room and realized she must have come in from the garden through the window. Then I noticed Colonel Bury's pencil left on the bridge table. I slipped it into my bag. Later, if anyone observed me picking up the bullet, I could pretend it was merely the pencil. Honestly, I didn't believe anyone saw me retrieve the bullet. I dropped it near the mirror while your attention was on the body. When you confronted me about it, I was immensely relieved I had thought of the pencil. Indeed, that was ingenious. It thoroughly confused me. I was anxious someone might have heard the actual gunshot, but I calculated everyone would be in their rooms, dressing for dinner, secluded. The staff were in their quarters. Miss Cardwell was the only person likely to hear anything, and she would probably assume it was a car backfiring. What she actually heard was the gong, I believed. I believed everything had proceeded flawlessly. Mr. Forbes spoke slowly in his measured tone. "This is a most extraordinary account. There appears to be no motive," Miss Lingard said clearly. "There was a motive," she added with fierce intensity. "Go on, telephone the police. What are you all waiting for?" Poirot said gently. "Will everyone please leave the room, Mr. Forbes? Please call Major Riddle. I will remain here until he arrives." One by one. The family slowly filed out, bewildered, uncomprehending, and shocked, casting uneasy glances at the trim, upright figure with her neatly parted grey hair. Ruth was the last to depart. She hesitated in the doorway, her expression angry and defiant. "I don't understand," she accused Poirot earlier. "You believed I was the one who did it." "No." Poirot shook his head. "I never thought that." Ruth exited slowly. Poirot was now alone with the prim, middle-aged woman who had just confessed to a cleverly planned and cold-blooded murder. "You didn't think she was guilty," said Miss Lingard. "You accused her to provoke me into speaking, isn't that correct?" Poirot gave a slight nod. "While we wait," Miss Lingard continued in a conversational tone, "you might tell me what made you suspect me?" "Several indications. To begin your description of Sir Gervais, a proud man like him would never speak disparagingly of his nephew to an outsider, especially someone in your position. You were attempting to bolster the suicide theory. You also made a pointed effort to suggest the cause was some dishonourable trouble involving Hugo Trent, another admission Sir Gervais would never have made to a stranger. Then there was the item you picked up in the hall, and the highly significant fact that you omitted mentioning Ruth entered the drawing-room from the garden. And I found the paper bag a most improbable object to discover in the waste-paper basket of a house like Hamborough Close. You were the only one in the drawing-room when the shot was heard. The paper bag trick was the sort of homemade device that would occur to a woman, clever and simple, so it all fit together, the attempt to cast suspicion on Hugo and to steer it clear of Ruth, the method of the crime, and the reason behind it. The small, grey-haired woman shifted. "You know the reason?" "I believe I do." Ruth's happiness, that was the motive. "I imagine you had seen her with John Lake. You understood their situation. Then, with your easy access to Sir Gervais's private papers, you discovered the draft of his new will. Ruth would be cut off unless she married Hugo Trent. That decided you to take matters into your own hands, using the fact that Sir Gervais had previously written to me. You likely saw a copy of that letter. What confused mix of suspicion and worry originally prompted him to write? I cannot say. He must have suspected either Burroughs or Lake of robbing him systematically. His uncertainty about Ruth's feelings led him to seek a discreet inquiry. You seized on that and deliberately staged a suicide, supporting it with your story about him being terribly upset over something involving Hugo Trent. You sent me a telegram and reported that Sir Gervais had said I would arrive too late. Miss Lingard said with fierce intensity, "Gervais Chevenix-Gore was a bully, a snob, and a pompous fool. I wasn't going to let him destroy Ruth's happiness." Poirot asked gently, "Ruth is your daughter?" "Yes, she is my daughter. I've often thought of her when I learned Sir Gervais Chevenix-Gore needed assistance with a family history. I seized the chance. I was curious to see my girl. I knew Lady Chevenix-Gore wouldn't recognize me. It was years ago. I was young and pretty then, and I changed my name after that time. Besides, Lady Chevenix-Gore is too vague to notice anything for certain. I liked her, but I despised the Chevenix-Gore family. They treated me like dirt. And here was Gervase ready to ruin Ruth's life with his pride and snobbery. But I was determined she would be happy, and she will be happy if she never learns about me. It was a plea, not a question. Poirot inclined his head gently. No one shall learn of it from me, Miss Lingard said quietly. Thank you. Later, after the police had come and gone, Poirot found Ruth Lake with her husband in the garden. She asked challengingly, Did you truly believe I had done it, M. Poirot? I knew, madame, that you could not have done it, because of the Michaelmas daisies. The Michaelmas daisies? I don't understand, madame. There were only 4 footprints in the flower bed. But if you had been gathering blooms, there would have been many more. That meant someone between your first visit and your second had smoothed away all the other footsteps. Only the guilty person would have done that. And since your footprints remained, you were not the guilty one. You were automatically cleared. Ruth's expression brightened. Oh, I see, you know, I suppose it's terrible, but I feel rather sorry for that poor woman. After all, she did confess rather than let me be arrested, or at least that's what she believed. That was rather noble, in a way. I hate to think of her facing a murder trial. Poirot said gently, Do not distress yourself. It will not come to that. The doctor informs me she has a serious heart condition. She will not live many more weeks. I'm glad of that. Ruth plucked an autumn crocus and pressed it absently against her cheek. Poor woman. I wonder why she did it. Trangle at Rhodes, 1. Hercule Poirot sat on the white sand and gazed out over the sparkling blue water. He was attired with careful, almost dandified precision in white flannels, and a large Panama hat shielded his head. He belonged to that old-fashioned school of thought which believed in shielding oneself thoroughly from the sun's rays. Miss Pamela Lyall occupied the space beside him, chattering without pause, embodying a certain modern philosophy through the scant coverage of her sun-browned skin. Her monologue would occasionally halt as she reapplied an oily fluid from a bottle at her side. Beyond her, her close friend Miss Sarah Blake lay prone on a vividly striped towel, her tan a model of perfection that drew repeated, envious glances from Pamela. I'm still so uneven, Pamela sighed with disappointment. Mem. Poirot, would you be a dear just below my right shoulder blade? I simply can't reach to rub it in properly. M. Poirot obliged afterward, meticulously cleaning his greasy hand with his handkerchief. Miss Lyall, whose chief pursuits were scrutinizing those around her and listening to her own voice, resumed her commentary. I was correct about that woman in the Chanel. It is Valentine Dacre's Chantry, I should say. I knew it at once. She is rather extraordinary, isn't she? One can absolutely see why people become utterly infatuated. She simply expects them to, which is half the victory. Those other arrivals last night are named Gold. He is remarkably handsome. Honeymooners? Sarah mumbled into her towel. Miss Lyall shook her head with an air of worldly wisdom. Oh no, her wardrobe isn't new enough. You can always spot a bride. Don't you find it the most absorbing pastime, Mere Poirot, to observe people and deduce all about them just by watching? Not just watching, darling, Sarah remarked sweetly. You also ply them with questions. I haven't so much as addressed the Golds yet, Miss Lyall replied with dignity. And I fail to see why one shouldn't take an interest in one's fellow beings. Human nature is utterly captivating. Don't you agree, Poirot? This time she paused, allowing her companion a moment to respond. Without shifting his gaze from the blue sea, M. Poirot answered, It depends. Pamela was taken aback. Oh, M. Poirot, I think nothing is so fascinating, so unpredictable as a person. Unpredictable? No, that is not so. But they are just when you believe you have them perfectly figured out. They do something entirely unforeseen. Hercule Poirot shook his head. No, that is incorrect. It is exceedingly rare for anyone to act outside their character. In the end, it is monotonous. I couldn't disagree more, declared Miss Pamela Lyall. She fell silent for nearly a minute before launching a fresh assault. The moment I see people, I begin to wonder about them, what they are like, how they are connected, what they are thinking and feeling. It's thoroughly thrilling." "Hardly that," said Hercule Poirot. "Nature repeats herself more often than one might suppose. The sea," he added thoughtfully, "possesses infinitely more variety." Sarah turned her head to the side. "You believe human beings tend to reproduce certain set patterns? Stereotypes?" "Precisely," said Poirot, tracing a shape in the sand with his finger. "What are you drawing?" Pamela inquired with curiosity. "A triangle," Poirot replied, but Pamela's attention had already been captured elsewhere. "Here come the Chantrys," she announced. A woman was descending the beach tall, acutely aware of herself and her form. She offered a slight nod and smile before settling a short distance away on the sand. Her scarlet and gold silk wrap slipped from her shoulders, revealing a white bathing suit. Pamela sighed. "Hasn't she a magnificent figure?" Poirot, however, was studying her face, the face of a woman of 39 who had been renowned for her beauty since the age of 16. He knew, as did everyone, all about Valentine Chantry. She was famous for many things: her whims, her wealth, her enormous sapphire blue eyes, and her matrimonial ventures and adventures. She had taken 5 husbands and entertained countless lovers. A life so public, it felt almost like a performed script. Yet one she commanded with unwavering, weary grace. She had previously been married to an Italian count, an American steel tycoon, a tennis pro, and a race car driver. Only the American had passed away. The others were casually discarded through divorce. Just half a year ago, she entered her 5th marriage, this time to a naval commander. It was he who now followed her down the beach, a silent, brooding figure with a stubborn jaw and a surly demeanor, something almost primal in his bearing. She called to him, "Tony, sweetheart, my cigarette case, please." He was prepared, lighting her cigarette and then helping her slide the straps of her white swimsuit from her shoulders. She stretched out in the sun, arms wide, while he settled beside her like a watchful predator guarding its prize. Pamela murmured, just loud enough to be heard, "They absolutely fascinate me. He's such a brute, so quiet and simmering. I suppose a woman like her enjoys that. It must feel like taming a wild animal. I wonder how long this one will hold her interest. She tends to grow bored quickly, especially these days still. If she ever tried to leave him, I imagine he could become quite dangerous." Another pair approached the beach somewhat timidly, the new arrivals from the previous evening. From her review of the hotel register, Pamela Lyall knew them as Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Gold. Thanks to Italian regulations, she also knew their given names and ages from their passports. Douglas Cameron Gold was 31, and Marjorie Emma Gold was 35. Pamela's passion, as noted, was observing people. Unlike many of her compatriots who might wait days before acknowledging strangers, she was quick to engage, noticing Mrs. Gold's hesitant air. She called out warmly, "Good morning, isn't it a gorgeous day?" Marjorie Gold was a petite, mousy woman, not unattractive, with even features and a clear complexion, yet overshadowed by an air of shyness and plainness. Her husband, in contrast, was strikingly handsome in an almost theatrical way, fair, curly hair, bright blue eyes, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He looked more like a stage actor than an ordinary man, though that impression vanished the moment he spoke, revealing a natural, perhaps even slightly simple manner. Gratefully, Mrs. Gold sat near Pamela. "You have such a beautiful tan. I feel dreadfully pale in comparison." "It takes a ridiculous amount of effort to bronze evenly," Pamela sighed. After a pause, she continued, "You've only just arrived, haven't you?" "Yes, last night. We came on the steamer from Italy." "Is this your first visit to Rhodes?" "It is. It's so lovely, isn't it?" Her husband added, "A shame it's such a long journey." "True, if only it were closer to England." Sarah muttered under her breath. "But then it would be dreadful, crowds of people packed together like sardines, bodies everywhere." "That's a fair point," Douglas Gold conceded, "though the dreadful exchange rate with Italy doesn't help matters. It really does make a difference, doesn't it? The conversation drifted along these predictable lines, hardly sparkling with originality. Farther down the shore, Valentine Chantry stirred and sat up, one hand holding her swimsuit in place. She gave a wide feline yawn and let her gaze drift along the beach. Her eyes slid past Marjorie Gold and lingered thoughtfully on Douglas Gold's crisp, golden hair. She shifted her shoulders with a subtle, sinuous motion and raised her voice just enough to carry. "Tony, darling, isn't this sunshine divine? I must have been a sun worshipper in a past life, don't you think so?" Her husband grunted a reply too indistinct for the others to catch. Valentine Chantry continued in her languid, high-pitched tone. "Could you smooth that towel out a bit more, sweetheart?" She shifted with deliberate care, arranging her elegant form. Douglas Gold was watching now, his gaze openly appreciative. Mrs. Gold murmured cheerfully to Miss Lyall, "Isn't she stunning?" Pamela, always eager to share gossip, leaned in and replied softly, "That's Valentine Chantry. You might remember her as Valentine Dacres. She's quite something, isn't she? He's utterly devoted, hardly lets her take a step alone." Mrs. Gold glanced again toward the water. "The ocean is so inviting today, such a perfect blue. Shouldn't we go for a swim now, Douglas?" He was still observing Valentine and took a moment to respond. "Swim? Oh yes, of course, in just a bit." Marjorie Gold stood and walked to the water's edge. Valentine shifted slightly. Her eyes meeting Douglas Gold's, a faint, knowing smile touched her crimson lips. Mr. Gold's neck flushed a soft pink. Valentine said sweetly, "Tony, my dear, would you be a darling? I forgot my face cream upstairs on the dresser. Could you fetch it for me? You're an absolute angel." The commander rose dutifully and headed toward the hotel. Marjorie waded into the waves, calling back, "It's wonderful, Douglas. So warm. Come on in." Pamela Lyall asked him, "Aren't you joining her?" He answered distractedly, "I prefer to really warm up first." Valentine stirred, lifting her head as if to call after her husband, but he had already disappeared into the hotel garden. "I like my swim to be the very last thing," Mr. Gold explained. Mrs. Chantry sat up and reached for a bottle of suntan oil. She fumbled with the cap, seeming to struggle. "Oh, bother! I simply can't get this open." She glanced toward the others. "I wonder if ever the gentleman," Poirot began to rise, but Douglas Gold, with youthful agility, was already beside her. "Allow me." "Oh, thank you," came the same honeyed drawl. "You're so kind. I'm hopeless with these things, always turning them the wrong way. Oh, you've done it. Thank you ever so much." Hercule Poirot allowed himself a small, private smile. He stood and ambled slowly down the beach in the opposite direction. He didn't go far, strolling without hurry. On his return, Mrs. Gold emerged from the sea and fell into step beside him. Her face, beneath a rather plain bathing cap, was glowing. "I just adore the sea," she said, a little breathless. "And it's so beautifully warm here." She was, he noted, a truly enthusiastic swimmer. "Douglas and I are absolutely mad for it," she continued. "He can stay in for ages." At that, Poirot's gaze drifted past her to where the supposedly avid bather, Mr. Douglas Gold, remained seated on the sand, deep in conversation with Valentine Chantry. His wife said, "I can't imagine what's keeping him." Her voice held a note of puzzled disappointment. Poirot studied Valentine Chantry thoughtfully. He reflected that many women in many times had uttered those very words. Beside him, he heard Mrs. Gold inhale sharply. Her tone turned cool and clipped. "I've heard she's considered very attractive, but Douglas doesn't usually care for that sort of woman." Hercule Poirot offered no reply. Mrs. Gold turned and pushed back into the water, swimming away from shore with strong, steady strokes, clearly in her element. Poirot made his way back to the group on the beach. They had been joined by old General Barnes, a seasoned veteran who often kept company with the younger set. He was now seated between Pamela and Sarah, and he and Pamela were trading well-embellished pieces of scandal with great relish. Commander Chantry had returned, the small pot of cream in hand. Valentine Chantry sat poised between the two men, her posture perfectly straight as she chatted in that honeyed, leisurely drawl of hers. She turned her head gracefully, including first Douglas Gold and then her husband, Tony, in the light conversation. She was just concluding a little story. And can you imagine what the dear man finally said? "It might have been just a moment, ma'am, but I'd know you anywhere. Wasn't that it, Tony? And I found it so terribly touching. The world is really so full of kindness. I mean, people are always so wonderfully nice to me for no particular reason at all. But I did tell Tony, you remember, darling Tony, if you feel the slightest bit jealous, you may be jealous of that doorman, because he was simply too charming for words." A brief silence followed before Douglas Gold remarked, "They're good men, some of those doormen." "Oh, absolutely," Valentine agreed, "but he went to such lengths, really, a tremendous effort, and he seemed genuinely happy just to be of service. Not surprising in the least," Douglas said. "Anyone would be for you, I'm certain." She clapped her hands lightly. "How perfectly sweet of you to say so, Tony. Did you hear that?" Commander Tony Chantry offered only a non-committal grunt. His wife sighed, a theatrical, fond sound. "Tony never makes pretty speeches, does he, my dear?" Her pale hand, adorned with long crimson nails, playfully tousled his dark hair. He shot her a quick sideways glance. She continued, murmuring, "I truly don't know how he tolerates me. He's frightfully clever, absolutely bursting with brains, and here I am, just chattering nonsense endlessly. Yet he doesn't seem to mind a bit. Nobody ever minds what I do or say. Everyone simply indulges me. I'm sure it's perfectly dreadful for my character." Commander Chantry leaned past her to address Douglas Gold. "Is that your wife out in the water?" "Yes." "I suppose it's nearly time I joined her." Valentine's voice was a soft protest. "But it's so perfectly lovely here in the sun." "You mustn't rush off to the sea just yet. Tony, darling, I don't believe I shall bathe today. Not on my first day. One might catch a chill or something." "But why don't you go in now, Tony, darling? Mr. Gold will be a dear and keep me company while you're gone." Chantry's reply was curt. "No, thank you. I won't be going in just now. Your wife appears to be waving for you, Gold." Valentine shifted the subject smoothly. "Your wife swims so beautifully. I'm certain she's one of those terribly capable women who excel at everything. They always intimidate me so, because I feel they must look down on me. I'm so hopeless at everything. A perfect incompetent, aren't I, Tony, darling?" Once again, Commander Chantry responded with nothing more than a grunt. His wife sighed affectionately. "You're too loyal to admit it. Men are wonderfully loyal. That's what I adore about them. I do think men are so much more steadfast than women, and they never make catty remarks. Women, I always feel, can be rather small-minded." Nearby, Sarah Blake rolled onto her side toward Hercule Poirot and muttered through barely parted teeth, "And here's a prime example of that pettiness, suggesting the divine Mrs. Chantry is anything less than flawless. What an absolute simpleton the woman is. I honestly believe Valentine Chantry is perhaps the most vacant woman I've ever encountered. All she can manage is to coo Tony, darling, and bat her eyelashes. I rather suspect she has cotton batting where her brains ought to be." Poirot lifted his expressive eyebrows, a little severe, perhaps. "Oh, very well, call it pure cattiness if you like," Sarah conceded, "but she certainly has her techniques. Can't she leave a single man in peace? Her husband looks ready to storm." Gazing out at the ocean, Poirot observed, "Mrs. Gold is a strong swimmer." "Yes, she's not like the rest of us who consider getting wet a dreadful inconvenience," Sarah said. Then, with a mischievous glint, she added, "I wonder if Mrs. Chantry will ever actually enter the sea during her entire stay here. My bet is she'd sooner walk on it, provided her lipstick stayed perfectly in place." General Barnes, lying on a nearby lounger, chimed in hoarsely, "Not a chance. She won't risk that carefully applied face of hers. Not that she isn't a handsome woman, mind you, even if she's a bit past her prime. She's looking right at you, General. Sarah teased. "And you're quite mistaken about the makeup. We're all waterproof and kissproof these days, you know." "Mrs. Gold is coming out of the water now," Pamela announced. Sarah began to hum a tune under her breath, the words just audible. "Here we go, gathering nuts in May. Here comes his wife to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away." Douglas Gold strode up the beach toward them. She had a nice figure, but the practical waterproof cap she wore did nothing for her looks. "Aren't you coming, Douglas?" she pressed, her tone impatient. "The water is perfectly warm." "Absolutely." Douglas Gold got to his feet quickly. He hesitated just a moment, and in that pause Valentine Chantry glanced up at him with a sugary smile. "Until later," she murmured. The Golds turned and made their way down to the shore. The moment they were out of hearing, Pamela offered her critique. "You know, I'm not sure that was the wisest move. Tearing your husband away from another woman never plays well. It makes you look clingy, and men despise that." "You appear to be quite the expert on husbands, Miss Pamela," remarked General Barnes. "Other people's husbands, never my own." "Ah, there's the crucial distinction, true, General, but I've certainly compiled a lengthy list of things to avoid." "Well, darling," Sarah chimed in, "for starters, I wouldn't wear a hat like that." "Seems perfectly practical to me," said the General. "Seems like a very sensible young woman all around." "You've nailed it, General," Sarah replied. "But you know, even sensible women have their limits. I have a hunch her good sense might vanish when Valentine Chantry is involved." She turned her head and whispered, her voice low and charged. "Look at him now, glowering. That man looks like he has a truly terrifying temper." Commander Chantry was indeed glaring after the departing couple with a distinctly ugly expression. Sarah looked over at Poirot. "Well," she asked, "what's your read on all this?" Hercule Poirot offered no verbal reply. Instead, his forefinger once again sketched a shape in the sand. The same shape, a triangle. The eternal triangle, Sarah mused. Maybe you're right. If so, the next few weeks around here should be anything but dull. Too, Hercule Poirot found Rhodes to be a letdown. He had come for a rest, for a proper holiday, a vacation specifically from crime. He'd been assured that late October would find Rhodes nearly deserted, a quiet, secluded retreat. In that, the information was correct. The guest list was limited to the Chantrys, the Golds, Pamela and Sarah, the General himself, and 2 Italian couples. Yet within that small circle, Poirot's keen mind perceived the inevitable unfolding of human drama. "It is that I have a criminal mentality," he chided himself. "It is indigestion. I'm imagining things." Nevertheless, he felt uneasy. One morning he came down to the terrace to find Mrs. Gold seated with some needlework. As he approached, he caught the fleeting impression of a linen handkerchief being swiftly tucked out of sight. Mrs. Gold's eyes were dry, but they shone with a suspicious brightness. Her manner, too, struck him as being a touch too vivacious, the cheerfulness slightly forced. "Good morning, M. Poirot," she said with an enthusiasm that immediately aroused his skepticism. He felt it unlikely she was genuinely that delighted to see him, as they were barely acquainted. While Hercule Poirot possessed a healthy professional vanity, he held a modest view of his personal charms. "Good morning, madame," he responded. "Another lovely day?" "Yes, aren't we fortunate? But Douglas and I always seem to have luck with the weather." "Indeed?" "Oh, yes. We're really very lucky in general, you know, M. Poirot, when one sees so much trouble and unhappiness, so many couples divorcing and all that. Well, it makes one truly grateful for one's own happiness." She said this while gazing out at the sea as if convincing herself of the view. "It is agreeable to hear you say so, madame." "Yes. Douglas and I are so wonderfully happy together. We've been married 5 years, you know, and these days 5 years feels like quite a long time. I have no doubt that in certain circumstances it can feel like an eternity, madame," Poirot remarked dryly. "But I truly believe we're happier now than we were at the beginning." The statement hung in the air, a little too perfect, like a rehearsed line in a play she was determined to act well. "You know, we're just perfectly matched for each other. That is naturally the most important thing." It's why my heart truly aches for those who aren't content. You're referring to? Oh, I was speaking in general terms, Mr. Poirot. I understand. I see. Mrs. Gold selected a length of silk thread, held it up to the window light, gave a small nod of approval, and continued. Take Mrs. Chantry, for example. Yes, Mrs. Chantry. I don't believe she's a very pleasant person. No, perhaps not. In fact, I'm quite certain she isn't yet. In a strange way, one can't help feeling a little sorry for her. Despite all her money, her striking appearance, and everything else, Mrs. Gold's fingers trembled slightly, and she struggled to guide the thread through the needle's eye. She isn't the type of woman men remain devoted to. I think she's the sort men would grow weary of rather quickly. Don't you agree? For my part, I would undoubtedly grow tired of her conversation long before much time had passed. Poirot offered carefully. Exactly my point. She possesses a certain allure, of course. Mrs. Gold hesitated, her lips quivering as she made an unsteady stitch. An observer far less perceptive than Hercule Poirot would have missed her evident distress. She continued somewhat abruptly. Men are simply like children. They'll believe anything. She bent lower over her embroidery. The small piece of cambric appeared again, almost unnoticed. Perhaps Hercule Poirot deemed it wise to steer the conversation elsewhere. You are not bathing this morning? And your husband? Is he down on the beach? Mrs. Gold glanced up, blinked, and resumed her determinedly cheerful demeanour. No, not this morning. We had planned to walk the ramparts of the old city, but somehow we missed each other. The others set off without me. Her choice of pronoun was telling, but before Poirot could comment, General Barnes approached from the beach below and settled into a nearby chair. Good morning, Mrs. Gold. Good morning, Poirot. Both shirking the sea today? Quite a few absentees? You two, your husband, Mrs. Gold and Mrs. Chantry? And Commander Chantry? Poirot inquired offhandedly. Oh no, he's down there. Miss Pamela has him in hand. The General chuckled. She's finding him a bit of a handful. One of those strong, silent types you read about. Marjorie Gold gave a slight shiver. He rather frightens me, that man. He gets such a dark look sometimes, as if he were capable of anything. She shuddered. Likely just indigestion, said the General cheerfully. Dyspepsia is responsible for many a reputation built on romantic gloom or uncontrollable temper. Marjorie Gold offered a polite, thin smile. And where is your good husband? The General asked. Her reply came without pause, in a bright, natural tone. Douglas? Oh, he and Mrs. Chantry went into the town. I believe they went to see the old city walls. Ah, yes, very interesting. The time of the nights and all that. You should have gone along, my dear, Mrs. Gold said. I'm afraid I came down rather late. She stood up suddenly with a murmured excuse and went into the hotel. General Barnes watched her go with a concerned expression, gently shaking his head. Nice little woman that, worth a dozen of those painted flashy types like someone we won't name. Her husband's a fool, doesn't know when he's well off. He shook his head again, then rose and went inside. Sarah Blake had just come up from the beach and overheard the General's last remarks. Making a face at the retreating figure, she flung herself into a chair. Nice little woman men always approve of the dowdy ones, but when it comes down to it, the dressed-up sirens win every time. It's sad, but that's the truth of it. Mademoiselle, said Poirot, and his voice was sharp, I do not like any of this, don't you? Neither do I. Well, let's be honest. I suppose a part of me actually does like the drama. It's terribly human, isn't it? There is a dark part of everyone that takes a certain pleasure in other people's misfortunes, accidents, public disasters, even the unpleasant things that happen to friends. Poirot inquired, Where is Commander Chantry? Down on the beach, being thoroughly analysed by Pamela, and she's absolutely loving it, if you want my opinion. He was in a black mood when I left, looking like a storm cloud about to burst. Trust me, there's trouble brewing. Poirot murmured, There is an element here I do not quite grasp. It's not exactly straightforward, Sarah replied. The real question is what happens next. Poirot shook his head softly. As you say, mademoiselle, it is the future that provokes unease. What a diplomatic way of putting it, Sarah said, and she turned toward the hotel. In the doorway, she nearly bumped into Douglas Gold. The young man emerged looking rather pleased with himself, though a touch guilty. "Hello, M. Poirot," he said, then added with a hint of self-consciousness, "Just been showing Mrs. Chantry the old Crusader fortifications." Marjorie wasn't feeling up to the walk. Poirot's eyebrows lifted slightly, but before he could comment, Valentine Chantry swept out, calling in her high, clear voice, "Douglas, a pink gin, darling. I absolutely must have one." Douglas hurried off to order the drink. Valentine sank gracefully into a chair beside Poirot, looking radiant. She spotted her husband and Pamela approaching and waved enthusiastically. "Did you have a lovely swim, Tony, darling? Isn't it a glorious morning?" Commander Chantry didn't answer. He marched up the steps, past her without a word or even a glance, and disappeared into the bar. His hands were clenched at his sides, and that faint simian resemblance seemed more pronounced than ever. Valentine's perfectly shaped but rather vacant mouth fell open. "Oh," she said, sounding utterly bewildered. Pamela Leal's face, meanwhile, showed unmistakable delight in the awkward scene, doing her best to hide it, a challenge for someone of her transparent nature. She sat down next to Valentine and asked brightly, "Did you have a nice morning?" As Valentine began with, "Absolutely marvelous," wee Poirot rose and strolled leisurely toward the bar. He found Douglas Gold waiting for the pink gin. His face flushed. He looked both agitated and angry. "That man is an utter brute," he said to Poirot, nodding toward the retreating figure of Commander Chantry. "It is possible," Poirot conceded. "Yes, quite possible, but remember, women often have a peculiar fondness for brutes." Douglas muttered, "I wouldn't be surprised if he mistreats her. She may very well enjoy that, too." Douglas Gold gave him a confused look, picked up the pink gin and carried it outside. Hercule Poirot took a stool and ordered a cassis syrup. He was sipping it with slow, satisfied sighs when Chantry came back in and downed several pink gins in quick succession. Suddenly, and with violence aimed more at the world in general than at Poirot, he declared, "If Valentine thinks she can discard me like she has so many other fools, she's mistaken. I have her, and I intend to keep her. No other man will get her except over my dead body." He threw down some money, turned sharply, and strode out. 3 days later, Hercule Poirot made his way to the Mount of the Prophet. The drive was cool and pleasant, winding higher and higher through sun-dappled fir trees far above the petty quarrels and dramas of the people below. The car stopped at the restaurant, and Poirot got out to wander into the woods. He eventually emerged at a place that felt truly on top of the world. Far beneath, a dazzling deep blue sea stretched to the horizon. Here at last he found peace, removed from all cares, elevated above worldly troubles. After carefully arranging his folded overcoat on a tree stump, Hercule Poirot sat down. "No doubt the good Lord knows what he is doing," he mused. "But it is strange that he permitted the creation of certain human beings. Ah well, here, for a little while at least, I am free from these vexing puzzles." He was lost in these thoughts when he suddenly looked up, startled. A small woman in a brown coat and skirt was rushing toward him. It was Marjorie Gold, and now all pretense had fallen away. Her cheeks were streaked with tears. Poirot found himself cornered. She reached him, her voice trembling. "Monsieur Poirot, you must help me. I am utterly wretched. I don't know where to turn. Oh, what should I do? Please, tell me what to do." She gazed up at him, her expression desperate. Her fingers clutched at the sleeve of his coat. Then, noticing something in his eyes that startled her, she took a half-step back. What is it?" she whispered. "You seek my counsel, madame?" "Is that your request?" she faltered. Yes, it is." "Very well, here it is." His tone was sharp and decisive. Leave this place immediately before it is too late.
What?
She stared, uncomprehending. You heard me. Depart from this island. Leave the island? She looked at him, bewildered. That is precisely what I said. But why? Why should I? It is my advice to you if you value your safety. She drew a sharp breath. Oh, what are you saying? You're scaring me. You truly are.
Yes?
Poirot said solemnly. That is my intention. She collapsed onto a nearby bench, burying her face in her hands. But I cannot. He would never agree, Douglas, wouldn't I mean? She won't allow it. She has him completely heart and soul. He refuses to hear a word against her. He's utterly infatuated. He believes every story she spins that her husband mistreats her, that she's a misunderstood innocent, that no one has ever truly seen her. He doesn't even think of me anymore. I don't matter. I'm not real to him. He wants me to give him his freedom, to divorce him. He's convinced she'll leave her husband and marry him. But I'm afraid Chantry will never let her go. He isn't that sort of man. Just last night she showed Douglas bruises on her arm, claimed her husband had caused them. It sent Douglas into a fury. He's so gallant. Oh, I'm terrified. What will become of all this? Please tell me what to do. Hercule Poirot stood silently, his gaze fixed on the distant blue outline of the mainland hills across the water. He said, I have told you, leave the island before it is too late. She shook her head, a fresh wave of despair washing over her. I can't. I simply can't. Not unless Douglas. Poirot sighed. He gave a slight, resigned shrug. Later, Hercule Poirot was seated on the beach with Pamela Leal. With a certain grim relish, she remarked, The little drama is heating up nicely. They sat on either side of her last night, glaring at each other like a pair of bookends. Chantry had overindulged. He was downright offensive to Douglas Gold. Gold kept his composure, though, held his temper. That Valentine woman adored every second of it, purred like the contented predator she is. So what's your prediction? Poirot shook his head. I am apprehensive. Deeply apprehensive. Oh, we all are, Miss Lyle said, her tone not entirely sincere. She added, This sort of mess is rather in your line, isn't it? Or it might be soon. Can't you intervene? I have done what I could. Miss Lyle leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. What did you do? She asked, a thrill in her voice. I advised Mrs. Gold to leave the island before it was too late. Oh, so you think? She stopped herself. Yes, mademoiselle. So that's what you believe is going to happen, Pamela said slowly. But he couldn't. He'd never do something like that. He's genuinely decent. It's all the Chantry woman's doing. He wouldn't. He simply wouldn't. She fell silent, then said softly, Murder? Is that really the word in your mind? It is in someone's mind, mademoiselle. Of that I can assure you. Pamela gave an involuntary shiver. I don't believe it, she stated firmly. The events of the night of October 29th unfolded with a dreadful clarity. It began with a heated confrontation between the two men, Gold and Chantry. Chantry's voice grew louder and more belligerent, his final words overheard by 4 witnesses. The front desk clerk, the hotel manager, General Barnes, and Pamela Lyle. You contemptible snake. If you and my wife think you can scheme behind my back, you are gravely mistaken. As long as I am breathing, Valentine remains my wife. With that, he stormed out of the hotel, his face dark with fury. This occurred before dinner. Later, after the meal, through some arrangement no one quite understood, a strained and uneasy reconciliation was attempted. Valentine suggested a moonlit drive, inviting Marjorie Gold to join her. Pamela and Sarah decided to come along. Meanwhile, Douglas Gold and Commander Chantry passed the time with a game of billiards. Later, they met up with Hercule Poirot and General Barnes in the hotel lounge. For perhaps the first time, Chantry appeared relaxed and cheerful. Enjoy your game? Inquired the General. The commander replied, He completely outplayed me. Finished with a run of 46. Douglas Gold waved off the praise modestly. Just a lucky streak, honestly. What can I get, everyone? I'll find a waiter. A pink gin for me, thank you, said Chantry. Of course, General. A whiskey and soda, please. I'll have the same. And for you, M. Poirot. You're very kind. I would enjoy a sirop de cassis. Sirop de cassis. Blackcurrant syrup. Oh, a cordial, I understand. They must stock it here, though it's new to me. They do, yes. It is not a cordial, however. Douglas Gold laughed. Sounds like an unusual choice to me, but to each his own. I'll place the orders. Commander Chantry took a seat. Not naturally a conversationalist, he was visibly making an effort to be pleasant. It's strange how you adapt to being without current news, he observed. The General grunted in agreement. The Continental Daily Mail from 4 days ago isn't much help. I have the Times and Punch mailed weekly, but they take an age to arrive. Do you think this Palestine situation will force a general election? The entire affair has been grossly mishandled. The General stated firmly, just as Douglas Gold returned with a waiter carrying their drinks. The General launched into a story from his army days in India back in 1905. The two Englishmen listened with polite attention, while Hercule Poirot delicately tasted his black currant syrup. The General concluded his tale, prompting courteous laughter from the group. Then the women entered the lounge, all four in high spirits, chatting and laughing. "Tony, darling, it was absolutely wonderful," Valentine exclaimed, sinking into the chair beside her husband. "It was Mrs. Gold's brilliant idea. You all should have come," her husband asked. "What would you like to drink?" He glanced around at the others. "A pink gin for me, darling," said Valentine. "Gin with ginger beer," requested Pamela. "A sidecar," said Sarah. "Right." Chantry stood. He slid his own full glass of pink gin over to Valentine. "Have this one? I'll order another for myself. And for you, Mrs. Gold." Marjorie Gold was being helped out of her coat by Douglas. She turned with a smile. "May I have an orangeade, please?" "Certainly, one orangeade." He headed for the door. Marjorie looked up at her husband, her face glowing. "It was so beautiful, Douglas. I wish you had been there." "So do I. We'll go another evening, all right." They exchanged a warm smile. Valentine Chantry picked up the pink gin and drank it down. "Oh, I needed that," she sighed. Douglas Gold took Marjorie's coat and placed it on a nearby sofa. As he walked back to the group, he stopped abruptly. "Good heavens, what's wrong?" Valentine Chantry was slumped in her chair. Her lips had a bluish tint, and her hand was pressed to her chest. "I feel dreadfully strange," she gasped, struggling for air. Chantry re-entered the room and hurried over. "Val, what is it?" I don't know. That drink, it tasted odd. The pink gin." Chantry whirled around, his face contorted. He seized Douglas Gold by the shoulder. "That was my drink." "Gold, what in God's name did you put in it?" Douglas Gold was staring, horrified at Valentine's convulsing form in the chair. He had gone deathly pale. I didn't." Valentine Chantry slipped further down in her seat. General Barnes shouted, "Fetch a doctor, quickly." Within 5 minutes, Valentine Chantry was dead. There was no swimming the following morning. A pale Pamela Leol, dressed in a plain dark frock, intercepted Hercule Poirot in the hallway and drew him into the small writing room. "It's monstrous," she said. "Absolutely monstrous. You said it. You predicted this would happen." "Murder," he confirmed with a grave nod. "Oh," she exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "You should have prevented it. There must have been a way to stop it." "How?" Hercule Poirot's simple question halted her momentarily. "Couldn't you have gone to someone, to the authorities, and said what exactly? What could be said before the act that someone harbours murderous intent? My dear, if one person is utterly resolved to end another's life—" "You could have warned the intended victim," Pamela insisted. "Sometimes," Poirot replied, "warnings fall on deaf ears." Pamela considered this, then said slowly, "Or you could warn the murderer, make it clear you knew their plan." Poirot gave an appreciative nod. "A more promising approach, yes. Yet even then one must contend with a criminal's greatest flaw, which is overwhelming arrogance. A criminal is convinced their scheme cannot possibly fail, but it's ridiculous, Utterly foolish, Pamela cried. The whole plan was amateurish. I heard the police arrested Douglas Gold immediately last night. Indeed, Poirot agreed, adding thoughtfully, Douglas Gold is not a clever young man. Unbelievably dense, I understand they found the remaining poison, a type of strophanthine. It targets the heart, and they actually discovered it in his dinner jacket pocket. Precisely so. Incredibly stupid, Pamela repeated. Perhaps he meant to dispose of it, but the shock of the wrong person dying left him frozen. Imagine it as a stage play. The lover slips the poison into the husband's glass, then, distracted for just a moment, he turns to see the wife has drunk it instead. Picture that horrific instant when Douglas Gold realized he had killed the very woman he loved. She shuddered. Your eternal triangle. Who could have imagined it ending like this? I feared this outcome, Poirot murmured. Pamela wheeled on him. You warned her, Mrs. Gold. So why didn't you warn him as well? You refer to warning Douglas Gold? No, I mean Commander Chantry. You could have told him he was in danger. He was the real obstacle after all. I've no doubt Douglas Gold assumed he could pressure his wife into a divorce. She seems a timid sort, terribly devoted to him. But Chantry is a stubborn, mullish sort. He was adamant about not giving Valentine her freedom. Poirot shrugged. Speaking to Chantry would have accomplished nothing. Perhaps not, Pamela conceded. He'd likely have claimed he could handle himself and told you to get lost. But I still feel there should have been something one could do. I did consider, Poirot said slowly, attempting to persuade Valentine Chantry to leave the island, but she would never have believed my concerns. She was a woman of profound foolishness. Her own lack of perception killed her. Pauvre femme. I doubt it would have mattered if she had left, Pamela countered. He would have simply followed her. He? Douglas Gold? You believe Douglas Gold would have followed her? Oh, no, mademoiselle, you are mistaken, entirely mistaken. You have not yet grasped the true nature of this affair. If Valentine Chantry had left the island, her husband would have accompanied her? Pamela looked confused. Well, naturally. And then, you see, the crime would merely have been relocated. I don't follow. I'm telling you that the same murder would have occurred elsewhere, the murder of Valentine Chantry by her own husband. Pamela stared. Are you suggesting it was Commander Chantry, Tony Chantry, who killed Valentine? Yes, you witnessed him do it. Douglas Gold delivered the drink to him. He sat there with it before him, a picture of calm before the storm, his fingers casually tracing the rim of the glass while his mind calculated the final, terrible move. As the women entered, every eye in the room turned toward them. He had the strophanthine prepared, and with a practiced motion, he dropped it into the pink gin. Moments later, with a courteous gesture, he passed the glass to his wife, and she drank it down. Yet the packet of strophanthine was discovered in Douglas Gold's pocket. A simple thing to slip it there while everyone was gathered around the dying woman. Pamela was silent for a full 2 minutes, struggling to find her voice. I don't understand any of this. The triangle, you said yourself. Hercule Poirot gave a vigorous nod. I said there was a triangle, yes, but you, my friend, imagined the wrong configuration. You were deceived by some exceptionally clever theatre. You believed, as you were meant to believe, that both Tony Chantry and Douglas Gold were infatuated with Valentine Chantry. You accepted the story that Douglas Gold, hopelessly in love with a woman whose husband would not grant a divorce, resorted to administering a fatal heart poison to Tony Chantry, only to have Valentine drink it by a tragic error. All of that was an illusion. Tony Chantry had been planning to rid himself of his wife for some time. I saw it from the beginning. He was utterly bored with her. He married her for her fortune. Now he wishes to marry another woman, so he arranged to remove Valentine while keeping her wealth. That required murder. Another woman? Poirot replied slowly. Yes, indeed, the quiet Marjorie Gold. It was the eternal triangle. But you saw it backward. Neither of those men cared the slightest for Valentine Chantry. It was her vanity. combined with Marjorie Gould's brilliant stage management. That made you think so, Mrs. Gould is a remarkably clever woman, astonishingly attractive in her demure, poor little thing manner. I have known 4 women criminals of this exact type. There was Mrs. Adams, acquitted of murdering her husband, though everyone knows she did it. Mary Parker disposed of an aunt, a sweetheart, and 2 brothers before growing careless and being caught. Mrs. Rowden was hanged outright. Mrs. Lecrae escaped by the narrowest margin. This woman is precisely the same breed. I recognized it the moment I saw her. That type takes to crime as naturally as a duck to water. And this was a very pretty piece of well-planned work. Consider, what real evidence did you ever have that Douglas Gould was in love with Valentine Chantry? When you think it through, you'll realize it consisted only of Mrs. Gould's whispered confidences and Chantry's jealous bluster, you see. It's horrible, Pamela whispered. They were a clever pair, Poirot observed with professional detachment. They arranged to meet here and stage their crime. That Marjorie Gould, she is a cold-blooded devil. She would have sent her poor, gullible husband to the scaffold without a flicker of remorse. Pamela exclaimed, but he was arrested and taken away by the police last night. Ah, said Hercule Poirot, but after that I had a few words with the police. It is true I did not see Chantry place the strophanthin in the glass like everyone else. I looked up when the ladies entered, but the instant I realized Valentine Chantry had been poisoned, I watched her husband without ever glancing away. And so you see, I actually witnessed him slip the packet of strophanthin into Douglas Gould's coat pocket. He added with a grim expression, I'm a reliable witness. My name carries weight. The moment the police heard my account, they understood it cast an entirely different light on the matter. And then? Pamela asked, utterly fascinated. Bien. Then they questioned Commander Chantry. He attempted to bluster his way through, but he is not truly clever. He soon broke down completely. So Douglas Gould was released. Yes. And Marjorie Gould? Poirot's face grew stern. I warned her, he said. Yes, I warned her up on the Mount of the Prophet. It was the only chance to avert the crime. I as good as told her I suspected her. She understood perfectly, but she believed herself too clever. I warned her to get off the island if she cared about staying alive. She decided to stay about the author. Agatha Christie holds the title of the world's most published author in any language, with sales surpassed only by the Bible and the works of Shakespeare. Over 1 billion copies of her books have been sold in English, with an additional 1 billion sold worldwide in translation. She penned 80 crime novels and short story collections, 19 plays, 2 memoirs, and 6 romantic novels under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. Her foray into detective fiction began while she was working in a hospital dispensary during the First World War, leading to the creation of the now iconic Hercule Poirot in her first novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles. In 1930, with the murder at the vicarage, she introduced the world to another cherished detective, Miss Jane Marple. Her other series characters include the crime-solving husband and wife duo Tommy and Tuppence Beresford, the unconventional private investigator Parker Pyne, and Scotland Yard's Superintendent Battle and Inspector Japp. Countless novels and stories by Christie have been adapted for stage, film and television. Her most famous play, The Mousetrap, which opened in London in 1952, is the longest-running play in theatrical history. Notable film adaptations include Murder on the Orient Express, 1974, and Death on the Nile, 1978, featuring Albert Finney and Peter Ustinov as Poirot, respectively. On television, David Suchet's portrayal of Poirot is widely celebrated, while Miss Marple has been memorably brought to life by actresses including Joan Hickson, Geraldine McEwen, and Julia Mackenzie. Christie was first married to Archibald Christie and later to the archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan, accompanying him on digs across the Middle East, experiences that provided vivid settings for many of her mysteries. In 1971, she was appointed a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, one of the United Kingdom's highest honours. She passed away in 1976 at the age of 85. The global literary community celebrated her 120th anniversary in 2010. The Agatha Christie collection, The Man in the Brown Suit, The Secret of Chimneys, The Seven Dials Mystery, The Mysterious Mr. Quinn, The Sitterford Mystery, Parker Pine Investigates, Why Didn't They Ask Evans? Murder is Easy, The Regatta Mystery and Other Stories, and Then There Were None Towards Zero. Death Comes as the End Sparkling Cyanide, The Witness for the Prosecution, and Other Stories, Crooked House. Three Blind Mice and Other Stories, They Came to Baghdad, Destination Unknown, Ordeal by Innocence, Double Sin and Other Stories, The Pale Horse Star Over Bethlehem, Poems and Holiday Stories, Endless Night, Passenger to Frankfurt, The Golden Ball and Other Stories, The Mousetrap and Other Plays, The Harlequin Tea Set, The Hercule Poirot Mysteries, The Mysterious Affair at Styles, The Murder on the Links, Poirot Investigates the Murder of Roger Ackroyd, The Big Four, The Mystery of the Blue Train, Peril at End House, Lord Edgware Dies, Murder on the Orient Express, Three-Act Tragedy, Death in the Clouds, The A, BC Murders, Murder in Mesopotamia, Cards on the Table, Murder in the Mews, Dumb Witness Death on the Nile, Appointment with Death, Hercule Poirot's Christmas, Sad Cypress, 1-2 Buckle My Shoe, Evil Under the Sun, Five Little Pigs, The Hollow, The Labours of Hercules, Taken at the Flood, The Underdog and Other Stories, Mrs. McGinty's Dead, After the Funeral, Hickory Dickory Dock, Dead Man's Folly, Cat Among the Pigeons, The Clocks, Third Girl, Halloween Party, Elephants Can Remember Curtain, Poirot's Last Case, The Miss Marple Mysteries, The Murder at the Vicarage, The Body in the Library, The Moving Finger, A Murder is Announced. They Do It with Mirrors, A Pocket Full of Rye, 450 from Paddington, The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side, A Caribbean Mystery, At Bertram's Hotel, Nemesis Sleeping Murder, Miss Marple, The Complete Short Stories, The Tommy and Tuppence Mysteries, The Secret Adversary, Partners in Crime, N or M. The final section of this collection presents a series of titles from the author's esteemed body of work, including By the Pricking of My Thumbs, Postern of Fate, and her personal reflections found in an autobiography and Come Tell Me How You Live. This volume, previously released under the title Dead Man's Mirror, is a work of fiction. All characters, events, and conversations are products of the author's creativity and are not intended to represent real individuals or occurrences. Any similarity to actual people or events is purely unintentional. The Agatha Christie and Poirot names are registered trademarks, and Murder in the Mews is a trademark held by Agatha Christie Limited. Copyright for this material is held by Agatha Christie Limited, with all rights reserved. This edition is published by arrangement with G.P. Putnam's Sons, an imprint of Penguin Group USA, Inc., in accordance with international copyright standards. Access to this digital text is granted under a strict non-transferable license for personal viewing only. No portion of this content may be copied, shared, altered, or stored in any system without prior written authorization from the publisher. HarperCollins. This Harper paperback edition was first printed in 2011. Cataloging details are available from the Library of Congress. The ISBN for this edition is 978-00-6-207399-0. The digital publication, released in August 2011, carries the EISBN 978-006-176336-6.